Welcome to MrDantello's Scary Stories channel, where the night feels a little quieter. Tonight, we explore scary stories from abandoned places and lost locations, perfect for drifting into sleep. If you enjoy the stories, like, subscribe, and comment where you're listening from. Let the stories begin. Story 1. Our compass spun wildly. When we stepped into the forgotten tunnel, I was looking for work when I found the tunnel. That is how these stories always begin, with need, with desperation, with the kind of poverty that makes you consider options that any sane person would reject. I had been living in my truck for 6 weeks, parking in different lots each night to avoid the police, washing in gas station bathrooms, eating whatever I could afford from dollar menus. My last job had been at a meat processing plant, but I developed a respiratory infection from the cold air and was let go when I missed 3 days. No savings, no family to call, no friends with spare rooms. Just me, my truck, and the growing certainty that I was running out of options. The advertisement was pinned to a corkboard outside a laundromat, the kind of place where people without homes go to wash their clothes and use the bathroom and pretend for an hour that they have normal lives. Tunnel maintenance crew needed $200 per day, cash paid weekly. No experience necessary. Housing provided. There was a phone number and an address on the outskirts of town, near the old rail yards that had been abandoned since the 1980s. I tore off one of the strips of paper with the number written on it. I had nothing to lose. I called from a payphone outside a convenience store. The man who answered had a voice like gravel shifting in a metal bucket, rough and uneven, and somehow hollow. His name was Mr. Vance. He asked me no questions about my experience, my background, or why I needed the job. He only asked if I was afraid of the dark, of enclosed spaces, of being underground. I lied and said no. He told me to come to the address at dawn the next day, bring sturdy boots, a warm coat, and a flashlight. Everything else would be provided. I slept in my truck that night in the parking lot of a Walmart, waking every few hours from dreams of falling, of being buried alive, of voices calling from deep underground. At 5 a.m, I started my truck and drove to the address Mr. Vance had given me. It was a small building made of corrugated metal, the kind used for temporary construction offices, sitting alone at the end of a dirt road that wound through overgrown fields and past the rusting hulks of old train cars. The sun was just rising, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that seemed wrong against the industrial decay of the rail yard. Mr. Vance was waiting outside the metal building. He was older than I expected, perhaps 70, with skin the color of old paper and eyes that were cloudy, as if he had cataracts that he had never bothered to treat. He wore coveralls that had once been blue, but were now faded to the color of dishwater, stained with substances I didn't want to identify. He shook my hand with fingers that were cold and dry, like touching old bones. "You're the only one who called," he said. His voice was even rougher in person, as if he had spent decades breathing things that human lungs were not meant to process. "Most people see this place and keep driving. Smart people." He laughed, a sound like dry leaves scraping against concrete. "But you need the work. I can always tell. The desperate ones have a look. hungry but not for food. I didn't know what to say to that, so I said nothing. He led me around the metal building to a concrete pad where a small rail cart sat on tracks that disappeared into a hillside. The tunnel entrance was a black rectangle cut into the earth, supported by wooden beams that looked ancient, rotting, barely capable of holding back the weight of soil above them. A sign hung from one of the beams, its paint faded, but still legible. Harrogate Mine and Transport Tunnel, established 1912, danger, authorized personnel only. The tunnel runs 6 miles, Mr. Vance said, gesturing into the darkness with a flashlight that barely penetrated the first few feet. Built to move coal from the Harrogate Mine to the rail yard, the mine closed in 1954. The tunnel was supposed to be sealed. It wasn't. Parts of it collapsed. Parts of it flooded. But there's still coal down there, and there's people who will pay good money for coal that doesn't exist on any books, doesn't get taxed, doesn't get regulated. He turned to look at me with his cloudy eyes. Your job is maintenance. Keep the tracks clear. Check the supports. Pump out water where it accumulates. Make sure the cart can move from one end to the other without stopping. The actual mining is done by others. You won't see them. You won't talk to them. You just keep the tunnel open. He showed me how to operate the rail cart, a simple electric vehicle with a battery that lasted 8 hours, if I was careful. He showed me the pump system for water, the hydraulic jacks for reinforcing supports, the emergency shelters spaced every half-mile where I could wait for rescue if something went wrong. Not that rescue would come, he said with that dry leaf laugh. No one knows you're here. No one would look. But the shelters have food and water and air, enough for a month, maybe longer, if you're patient, if you can wait. He led me to a room in the metal building that would be my housing. It was small, 10 feet by 10 feet, with a cot, a hot plate, a mini refrigerator, and a chemical toilet behind a curtain. Compared to my truck, it was luxury. Compared to any normal life, it was a prison cell. But it was dry, and it was warm, and it was mine for as long as I kept the tunnel open. Mr. Vance gave me a key to the building, a hard hat with a headlamp, a compass that he said was important for navigation, and a radio that he said would not work underground, but might reach him on the surface if I was near the entrance. One more thing, he said, as I was preparing to make my first descent. He took my wrist in his cold, dry fingers and squeezed with surprising strength. The compass will behave strangely down there. It will spin. It will point directions that don't exist. Don't trust it. Don't follow it. The tunnel is straight, one line from entrance to exit. If you stay on the tracks, you cannot get lost. If you leave the tracks, if you follow the compass, you will not come back. Do you understand? I nodded, though I didn't understand. What did he mean? Directions that don't exist. How could a compass point anywhere but north? But I needed the job, needed the money, needed the room. I would worry about the compass if it actually spun. I didn't believe it would. Mr. Vance was old, possibly senile, certainly strange. The tunnel was just a tunnel. Dark, dangerous, poorly maintained, but just a tunnel. I was wrong. My first day was uneventful. I rode the cart into the darkness, my headlamp cutting a narrow cone of light through the absolute blackness. The tunnel was exactly as Mr. Vance had described, a straight line, 6 miles long, with wooden supports every 10 feet and rusting rails that carried me deeper into the earth. I checked the supports as I went, tapping them with a hammer, listening for the hollow sound that would indicate rot. Most were solid enough. A few needed reinforcement with the hydraulic jacks. I marked their locations on a map that Mr. Vance had provided, a simple line drawing of the tunnel with mile markers. The air was cold, colder than the surface even in the heat of summer, and damp. Water dripped from the ceiling in places, forming puddles on the tunnel floor that I had to pump out. The pump was heavy, awkward to move, but it worked. By the end of my 8-hour shift, I had reached the 3-mile point halfway through the tunnel and had cleared 3 significant accumulations of water. I turned the cart around and rode back to the entrance, emerging into the evening light feeling tired but satisfied. I had earned my $200. I had kept the tunnel open. That night, I slept deeply without dreams in the small room in the metal building. The silence of the rail yard was absolute, broken only by the wind through the grass and the occasional creak of the old train cars settling in the cooling air. I woke at dawn, ate breakfast from supplies Mr. Vance had left, and descended again into the tunnel. On the second day, I noticed the compass. I had strapped it to my wrist as Mr. Vance had shown me more out of habit than necessity. The tunnel was straight. I didn't need navigation. But as I rode the cart past the 2-mile mark, I glanced at the compass and saw that the needle was moving, not pointing north, as it should have, but spinning slowly, lazily, as if searching for something it could not find. I shook it, thinking it was broken, but the spinning continued. I remembered Mr. Vance's warning and looked away, focusing on the tracks ahead, the supports, the pools of water that needed pumping. But I could feel it, the compass on my wrist, spinning, pulling at my attention, my curiosity, my need to understand. What was it pointing to? What direction existed in this straight tunnel that could make a compass spin? I resisted the urge to follow it. I did my job. I cleared the water. I checked the supports. I returned to the surface as the battery on the cart died, exactly 8 hours after I had descended. That night, I dreamed of the tunnel. In the dream, I was walking, not riding the cart, and the compass was spinning wildly, pointing to the walls, to the ceiling, to the floor, to directions that had no name. I followed it, left the tracks, pushed through a gap in the supports that I had never seen before, and found myself in another tunnel, one that was not on Mr. Vance's map. This tunnel sloped downward, deeper into the earth, and I walked it for what felt like hours, days, years. At the end, there was a door. I reached for the handle and woke up. The third day, the compass spun faster. I tried to ignore it, focusing on my work, but I could feel it pulling at me, a physical sensation like a string tied to my wrist, tugging me toward the walls of the tunnel. At the 4-mile mark, I stopped the cart and examined the compass closely. The needle was a blur, moving too fast to track, but if I watched carefully, I could see a pattern. It kept returning to a point on the left wall, a section of wooden supports that looked identical to all the others. I shone my headlamp at that section. Nothing unusual. Solid wood, old but intact. No gap, no door, no other tunnel. But the compass wanted me to go there. I could feel it, the pull, the need, the curiosity that was becoming obsession. I remembered Mr. Vance's warning, don't trust it. Don't follow it. Stay on the tracks. I forced myself to look away, to continue down the tunnel, to finish my work. But all day, at every mile marker, I felt the compass pulling me back to that spot on the left wall, that ordinary section of wood that the compass insisted was important. That night, I asked Mr. Vance about it. He had come to the metal building while I was eating dinner, a can of chili heated on the hot plate, to check on my progress and leave more supplies. I showed him the compass, still strapped to my wrist, still spinning, though I was on the surface above ground where compasses were supposed to work normally. He looked at it with his cloudy eyes and said nothing for a long time. "You've been down 3 days," he finally said. "That's longer than most. Most don't last past the first. The compass starts spinning. They get curious. They follow it. They don't come back. You're stronger than you look, or more desperate. Hard to tell the difference sometimes." He sat on the edge of my cot, his old bones creaking. "I'll tell you what I know. What I've learned in 40 years of tending this tunnel. It's not just a tunnel. It was built on something older. Something that was here before the mine, before the town, before people. The compass spins because it's trying to point to that something. But that something isn't in any direction we understand. It's not north or south or east or west. It's down or in or through. Directions that don't exist on the surface, that only exist in the dark, in the deep, in the places where the earth remembers what it was before we started digging into it. I didn't understand. I told him so. He nodded, as if he had expected that. You don't need to understand. You just need to resist. The compass wants you to find the door. There are doors down there in places where there shouldn't be doors. They lead to other tunnels, other spaces, other times maybe. I don't know. I've never been through one. I've never let myself follow the compass that far. But I've heard them. In the dark, when I'm alone in the tunnel, I've heard sounds coming from behind the walls. Footsteps, voices, machinery that doesn't sound like anything built by human hands. The tunnel is a doorway, mister. Carter, a doorway to somewhere else, and the compass is the key. He left after that, shuffling out into the night, leaving me with the spinning compass and the growing certainty that I was involved in something far beyond my understanding, far beyond my ability to control. I thought about leaving, packing my few belongings, starting my truck, driving away from the rail yard and the tunnel and the compass that wouldn't stop spinning. But where would I go? Back to the truck, back to the Walmart parking lots and the gas station bathrooms and the slow starvation of pride and hope. The tunnel offered $200 a day. The tunnel offered a room. The tunnel offered a purpose, even if that purpose was maintaining a doorway to somewhere terrible. I stayed. The 4th day, the compass pulled me toward the left wall at the 4-mile mark with a force that felt physical, a magnetic attraction that made my arm ache. I stopped the cart. I shone my light at the wooden supports. I looked for the door that Mr. Vance had mentioned, the gap that would lead to another tunnel, another space, another time. I saw nothing, solid wood, solid earth behind it, but the compass spun wildly, desperately, pointing at that spot with an insistence that was becoming painful. I reached out and touched the wood. It was cold, far colder than the surrounding air, cold enough to make me jerk my hand back. But I touched it again, pressed my palm against it, felt the vibration coming through, a low frequency that I felt in my teeth, my bones, my heart. There was something behind this wall, something alive or active or aware. The compass knew it. I knew it. The tunnel knew it. I used my hammer to tap the supports, listening for the hollow sound that would indicate a space behind them. They were solid. I checked the adjacent supports, the ones above and below, the floor, the ceiling, all solid. But the vibration continued and the compass spun, and I knew with a certainty that bypassed reason that there was a door here or a doorway or an opening that existed in a way that my tools could not detect, that my senses could not perceive, that only the compass could find. I did not open it. I forced myself to return to the cart, to continue down the tunnel to finish my work. But all day, as I pumped water and checked supports and marked my map, I thought about that spot on the wall. I thought about what might be behind it. I thought about Mr. Vance's words, about the tunnel being a doorway, about the earth remembering what it was before we started digging into it. That night, I dreamed again. I was in the tunnel, but it was different, larger. The supports made of something that looked like bone rather than wood. The walls carved with symbols that hurt to look at, that seemed to move when I wasn't watching them directly. The compass was not on my wrist, but floating in front of me, spinning, leading me deeper, always deeper. I walked for what felt like days, weeks, years. The tunnel branched and branched again, a maze that defied the straight line that Mr. Vance had promised. At the center of the maze, there was a room. In the room, there was a table. On the table, there was a body. My body. Dead, decayed, but still wearing my clothes, still holding my hammer, still strapped with the compass that spun even in death. I woke up screaming. The small room in the metal building felt like a coffin, the walls too close, the air too thick. I went outside and stood in the rail yard, watching the stars, breathing the night air, trying to convince myself that it was just a dream, just the product of isolation and darkness, and the strange stories of an old man who had spent too long underground. But the compass was still on my wrist, still spinning, and I could feel the pull of the tunnel even from the surface, even from miles away, even in the open air. The 5th day, I took a different route. Instead of riding the cart straight to the 4-mile mark, I stopped at every emergency shelter, checking the supplies, reading the instructions posted on the walls, trying to ground myself in the reality of the tunnel as it was supposed to be. Straight, 6 miles, coal at the end, water to pump, supports to check, a job, just a job. But at the 3-mile shelter, I found something that shouldn't have been there. A notebook, old, the pages yellowed and brittle, written in a hand that I didn't recognize. I opened it and read the first entry. Day 1. The compass spins. Mr. Vance says to ignore it. I will try. I flipped forward. Day 3. The compass points to the left wall at mile 4. There is something behind it. I can feel it breathing. Further forward. Day 5. I opened it. I shouldn't have opened it, but I opened it. The door was there, in the wall, where the compass pointed. It opened when I touched it. I saw what was inside. I cannot describe what I saw. I can only say that I am going back. I have to go back. The compass wants me to go back. The tunnel wants me to go back. They want me to stay. The last entry was different, the handwriting shaky, almost illegible. Day 7. I am not writing this. I am already inside. I am already there. The compass spins because it is trying to find me, to point to where I really am, which is not here, which is not there, which is in the space between, the direction that doesn't exist, the door that opens to everywhere and nowhere. If you find this, don't follow the compass. Don't open the door. Don't go inside, but you will. You need the job. You need the money. You need the room, just like I did, just like all of us do. The tunnel knows what you need. The tunnel provides until it doesn't, until you provide for it. There was no name, no date. But the notebook was old, decades old, the paper crumbling at the edges. I put it back where I found it, in the emergency shelter at mile 3, and continued down the tunnel. The compass pulled harder than ever, spinning wildly, pointing to the left wall at mile 4 with a force that made my wrist ache. I tried to ignore it. I focused on my work, on the water pooling at mile 4.5, on the support that needed reinforcement at mile 5. But I could feel the door, or the space where the door would be, calling to me, waiting for me, wanting me to open it. I finished my work. I turned the cart around. I rode back toward the entrance, passing the mile 4 mark where the compass pulled strongest. I stopped. I told myself I would only look, only touch the wall again, feel the cold, confirm that it was solid, that there was no door. That, mister. Vance and the notebook and the dream were all products of imagination and isolation and the darkness that seeps into the mind when you spend too long underground. I touched the wall. It was cold. It vibrated. And this time when I pressed my palm against it, I felt something else, a rhythm, a heartbeat. The wall was alive, or the thing behind it was alive, or the tunnel itself was alive, and it knew I was there, knew I was touching it, knew I was listening. The compass spun so fast it was a blur, a circle of motion that seemed to generate its own light in the darkness of the tunnel. I pulled my hand back. The vibration stopped. The compass slowed, returning to its lazy spin, pointing in all directions, and none. I got back on the cart and rode to the entrance, emerging into the evening light with a sense of relief so intense it made me dizzy. I found Mr. Vance in the metal building, going through supplies. "I found a notebook," I said, "in the shelter at mile 3, from someone who followed the compass." Mr. Vance didn't look up from his work. "There are many notebooks," he said. "Many who followed, many who opened the door, many who went inside." He finally looked at me, his cloudy eyes seeming to see more than they should. "You're still here. That's good. That's rare. Most followed by the 5th day. The pull is too strong. The curiosity is too great. The need to know what's behind the wall, what's through the door, what direction the compass is really pointing." He stood up, joints creaking. "But you're different. You have a stronger reason to stay on the surface. Fear, maybe, or hope, or just stubbornness. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you resist, that you keep resisting, as long as you can." I asked him what was behind the wall, what was through the door, what the compass was pointing to. He shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I've never looked. I've never opened. I've spent 40 years in this tunnel, maintaining it, keeping it open, and I've never once followed the compass to its end. I don't know if that makes me wise or cowardly. I don't know if the ones who went through are dead or saved or something else entirely. I only know that they don't come back. Not to the tunnel, not to the surface, not to anywhere that I can find." He left me alone in the metal building with the spinning compass and the questions that had no answers. I tried to sleep, but the dreams came again, stronger now. I was in the tunnel, but it was the other tunnel, the one behind the wall, the one that the compass pointed to. It was vast, cathedral-like, the ceiling lost in darkness, the walls carved with the symbols that moved when I wasn't looking. There were others in the tunnel, figures in the distance, walking away from me, always away, no matter how fast I ran. I called to them, but they didn't turn. I followed them, but they stayed ahead, always ahead, leading me deeper, always deeper. I woke up with the taste of metal in my mouth, the sound of the compass spinning in my ears, even though it was silent on my wrist. I knew with a certainty that frightened me that today would be the day. Today, I would either follow the compass or find a way to leave, to give up the job, the money, the room, and return to the uncertainty of life on the surface. I descended into the tunnel. The cart moved smoothly on the tracks, the headlamp cutting through the darkness, the compass spinning on my wrist. I passed mile 1, mile 2, mile 3. I didn't stop at the shelter, didn't read the notebook again, didn't try to ground myself in the reality of the job. I was going to mile 4. I was going to the wall. I was going to find out what the compass was pointing to, what the vibration meant, what lay behind the wooden supports that looked solid but felt alive. At mile 4, I stopped. The compass was pointing with such force that it hurt, my wrist aching from the pull. I approached the wall on foot, leaving the cart behind, my headlamp the only light in the absolute darkness. The supports looked the same as always, old wood, stained with moisture, solid and unyielding. But when I touched them, they were cold, so cold, and the vibration was stronger now, a rhythm that matched my heartbeat, that seemed to be coming from inside my own chest. I tapped the supports with my hammer, listening for the hollow sound. They were solid. I checked the gaps between them, looking for a latch, a handle, a mechanism that would open a door. There was nothing, but the compass spun, and the vibration continued, and I knew that there was a way through, a way in, a way to wherever the compass was pointing. I put my shoulder against the wood and pushed. Nothing. I pushed harder, using my legs, my back, all the strength that desperation and curiosity had given me. The wood creaked, groaned, seemed to bend without breaking. I pushed again and again, and on the third push, the support gave way, not breaking but moving, swinging inward on a hinge that I could not see, revealing a gap that I could not have detected, a darkness deeper than the tunnel behind me. The compass stopped spinning. It pointed, steady and sure, into the gap, into the darkness, into the space that should not exist. I shone my headlamp into the opening. There were stairs, carved from stone, leading downward at a steep angle, disappearing into a darkness that my light could not penetrate. The air that came from the opening was cold, so cold that my breath froze, and it smelled of something ancient, something that had been sealed away for longer than human memory, something that was waking up, becoming aware, smelling me in return. I should have turned back. I should have closed the support, returned to the cart, ridden to the entrance, told Mr. Vance that I quit, that I couldn't do it anymore, that the tunnel was too much, the compass too strange, the darkness too deep. But I didn't. I stepped through the opening. I began to descend the stairs. And as I did, I heard the support swing close behind me, not with the sound of wood, but with the sound of something organic, something alive, something that had eaten and was now digesting. The stairs went down for a long time. I counted them at first, reaching 500, then 1,000, then losing count as the numbers became meaningless, as the depth became impossible. The air grew colder, then warmer, then cold again, cycling through temperatures that had no pattern, no logic. The walls of the stairwell were carved with the symbols from my dreams, the ones that moved when I wasn't looking directly at them, that seemed to be telling a story in a language that I could almost understand, that felt familiar in a way that made me want to weep. The compass pointed steadily downward, no longer spinning, no longer confused. It knew where we were going. It had always known. The tunnel, the job, Mr. Vance, the room in the metal building, all of it had been preparation for this descent, this journey, this arrival at wherever the stairs ended. I was not afraid anymore. Fear requires the possibility of escape, of survival, of a return to normal. I had passed beyond that possibility when I stepped through the support, when I began to descend, when I accepted that the compass was not malfunctioning but functioning perfectly, pointing to a north that existed not on the surface but in the deep, not in space but in something else. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a door, not a wooden support disguised as a door, but a real door, made of metal that gleamed with a light that came from nowhere, that seemed to generate its own illumination. The door was carved with more symbols, larger, more intricate, forming a pattern that I recognized from somewhere, some dream, some memory that was not my own. In the center of the door was a handle shaped like a compass, like the one on my wrist, but larger, older, waiting to be turned. I reached for the handle. The compass on my wrist pointed at it, pulled toward it, wanted me to grasp it, to turn it, to open the door and see what was inside. I hesitated. Some part of me, the part that had slept in trucks and washed in gas station bathrooms, the part that had taken this job out of desperation, that part screamed at me to stop, to turn back, to find the stairs and climb them, to push against the support until it opened, to run to the cart and ride to the surface and never look back. But the other part, the part that had dreamed of this door, that had felt the vibration in the wall, that had known from the first moment the compass spun that this was where I was meant to go, that part reached out and grasped the handle and turned. The door opened silently, smoothly, as if it had been waiting for me, expecting me, preparing for my arrival for longer than I had been alive. Beyond it was a room, vast, circular, the ceiling lost in darkness above. The walls were lined with doors, hundreds of doors, thousands of doors, each one different, each one leading somewhere, each one with a compass above it, pointing in a different direction, to a different north, a different destination. In the center of the room was a table. On the table was a body. My body, as in the dream, dead and decayed, but wearing my clothes, holding my hammer, strapped with the compass that spun even in death. I approached it, not afraid, not surprised, understanding now what I had become, what I had always been meant to become. The body on the table was not me, not exactly. It was the me that had stayed on the surface, the me that had resisted the compass, the me that had continued to pump water and check supports and earn $200 a day until the tunnel closed or I died or time moved on without me. I was the me that had followed, the me that had opened the door, the me that had descended. And now I had to choose. The room of doors offered infinite possibilities, infinite destinations, infinite versions of forever. I could go through any door, follow any compass, become any version of myself that existed in the spaces between the directions that the surface world knew. I looked at the body on the table, at the compass that spun on its wrist. It was pointing at a door, one of the thousands, one that looked no different from the others, but that the compass insisted was mine. I walked to that door. I put my hand on the handle. I felt the vibration, the heartbeat, the life that existed on the other side. I turned the handle and stepped through. I was in the tunnel, but it was different. The supports were made of bone, as in my dream, and the walls were carved with the symbols that moved. The air was warm, alive, breathing. And there were others here, the figures from my dream, no longer distant but close, turning to look at me with faces that were almost human, almost recognizable, almost mine. They welcomed me. They knew my name, though I had not told them. They knew my story, though I had not spoken it. They were the ones who had followed the compass before me, who had opened doors, who had chosen the forever that the tunnel offered. They were caretakers, like me, maintainers of a space that was not meant for human habitation, but that needed human presence to exist, to function, to continue. They showed me my duties, not pumping water or checking supports, but something else, something that involved the symbols on the walls, the doors that led to other places, the compasses that pointed to directions that didn't exist. I would maintain the space between, the tunnel that was not a tunnel, the darkness that was not darkness, the forever that was not time. I asked about Mr. Vance, about the surface, about the job that had brought me here. They laughed, a sound like the compass spinning, like the vibration in the wall, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Mr. Vance is here, they said. He has always been here. He goes to the surface to find new caretakers, to bring them to the tunnel, to offer them the choice. He is the door that opens, the compass that spins, the job that pays $200 a day. He is us. He is you. He is the tunnel maintaining itself, finding new blood, new presence, new forever. I understood then, or thought I understood. The tunnel was not a place but a process, a way of converting the desperate, the lost, the ones with nowhere else to go, into maintainers of the space between, the directions that didn't exist, the doors that led everywhere and nowhere. Mr. Vance had been converted long ago. The notebook writer had been converted, and now I was converted, following in their footsteps, maintaining the tunnel that maintained itself through us. But I had one more question. The body on the table, in the room of doors, the me that had stayed on the surface, What happened to that me? They looked at each other, the almost human faces showing something like sadness, something like envy. That you continues, they said, continues to pump water, to check supports, to earn $200 a day, continues to feel the compass spin and resist it day after day, year after year, until the tunnel closes or he dies or time moves on without him. He is the sacrifice, the one who stayed, the one who maintained the surface so that we could maintain the deep. We need him as we need you. The tunnel needs both, the choice and the resistance, the following and the staying. Without both, the compass has no meaning. The doors have no purpose. The forever becomes never. I accepted this. What else could I do? I was here, in the space between, in the tunnel that was not a tunnel, in the forever that was not time. I took up my duties, learning the symbols, understanding the doors, maintaining the space that the surface world did not know existed, but that depended on its ignorance to function. Sometimes, in the darkness between duties, I feel the other me, the one on the surface, riding the cart, pumping the water, checking the supports. I feel his fear, his curiosity, his desperate need to resist the compass that spins on his wrist. I want to tell him that it's okay, that following is not death, but transformation, that the door leads not to destruction, but to purpose. But I cannot reach him. We are separated by more than distance, by more than the depth of the stairs. We are separated by choice, by the moment at the support when I pushed and he did not, when I descended and he stayed. The tunnel continues. The compasses spin. Mr. Vance goes to the surface and finds new caretakers, new desperate souls with nowhere else to go, and offers them the job, the room, the $200 a day. Some resist, becoming the surface maintainers, the ones who keep the tunnel open without knowing what it really is. Some follow, becoming like me, the deep maintainers, the ones who keep the space between functioning, who ensure that the doors remain closed to those who are not ready, open to those who are. I do not know if this is horror or salvation. I do not know if I am prisoner or priest, victim or volunteer. I only know that the compass spins, the doors wait, and the tunnel continues 6 miles on the surface, infinite miles below, a doorway to everywhere and nowhere maintained by the desperate, the lost, the ones who needed a job and found a forever. If you find this, if you are reading these words in the notebook, in the shelter at mile 3, or on the wall of the room of doors, or in the darkness behind your own eyes, know that you have a choice. The compass spins for you. The tunnel waits for you. The job is available. The room is ready. The $200 a day is yours. All you have to do is descend, follow, open the door, and become part of the forever, or resist. Stay on the surface, pump the water, check the supports, feel the compass spin, and do not follow. Become the sacrifice, the one who maintains the surface, so that others can maintain the deep. Both are necessary, both are honored, both are forever in their own way. The tunnel does not judge. The tunnel only provides a place for the desperate, a purpose for the lost, a forever for those who need it. Step inside. The compass will show you the way. The door will open when you are ready. And the space between will welcome you as it welcomed me, as it welcomes all who follow the spin, who descend the stairs, who turn the handle and step through into the darkness that is not darkness, the forever that is not time, the tunnel that is not a tunnel, but a doorway to everything that exists beyond the directions we know. I am the caretaker. I maintain the space between. I ensure that the doors remain closed or open as they need to be. I am the compass that spins, the vibration in the wall, the heartbeat of the earth that calls to those who are ready to hear it. And I am waiting. We are all waiting, in the forgotten tunnel, in the abandoned rail yard, in the lost location that exists wherever you are, whenever you need it, however desperate you feel. The compass spins. The door opens, the tunnel continues, and the job, the room, the forever are yours for the taking. All you have to do is follow. Follow the spin. Follow the vibration. Follow the need that brought you here, that keeps you reading, that makes you wonder what lies behind the wall at mile 4, what descends the stairs, what waits in the room of doors. Follow or don't. The tunnel accepts both. The tunnel needs both. The tunnel is both, the surface and the deep, the choice and the resistance, the forever and the never. I am in the deep, maintaining, waiting, being. The other me is on the surface, resisting, fearing, continuing. We are the same. We are different. We are the tunnel, and the tunnel is us. And the compass spins on, pointing to directions that don't exist, to doors that lead everywhere, to the forever that waits in the forgotten tunnel where our compass spun wildly when we stepped inside. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The abandoned cinema projector started running a film we never loaded. I took the job because it sounded easy. The old Marrow Street Cinema had been closed for almost 20 years. The city had plans to tear it down by winter, but before that happened, a small local history group wanted to make a short video about the place. They needed someone to clean the projection booth, check what equipment was still there, and help them document anything worth saving. I was the cheapest person they could find. At the time, I was doing odd jobs for cash. I fixed locks, cleaned storage units, painted empty apartments, and sometimes helped clear out old buildings before they were sold. I had no special love for cinemas. I just liked quiet work in old places. Old places usually had a feeling to them. Dust, stale air, hidden rooms, forgotten boxes. They felt like time had stopped and gone stiff. The Marrow Street Cinema sat at the far end of a dead block where most of the shops had already been boarded up. The sidewalk in front was cracked. Small weeds pushed through like green fingers. The marquee still hung over the entrance, rusted and dark, with half the letters missing. One faded poster case on the wall still held the remains of a movie advertisement. Rain had leaked in behind the glass and turned the paper into a gray-brown skin. The first time I saw it, late in the afternoon, I stood across the street and looked up at it for a long minute. Every window was black. The front doors were chained, but a side entrance had been opened for the cleanup crew. The place looked dead in the way some buildings do, as if they are not empty, but asleep. I met the others on a Monday evening. There were only 4 of us. Me, a woman named Elena from the history group, a man named Rick, who handled cameras and sound, and a quiet college kid named Noah who had volunteered because he was into old film equipment. Elena was serious and practical. She wore work gloves, tied her hair back, and carried clipboards everywhere. Rick was the type who joked when he was nervous. Noah barely spoke unless someone asked him a direct question. "We're starting with the booth," Elena said as she unlocked the inner hall. "If there's anything worth preserving, it's probably there." The lobby smelled like soaked wood and old carpet. My flashlight beam moved over a torn red rug, a dead ticket counter, and a chandelier hanging with 2 arms broken off. The walls had once been painted cream and gold, but water stains had spread over them in large brown flowers. The silence inside was thick. Even our footsteps felt rude. We moved through the lobby toward the auditorium doors. One door hung open. Inside, rows of seats dropped down toward the screen in the dark. The screen itself was yellow with age, marked by black spots near the bottom. The stage curtains were gone. It looked like the room had been stripped and left to rot. At the back of the auditorium, a narrow staircase led up to the projection booth. My flashlight caught old candy wrappers, bird droppings, and broken bits of plaster on the steps. Halfway up, I noticed a smell that did not belong to the rest of the building. Warm dust, not fresh, not exactly, but different from the cold, dead smell below, as if something electrical had once been alive up there for a very long time. The booth door was swollen from damp, and I had to shoulder it open. It scraped inward with a sound that made Noah flinch. Inside was a long, cramped room with 2 projectors facing the viewing windows. Metal cabinets lined one wall. On the floor sat film cans, rotten cardboard boxes, loose reels, tangled cable, and old paper records curled by moisture. A cracked stool lay on its side. One of the booth windows had a spider web running from top to bottom in the glass. Rick let out a low whistle. "Well, there it is." Noah stepped around me and moved toward the nearest projector, like he had entered a church. "They left almost everything," he said. I shined my light over the machines. They were larger than I expected, painted black, with heavy reels and lamp housings like armored heads. Both projectors were coated in dust, but not evenly. One had a smooth patch near the controls where dust seemed thinner. I noticed it before anyone else. I reached out and rubbed the metal with one finger. "Someone touched this." Elena came closer. "Recently?" I held up my dusty finger and looked at the patch. "Not today, not yesterday, but later than everything else in here." Rick laughed softly. "Maybe the ghosts like movies." No one answered that. We spent the first 2 hours sorting through the room. Elena documented labels and serial numbers. Rick filmed the equipment and got close-up shots of old instruction plates. Noah carefully opened film cans one by one, checking what was inside. Most were empty. Some held film so brittle and curled it looked like dead leaves. A few still had labels in grease pencil, but the writing had faded beyond reading. I cleared trash, stacked loose reels, and tried not to breathe too deeply. At around 8:30, daylight was gone. The whole building felt deeper then, like the dark had weight. Rick set up portable work lights in the booth and one in the back of the auditorium below. Their white glow made the rest of the cinema look even darker. Beyond our small circles of light, the old place waited in silence. That was when we first heard the knocking. 3 hard knocks, not on the booth door, below us. We all froze. Rick looked at Elena. "You expecting anyone?" She shook her head. The knocking came again. 3 slow, heavy hits. It sounded like someone striking wood from inside the auditorium. I went to the booth windows and looked down. The light Rick had set at the back of the theater cast long shadows over the seats. Nothing moved. "Probably a loose door," Elena said, though her voice had tightened. Then, from somewhere in the darkness below, one of the seats folded shut with a loud clap. Noah stepped back from the projector. "There's nobody there." Rick picked up his camera, aiming it toward the windows. "I hate this already." The knocks stopped. We waited. Nothing. Elena let out a breath. Old buildings settle, wood warps, sound travels strangely. No one argued. It was the kind of explanation people grab because it is near, because the other explanations ask too much. We went back to work. Around 9:15, Noah managed to identify one of the projectors as the newer of the two, installed in the late 70s. He was excited in a quiet way, brushing grime off a metal plate and talking mostly to himself. He checked belts, examined gears, and said it was in rough shape, but not hopeless. "It shouldn't run," he said, "but honestly, I've seen worse restored." "Can it turn on?" Rick asked. "Not with this wiring. Probably not even safe to try." Elena was kneeling by a cabinet full of records. "We're not trying." That should have settled it. By 10, Rick and Elena packed up and said they would come back the next afternoon. Elena asked if I could stay another hour to finish sorting the booth floor into trash, salvage, and unknown. Noah said he wanted to stay too. He had found a box of spare parts and was excited to compare them to the projector assembly. So it was just the two of us after they left. I remember the way their footsteps faded down the stairwell, then through the auditorium, then through the lobby. After that, the cinema felt hollow in a different way. It was no longer a place where a group worked late. It was a building holding two people in its throat. I kept telling myself not to be stupid. Noah sat on the floor near the wall, turning a cracked lens mount over in his hands. I worked near the booth door, tossing broken cardboard into contractor bags. The work light buzzed softly. Somewhere in the auditorium below, a drip fell every few seconds. Then I heard it. Film running. If you have never heard real film moving through a projector, it is not what people expect. It is not a smooth spin. It is a dry, fast, mechanical flutter with a pull and snap rhythm to it. Small, hard, steady, a sound made by something being dragged through teeth. I turned. The nearer projector was moving. At first my mind refused to accept it. The real arms were still, the lamp housing was dark. But inside the mechanism, something shifted and clicked. The sound built into a low running chatter. Noah stood up so quickly he hit his shoulder on the cabinet. "What?" A second later, the take-up reel jerked once, then again. Then it began to turn. There was no film threaded through it. I took 2 steps back. "How is it doing that?" "It can't," Noah said. He sounded almost angry. "It's not connected. It's not." The machine gave a violent shudder. Dust shook loose from the top housing. The motor sound rose into a rough whine. Then the lamp came on. A cone of white light burst through the booth window and struck the screen below. Noah swore under his breath. The screen lit up with dancing white grain and scratches. Empty projection. No image. Just bright flicker and drifting marks as if old film leader was running through. "But there's no film," I said. Noah moved toward the projector, then stopped. He was staring at the feed arm. A strip of film was there. I had not seen it before. I know I had not. The machine had been bare. We had both looked at it. but now a dark ribbon threaded through the rollers, tight and moving, feeding into the gate. Noah whispered, "That wasn't loaded." He reached for the controls, and the projector made a sharp metallic crack that sent his hand away. Not electric. More like something inside had snapped at him. On the screen, the white grain flickered, then an image formed. A hallway, black and white, narrow, shaky. It looked like old film, but not old enough for silent era stuff. The picture wobbled, as if the person holding the camera was walking. I moved to the booth window and stared down at the screen. The hallway on the screen was not familiar at first. Peeling wallpaper, framed posters on the wall, carpet running in a line, a door at the far end. Then I understood what I was looking at. It was the lobby of the Marrow Street Cinema. Not as it was now, as it had once been, cleaner, lit by wall lamps, the poster frames intact, the carpet fresh and dark. The camera moved slowly, as if entering from the front doors and heading inward. Noah came beside me. Did Elena bring archival footage? No. She didn't mention. No. We watched. There was no sound from the film itself. Only the harsh running rattle of the projector in the booth behind us. The camera in the old footage passed the ticket counter. It turned toward the auditorium doors. The image shook once, then steadied. It felt wrong in a way I still have trouble explaining. Not dramatic, not supernatural in the obvious sense, more personal than that. The camera moved with the uncertain pace of a person who did not want to be there but could not stop. It entered the auditorium. Rows of seats glimmered in black and white. The screen in the old footage was blank. The camera did not go down the center aisle. It turned toward the back wall, toward the staircase leading up to us. I looked at Noah. He looked back at me, pale in the cold light from the screen. The camera climbed, step by step. The frame shook more now. The image blurred and recovered. The top landing came into view. The booth door in the film was shut. On screen, a hand reached in from behind the camera and touched the knob. In the booth, behind us, the real doorknob turned. We both heard it. Not rattled, not nudged. Turned. Slowly. I spun around. The door stayed closed, but the knob moved all the way down and held there for 2 full seconds before easing back. Noah stumbled against the projector table. "Someone's here." I grabbed the flashlight. "Elena!" No answer. I crossed the room and yanked the door open. The stairwell beyond was dark. My flashlight beam fell over the top few steps, the peeling wall, the rail thick with dust. No one stood there. No one was moving below. The beam reached down toward the back of the auditorium and cut over empty seats. "Hello?" Nothing. Behind me, Noah made a strangled noise. I turned back. The screen image had changed. The camera in the old film was now inside the booth. Our booth. It was seeing from just inside the doorway, angled toward the room exactly as it had been years ago. The projectors were there, cleaner, shinier, alive. A man stood beside one of them with his back to the camera. He wore a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. He was not moving. The camera slowly advanced toward him. "Turn it off," I said. Noah was already trying. He pulled at a switch. He hit a lever. The projector clattered and kept running. On the screen, the camera drew closer to the man in the white shirt. One shoulder looked wrong, too high, stiff, as if he were not standing naturally. The camera stopped behind him. Then the man turned his head just enough for one eye to become visible in profile. It was white, not blind. White in the way eyes go when there is no light in them anymore. The image jumped. For one frame, maybe two, the whole screen filled with scratches and static, and a face so close it became shape instead of person. Mouth open, teeth dark, eye wide. The picture snapped to black. The projector was still running. I realized I was holding my breath. My chest hurt. Noah backed away from the machine. There has to be a reel somewhere. There wasn't. I know there wasn't. The screen lit again. Now it showed the auditorium, but not from the booth. From the front, near the screen, looking back at the seats. The room was full, every seat occupied. My skin went cold all over. The people in the seats were not moving. Men, women, children, dressed in coats, dresses, hats. Different years, maybe. Hard to tell in black and white. But all sitting upright and facing forward. Toward us, toward the projector. None of them blinked. I thought it was a trick of old film until the camera drifted forward a little and one woman in the third row lifted her hand. Not waved, pointed, upward, at the booth. Noah made a sound like he might throw up. The image jumped again. A few scratches tore through the frame. The people were gone. The seats were empty. Then one figure stood the exact center aisle. A child, maybe 8 or 9, too far to see clearly, standing still and looking up. The projector behind us made a grinding sound, much louder now, like gears wearing their teeth down. The smell of hot metal spread through the booth. I shouted over it, "Pull the plug!" "It's not plugged in." I looked. He was right. The thick power cable lay on the floor behind the projector, coated in dust, not attached to anything. For a moment, my mind simply stopped. It could not move around what it was seeing. The child on the screen began walking up the center aisle, slow, unhurried, one step at a time. As it came closer, details sharpened. A dark coat, hair plastered to the forehead, arms hanging a little too straight, the face still hidden by flicker and distance. I knew before I fully understood. I knew the thing on the screen was climbing toward the back of the auditorium, toward the stairs, toward us. I shut the booth door and jammed a broken stool under the handle. Noah stared at me. "What are you doing?" "Just do something, break the machine." That reached him. He grabbed a heavy wrench from the floor and swung it into the side panel. The impact rang through the booth. The projector lurched. The image on the screen rippled, but the machine kept running. He hit it again, harder. The screen flashed white. Then the image returned. Now the child was at the back of the auditorium, directly below the booth windows. Its head tilted up. The face became clear. It was not a child. It only had the size of one. The skin was too pale and too tight, as if pulled over a shape it did not fit. The eyes were dark hollows. The mouth looked stretched thin, not wide but wrong, like a cut healed badly. And somehow, I knew that what I saw had once been a child, and that made it worse. 3 knocks hit the booth door, hard, slow, patient. Noah dropped the wrench. 3 more knocks. The stool under the handle trembled. I backed away until I hit the opposite wall. The projector whined louder, running hotter. Film flapped in places it should not have been able to move. The image shook as if the camera itself was breathing. Then we heard a small sound from the far end of the booth. A giggle. Not from the screen, from the room. Noah swung his flashlight toward the cabinets. No one there, but one cabinet door stood open. I was sure it had been closed. Inside was a stack of film cans. On the top can, someone had written a date in the black grease pencil. The writing was faded, but legible enough. October 14th, no year. Below it, another word, test. The giggle came again, a little closer, from under the second projector. Noah whispered, "No." He was shaking now. I could see it in the flashlight beam. The booth door gave a sudden slam from the other side. The stool skidded an inch. I forced myself to move. If I did not move, I knew I would lock up completely. I crossed to the open cabinet, grabbed the film can, and nearly dropped it. It was warm. Not room warm. Body warm. The metal lid came off with a sticky sound. Inside was a reel of film, dark and tightly wound. No dust, no mold, no decay at all, as if it had been placed there that morning. Noah stared. "That's impossible." A heavy scrape came from outside the booth door, something dragging over wood, then a soft bump against the lower panel, then another, like someone or something testing it. I looked around for an answer and found none, so I did the only thing my hands could think of. I carried the reel to the projector. "What are you doing?" Noah asked. "I don't know. I think part of me believed that if there was a real source, a real film, then the whole thing could still fit inside the world. If I could understand one rule, maybe the rest would follow. Maybe the machine was not making something from nothing. Maybe this reel was the key, or maybe I was already too scared to think straight. The projector kept running its invisible film. I pulled at the moving strip and felt it. It was there, thin, real, warm. I yanked hard. The strip tore free with a snapping shriek. The image on the screen collapsed into white flare. The knocking on the door stopped at once. For one bright second, the booth was silent except for the machine spinning down. Then, slowly, the projector died. The lamp went out. Darkness rushed in around the work light, which suddenly seemed too weak to matter. Noah and I stood there, breathing hard. Nothing hit the door again. Nothing giggled. Nothing moved. I do not know how long we stayed frozen like that. Maybe 10 seconds, maybe a full minute. Fierce stretches time into strange shapes. Finally, Noah said in a hoarse voice, "We need to leave." I nodded. I put the reel I had found back into the can without thinking why. My hands moved on their own. Then I took the can under my arm, grabbed my flashlight, and kicked the stool away from the door. For a moment, I expected a hand from the dark stairwell to push inward. Nothing happened. I opened the door. The stairwell was empty. We moved fast, not running, but almost. Down the stairs, through the back of the auditorium, across the lobby. Our lights jumped wildly over walls and torn carpet. Every shadow looked ready to peel away from where it sat. At the side entrance, I fumbled so badly with the lock chain that Noah had to pull my hand away and do it himself. The cold outside air hit like waking from a fever. We did not speak until we were at our cars. Then Noah turned to me and said, "Did you bring that?" I looked down. I was still holding the film can. I had no memory of carrying it through the building. "Yes," I said. His face tightened. "Why?" I had no answer. I drove home with the can on the passenger seat beside me, buckled in with the seat belt, before I even noticed what I was doing. Every few minutes I glanced over at it. The lid stayed shut. It made no sound, but I did not like having it near me. It felt like an animal playing dead. I should have thrown it away. I should have left it in a dumpster 3 streets from my apartment and never gone near it again. Instead, I brought it inside. I lived in a basement studio then. Cheap rent, low ceiling, 1 small window at street level. I set the can on my kitchen counter and stood there looking at it while the radiator knocked in the wall. My place was warm and cluttered and ordinary, a sink with dishes, a pair of boots by the door, a lamp with a torn shade. Seeing the old film can on the counter made everything else feel staged. I slept badly. A little after 3 in the morning, I woke to a clicking sound. I lay still and listened. Click, 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 pause, click. Not from the radiator, not from pipes. I sat up in bed and looked toward the kitchen. The counter was too far to see clearly in the dark. I switched on the lamp. The film can sat exactly where I had left it. I got up, crossed the room, and checked it. The lid was still on. The metal felt cool. I stood there for a while, stupid and tired, listening to my own breathing. Then I heard the sound again, this time from inside the wall behind the sink. Click, click, click. A rapid, dry flutter, like film moving through sprockets. I did not sleep at all after that. By morning, I had convinced myself that stress was making patterns out of ordinary sounds. I took a shower, drank bad coffee, and called Elena. She answered on the 3rd ring. "I was about to call you," she said. Something in her voice made my stomach drop. What happened? "Rick went back this morning to get a wide shot of the front before the rain comes. He says the auditorium light was on." "There is no auditorium light." "I know. I looked at the film can on my counter." "Did he go in?" "Yes. The side entrance was open." My hand tightened around the phone. "Who opened it?" "We don't know. He says one of the booth windows looked broken." I said nothing. "Come down here," Elena said, "and tell me what happened last night, because Noah called me at 6 and he sounded terrified." I told her I was coming. Before I left, I took the film can and wrapped it in an old towel. I almost left it behind, but the thought of returning to my apartment and finding it gone from the counter was worse than carrying it. When I got back to the cinema, rain had started. Fine, gray, steady. Rick stood under the marquee smoking a cigarette down to the filter. He looked pale and furious. "You didn't say the place was active," he said as soon as he saw me. I frowned. "Active?" "You know what I mean." Elena shot him a look. "Just tell him." Rick jabbed the cigarette toward the building. "I got here at 8. The side door was open. I thought maybe you two had come back. I go inside and it's dead quiet. Then I see the screen is lit." My skin prickled. "I go into the auditorium," he said. "There's nothing on the projector, just white light on the screen. But then the image changes. It's me, standing in the lobby, from behind." Elena folded her arms tightly. "He left then?" "I ran," Rick said. "Yes, I ran." I asked, "Did you see anyone?" He shook his head. "No, but I heard someone in the seats, breathing." The rain tapped over the broken marquee. Elena looked at me. "Now tell me everything." So I did. Not every feeling, not every little noise, but enough. The machine turning on, the film with no reel, the images, the knocking, the face, the can. I expected her to laugh once I said it out loud in daylight. Instead, she grew quieter with each detail. When I showed her the can wrapped in the towel, she did not touch it. Noah arrived while I was talking. He looked like he had not slept either. There were dark half-moons under his eyes. He gave one hard look to the building and then stayed under the marquee with us, refusing to go in until he had to. "I checked something last night," he said when I finished. "Old newspaper archives," Rick muttered. "Why would you do that to yourself?" Noah swallowed. "There was an incident at the cinema in the 80s. Very little detail. One article said there was a fire scare during a private screening. Another said it was an electrical fault in the booth. One local paper mentioned missing film reels and called it vandalism." Elena asked, "Was anyone hurt?" Noah looked down. One projectionist disappeared. A child from the audience was reported missing for 6 hours and found wandering 2 streets away. The parent said he wouldn't speak after. They moved away. That's all I found. The air seemed colder after he said it. Rick crushed out his cigarette. "We are not going back in there." Elena lifted her chin. "We have city keys and equipment inside." "You can have mine," Rick said. She ignored that and looked at me. "What's in the can?" I said. "I haven't opened it since last night." "Open it now." So I did. Under the shelter of the marquee, with rain hissing around us, I lifted the lid. The reel sat inside exactly as before, dark, neat, clean. At the start of the leader, there was a small paper tag tucked under the film. I had not seen it the night before. Elena leaned in. The tag had 3 typed words: "Audience reaction test." No name, no logo, no date. Rick stepped back. "No, absolutely no." Noah looked sick. "That's not standard labeling." Elena asked, "Can the film be viewed safely somewhere else?" Noah hesitated. "If it's stable, and if we had proper equipment. But I don't want to." That made 4 of us. Still, we went back inside. I wish I could say we made a smart plan. We did not. Fear does not always make people run. Sometimes it makes them stubborn. Sometimes it makes them want proof so badly that they will walk straight at the thing they should avoid. We moved as a group. Lobby first, then auditorium, then the stairs. The light Rick had seen on the screen was gone, but one of the booth windows was broken. Glass lay over the back row seats below, glittering in weak daylight. None of us had broken that window the night before. When we reached the booth, the room looked worse than before. The side panel Noah had struck hung bent and open. Dust was disturbed everywhere. One cabinet had been emptied. Film cans spread over the floor. The broken stool I had jammed under the door lay in pieces near the wall. No footprints? That was what bothered me most. Dust covered everything, thick enough to show marks clearly. We had left our own tracks and scuffs, but there were no fresh prints from boots, shoes, or bare feet. Nothing leading to the open cabinet, nothing near the smashed stool. Noah knelt by the projector. "The belt is shredded," he said. "It can't run like this." Elena looked at the machine as if willing it to explain itself. Rick stayed near the door and kept glancing down the stairs. I set the film can on the table and stepped back from it. No one wanted to touch it. Then, from the auditorium below, came the sound of a seat folding shut. One clapped in the dark. Rick cursed. "I'm done." Elena said sharply, "Wait." Another seat snapped shut. Then another, not random, one after the other. Starting from the front row, clap, clap, clap. The sound moved backward through the room row by row, like someone invisible was standing and leaving, or like an audience was arriving one seat at a time. We all rushed to the booth windows and looked down. The seats looked empty, but they were moving. A seat in the third row dropped down, 2 in the 5th, 1 near the aisle in the 7th. Then a whole cluster in the middle section lowered together fast and smooth, as if weighted by bodies. Rick whispered, "No." The last row settled down with a final series of soft thumps. Every visible seat was now in the down position, occupied position. Then the screen brightened. Not with projector light, with a gray inner glow like old phosphor waking up. A shape formed on it. At first I thought it was the grainy outline of a face. Then it sharpened into a room. Not the cinema, a bedroom, small, old wallpaper, iron bed frame, my bedroom, the studio apartment. The angle was from my doorway looking in. I took an involuntary step back from the window. On the screen, in the filmed version of my room, someone was sleeping in the bed. Me. The screen image had the same dim lamp glow I had switched on the night before. I watched myself sleep, one arm over my chest, blanket twisted around my legs. Then at the edge of the frame near the kitchen counter, something moved. A short figure, thin, still half in shadow. Rick said, "How did they film that?" No one answered because no one could. On the screen, the figure stepped closer to the bed, its head turned toward sleeping me with a curious bird-like motion. I could not see its face yet. My real hands had gone numb. The figure reached one narrow arm toward the blanket. The booth door clicked behind us. No one turned immediately. We were too locked on the screen. The click came again, followed by the slow movement of the handle. Then a voice said, very softly, from the stairwell side of the door, "Is this the right one?" It was a child's voice, not loud, not dramatic, calm, polite. Every part of me went rigid. Rick let out a thin, broken sound and flattened himself against the wall. Noah had tears standing in his eyes. Elena gripped a flashlight so hard her knuckles went white. The voice came again. "I can't see." This time it sounded farther away, maybe down the stairs, maybe right outside the door. Impossible to place. On the screen, the thing by my bed leaned into the light. It had the same stretched face we had seen the night before, but smaller now, softer somehow, which only made it more terrible. The dark hollows of the eyes looked wet. The mouth trembled at one corner like it wanted to smile but had forgotten how. Then sleeping me on the screen opened his eyes. I watched my own face wake in confusion. The figure snapped its head toward the camera, not toward the bed, toward whoever or whatever was filming, and for one instant I saw that there was someone else in the room behind it, a tall person in a white shirt, one arm hanging wrong, one eye pale. The image burst into scratches and vanished. Below us, every seat in the auditorium slammed up at the same time. The noise was like a gunshot rolling through the room. Rick shouted and ran for the door. Elena caught his arm too late to stop him, but enough to spin him sideways. He hit the frame, got free, and bolted down the stairs. "Rick!" Elena yelled. We heard him pounding through the auditorium below, then silence. No footsteps, no crash, nothing. Elena swore and ran after him. I followed. Noah was right behind me. We rushed down the stairs into the back of the auditorium, our lights slashing over seats and aisles. Rick was gone. The side exit to the lobby stood open. We ran through, calling his name. No answer. The lobby was empty. The front doors remained chained from inside. The ticket counter, the torn rug, the dead chandelier, all still there. Rain ticked faintly against the front glass. Then Noah pointed. On the dusty floor near the ticket counter were wet footprints, small ones, child-sized. They led from nowhere we could see to the hallway beside the bathrooms. We stood there staring. The prints were not shoe prints. Not exactly. The toes were too long and too thin, the heel too narrow, the shape just wrong enough to hurt my stomach. One after another, they glistened on the tile and then faded as we watched, drying into nothing. Elena called Rick again, louder now. Her voice echoed back empty. We searched the whole ground floor, bathrooms, office, storage room. Behind the concession stand, no Rick. His camera bag lay in the lobby by the side entrance. One shoulder strap was torn. That was when Elena wanted to call the police. I did not argue. Noah did not either. But while she was pulling out her phone, a film can rolled out from under the ticket counter and stopped at her feet. No one had touched it. It looked old, dented, unlabeled. The lid was half off. Inside was a strip of film exposed like a tongue. Noah said, "Don't open it." Elena slowly stepped back. Then from the auditorium came projector noise again, running fast, faster than before. We all turned. Light blasted over the top of the auditorium doors, flickering hard. Noah whispered, "There's no power." The projector sound rose into a screaming metallic pitch. Elena, against all reason, pushed through the doors. I hated her for that in that moment because it made me follow. The screen blazed white, so bright it hurt my eyes. Both projectors in the booth windows above were running, their beams crossing. On the screen, images flashed too fast to process at first. Hallways, faces, rows of seated people, a hand over a lens, a child standing in rain, a burning strip of film curling into black, a man in a white shirt bent over a projector, the inside of the booth, the lobby, the front doors, a close shot of an eye wide with reflected light. Then the images slowed. Rick appeared, not live, on the screen. He was shown from behind, standing in the lobby near the bathroom hall. He looked around as if hearing us call him. The camera moved toward him. "Rick!" Elena screamed, though she knew he could not hear. On the screen, Rick turned. His face was white with fear. He seemed to see the camera, and he began backing away from it. His mouth moved. No sound came. The frame lurched, closed in on him. Then another figure entered from the side. The child shape. Rick tried to run. The film cut. Now it showed the booth from a high corner angle, as if from the ceiling. We saw ourselves in the image exactly where we had stood minutes ago at the windows. Rick by the door. Elena near the cabinet. Me by the table. Noah by the broken panel. The image continued beyond the moment we remembered. On screen, Rick ran for the door. On screen, Elena followed. On screen, me turned to the table where I had set the towel-wrapped can. And on screen, before I left the booth, I looked directly up at the camera in the corner. I felt the blood drain from my face. In real life, in the auditorium, I looked up too. There was no camera in the corner of the booth window frame, but in the white reflection on the glass for half a second, I saw a face staring down. My face. Not exactly. Older, hollow, one eye pale. I staggered backward. The screen image changed again. It now showed the projection booth after we had left it. Empty room, running machines. The can on the table. The booth door slowly opened by itself. A child came in. It moved with careful little steps, one hand trailing the wall. Behind it came the man in the white shirt, his head bent at a wrong angle. They did not walk like people entering a room. They moved like old film with frames missing, each position just slightly too far from the last. The child stopped by the table and laid a hand on the can. The man stood behind it. Then together they turned and looked out through the booth window. At us. The image froze there. Every seat in the auditorium lowered again in one smooth wave. I felt pressure in the room then. Not sound, not movement. Pressure, like the air itself had thickened around us. My ears hurt. Noah grabbed my arm hard. The can. I knew what he meant at once. The towel-wrapped reel was still in the booth on the table. Elena looked from the screen to the booth windows and understood too. We ran back up the stairs, into the booth. The projectors were roaring. Hot wind blew from their housings. The towel had unwrapped itself. The can sat open, the reel spinning on the table though nothing touched it. Film fed from it across empty air, not into one machine, into both. The strips bent through the space between them, suspended and taut, vanishing into the gates without rollers to guide them. Noah stopped dead at the sight. Elena pushed past him and grabbed the can. The moment her hand closed on it, every lamp in the room blew out. Not went dark. Blew. Sharp pops. Glass tinkling. The booth fell into dim daylight from the windows and the violent strobing of the projectors. The screen below flashed with new images so fast they became a storm. Voices burst from the machines, not from speakers, from the projector bodies themselves. Tiny, strained, overlapping, like many mouths speaking from inside metal. I could not make out words except one line, repeated again and again in different tones. Start it over. Elena shouted, "What do I do?" I did not know, but Noah did something then that I still think saved us. He took the heavy wrench from the floor, climbed onto the table, and brought it down into the center spindle of the spinning reel can with everything he had. The metal crushed inward. The reel screamed. There is no better word for it. The sound that came out was not machinery. It was thin and human and full of pain. Both projectors shuddered so hard they nearly tipped. The film strips in the air whipped wildly. One wrapped around my wrist before snapping apart into black, curling fragments that smelled like burning hair. The screen below went dark. From the auditorium rose a single long inhale, the sound of a crowd taking a breath together. Then came the roar, seats slamming, fabric tearing, many feet pounding at once, a rush moving toward the stairs. "Go!" I yelled. We did not look back. We ran out of the booth and down into the lobby with the noise behind us climbing higher, closer, filling the building like floodwater. At the side entrance, Elena lost her grip on the crushed can. It hit the floor and rolled back into the dark. I nearly turned for it. I do not know why. Some awful reflex. Then a small hand slapped against the wire glass in the door from the inside. Not enough to break it, just a flat, wet impact. 5 long fingers, too many joints. I shoved the door open, and we spilled into the rain. The noise behind us stopped the moment the door shut. Noah dropped to his knees on the sidewalk and vomited into the gutter. Elena stood bent over, hands on thighs, rain soaking her hair to her face. I could not stop shaking. We called the police. This part is simple and ugly in its own way. They came, they searched, they found no Rick. They found damage in the booth and old equipment in dangerous condition. They found broken glass in our gear. They found no extra prints, no child, no white-shirted man, no sign of a struggle beyond the torn camera bag strap. They took statements and looked at us as if deciding whether fear was the same as lying. By evening, the building was sealed. Rick remained missing. For 3 weeks, none of us spoke much. I quit taking odd jobs in abandoned buildings. Noah stopped answering messages after the first few days. Elena sent me one email with copies of the old clippings he had found. I read them once and wished I had not. There had been, in 1983, a private late-night test screening at Merrow Street Cinema for a local distributor. The article was badly written and full of holes. It mentioned an experimental audience response process. It mentioned a projectionist named Martin Vale. It mentioned a child briefly missing during confusion after a booth malfunction. It mentioned that parts of the film print involved were destroyed in an electrical fire. What the article did not explain was why, in a follow-up buried on the 3rd page 4 days later, Martin Vale was listed not as injured or found, but as absent. Still unaccounted for. The report ended there. No closure, no later correction that I could find. I tried to live normally. That lasted 11 days. On the 12th night, I came home from work and found a strip of 35mm film lying on my pillow, just 6 frames long. In each frame was the same image. My apartment door, viewed from the hallway outside. I moved that week. I did not tell the landlord why. Months passed. Winter came, then spring. The cinema was still not demolished because of permit issues and a dispute over asbestos removal. The building sat there sealed, waiting. I began to almost believe distance would hold. Then Elena called me at midnight in June. Her voice was shaking. "It's back." I sat up in bed. "What is?" "The footage." I was silent. She said, "Someone delivered a package to my house. No return address. It had a thumb drive in it." "That's not possible." "I know." I drove to her house anyway. She lived in a narrow row home with a small front porch. All her lights were on. When she opened the door, she looked 10 years older than I remembered. There was a laptop on the dining table. She had not slept. "I watched 30 seconds, she said. Then I stopped. The thumb drive lay beside the laptop. Plain black plastic. Nothing special. That was what made it worse. "What's on it?" I asked. She looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. "A digital video file, shot inside the cinema." "From when?" She shook her head. "I don't know." I should have told her to destroy it. Instead, because fear is often stupid and curious, I sat down with her and pressed play. The file opened to a grainy but clear image of the Merrow Street Cinema lobby. Not old black and white this time. Color. Modern digital color, though washed out and dim. The camera moved through the lobby toward the auditorium doors. I knew at once what was wrong. The lobby looked as it had on our second day there after the search. Rick's bag was on the floor near the side entrance, the broken poster glass near the wall, the same patterns of dust and debris. The footage had been filmed after we had gone there. The camera entered the auditorium and moved down the center aisle. Empty seats, dark screen. Then the camera turned around and aimed back toward the rear of the room. There, at the top under the booth windows, 3 figures stood together. Me, Elena, Noah, exactly as we had been when we first looked down from the booth that night. We were staring toward the camera, not moving. The image stayed on us for 10 seconds. Then all three of us, in perfect unison, raised one arm and pointed upward toward the booth. The file ended. I looked at Elena. She was crying without making noise. "We never stood there," she said. "I know. Noah sent me one message after the package came," she said. "Just one line." She handed me her phone. His message read, "It's making copies now." I tried to call him. No answer. The next day, I drove to his campus housing. The room had been emptied. A roommate told me Noah had withdrawn at the end of term and left without saying where he was going. He left one thing behind, a notebook. The roommate had almost thrown it out, but when I said I knew him, he handed it over. Most of the notebook was technical scribbles about projector parts, reel sizes, lamp systems, and film stocks. But near the end, the writing changed. Messier, pressed hard enough to mark the next pages. One entry said there was never one missing reel. There were many. The process recorded the room, not the screen. Another said, maybe it only works if people are watching. The last full page read, if it can't finish, it starts again from someone else. There was no signature, no goodbye. I kept the notebook for 2 days, then burned it in a metal trash barrel behind the apartment building where I had moved. The pages curled and blackened. The smoke smelled faintly sweet, almost chemical. I stood there until all that remained was gray ash and twisted wire from the binding. That night, I dreamed I was in the Marrow Street Cinema alone. The auditorium was full, but silent. I could not see the audience's faces because they were all turned toward the screen. I was standing at the front beneath the blank screen, looking back at them. Then, one by one, their heads began to turn toward me. Not natural turning. Slow and separate, each neck moving farther than it should. I woke before they finished. In August, the cinema burned. Not fully. A fire started in the projection booth and gutted part of the upper rear structure before crews contained it. By morning, local news had a short segment about a probable electrical cause due to old wiring and unsafe conditions in a condemned property. I watched the report 3 times. In the background of one shot, as smoke drifted from the roofline, I thought I saw a small figure standing behind the caution tape near the side entrance. Too still for a person in a crowd, too pale. When I looked again, it was gone. Part of me hoped fire had finally erased whatever remained in that building, melted it, choked it, closed the loop. Then 2 weeks later, a padded envelope arrived at my new apartment with no return address. Inside was a DVD in a clear case. A paper note came with it, only 4 typed words. Recovered from booth debris. No sender, no signature. I almost threw it away unopened. Instead, I locked it in a kitchen drawer and lived beside it for 3 days, feeling it there like a second pulse in the room. On the 4th day, after too little sleep and too much dread, I bought a cheap second-hand DVD player from a thrift store and an old television from a man selling junk out of his garage. I set both up in an empty storage unit I rented month to month for tools. I did not want the disc in my home. The storage unit smelled of concrete and old paint. I watched in daylight with the door rolled open to the lot. Cars passed outside. A dog barked somewhere nearby. Ordinary sounds. I wanted ordinary sounds around me. I put the disc in. The menu was blank. The video began immediately. It was the old black and white footage again, but cleaned up. Sharper, more stable, the lobby, the auditorium, the stairs, the booth, the man in the white shirt. This time, the film did not cut away when he turned. He turned fully toward the camera. It was not me. That should have comforted me. It did not. He was middle-aged, thin with deep lines around the mouth and one eye clouded white. There was a burn mark running up the side of his neck into his jaw. His expression was not angry. It was pleading. His mouth moved. Unlike before, there was sound now. Faint, warped, but there. "Please," he said, "don't let it see you watching." The frame jumped violently. The child face filled the screen. The image froze. Then the video changed. Color, modern, my storage unit. The camera angle was from behind me. I was sitting in the folding chair watching the television. My back was to the open unit door. On screen me tilted my head as if hearing something behind me. In the real unit, at that exact moment, I heard it too. A soft voice from just outside the open door. "Is this the right one?" I did not turn. Every muscle in my body locked so hard it hurt. On screen me began to rise from the chair. The image darkened around the edges, drawing the eye toward the center, toward me, toward my neck, toward the shadow gathering just behind the chair. I shut my eyes. I do not remember standing up. I do not remember kicking the television over. I remember only movement and noise and sunlight and scraping concrete under my hands as I got out into the open lot. People asked, what happened? I said the old TV had sparked and scared me. No one believed that was the whole truth, but no one pressed. I left everything in the storage unit and never went back. I still do not know what the Marrow Street Cinema was trying to do before it closed. Maybe some crude experiment. Maybe some way of filming reactions by turning the camera on the audience while they watched. Maybe they made something they did not understand. Maybe the booth fire in 1983 did not destroy the process. Maybe it only broke it and left it hungry. I know only this. It likes witnesses. It copies what watches it. It builds films out of people and rooms and moments that should have passed and did not. Sometimes, late at night, when the apartment is quiet and traffic is low, I hear the soft mechanical flutter of film running somewhere beyond the walls. It comes in short bursts, then stops. Sometimes I find myself checking reflective surfaces before I look into them fully. Dark windows, black phone screens, the turned-off television. I have not gone to another abandoned cinema. I do not go near condemned theaters or old auditoriums. I do not look at found footage online, and I leave thrift store film reels exactly where they sit. A few days ago, I received an email with no subject line and no sender name, only a string of numbers. There was one attachment, a video file. I have not opened it, but the preview image loaded on its own. It shows a dark room lit by projector flicker, rows of seats, a blank screen, and in the exact center of the audience, a man sitting alone and facing forward. Me. Tonight, while writing this down, I heard 3 slow knocks from inside the hall closet. I have not opened that either. The strange thing is, the fear does not always come sharp now. Sometimes it comes gently, almost like sleep, a pull, a feeling that if I would only look only once, it might explain itself at last. It might show me where Rick went. It might show me Noah. It might show me Martin Vale and the child and every missing piece between then and now. That is how it works, I think. Not by force first, by invitation, by making you believe that the next viewing will be the one that makes sense. The next reel, the next copy, the next start. There are moments when I catch myself listening for the projector with the same patience you listen for rain before bed, waiting for the flutter to begin, waiting for the beam. I think that is the worst part. Not the faces, not the voices. The fact that some small part of me still wants to know what film we never loaded. And if, one night, the screen in my apartment suddenly lights up wide and begins to flicker, I am afraid I will watch. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The airport gate display said, "Boarding." Even though no planes fly here anymore, I took the night shift at Calder Regional Airport because no one else wanted it. That was the first warning. The second was the pay. It was too good for a place that had been closed for almost 8 years. The ad said they needed a caretaker for the outer terminal grounds, mostly to check doors, walk the old concourses, report water leaks, and make sure no one had broken in. It said the airport authority still owned the property and wanted to keep vandals out until the land could be sold. I did not ask many questions because I needed the job. My landlord had raised the rent again. My daytime warehouse hours had been cut. I had reached that point where sleep felt less important than money. When I called the number in the ad, an older man named Mr. Harlan answered on the second ring. He sounded tired, like he had been expecting me. "You understand it's nights only?" he asked. "Yes." "Alone?" "That's fine." "You'd be responsible for Terminal C and the East Concourse. The main terminal is sealed. You don't go there." I thought that was strange, but I said, "All right." There was a pause on the line. Then he said, "If anything looks unusual, you write it down and call me in the morning." "Should I call the police if someone's inside?" Another pause. "If you see a person," he said carefully, "make sure it's a person before you call anyone." I laughed a little because I thought he was joking. He did not laugh back. I met him the next afternoon outside the airport fence. The sky was pale and hot, and the grass around the chain-link fence had grown waist-high in places. Calder Regional used to be busy years ago, before a larger airport opened 2 counties over. Then flights slowed. Then, one winter, a storm damaged part of the roof. Several airlines pulled out, and within a year the place was done. Everyone in town still called it the airport, but it was really just a dead shell with runways baking under the sun. From the road, it looked larger than I expected. 3 terminals stretched out like low concrete arms. Most of the glass on the front had been covered with metal sheets. The old sign with the airport name had missing letters. One parking garage entrance had collapsed. A faded billboard still showed a smiling family dragging rolling suitcases under a bright blue sky. Mr. Harlan was waiting at a service gate in a white pickup. He was a thin man with a deeply lined face and silver hair combed straight back. He wore a pale button-up shirt and dark pants despite the heat. When he shook my hand, his grip was dry and stiff. He unlocked the gate and drove me around the perimeter road. We passed loading docks, fuel sheds, and a row of motionless baggage carts turning orange with rust. "Power's still on in parts of it," he said. "Enough for lights, some cameras, office lines, emergency systems. We don't keep the whole building live, just your section." "Why keep any of it on?" "Insurance," he said. "Monitoring, preservation." That answer felt rehearsed. He parked at a side employee entrance and led me inside. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not rot exactly, not mold. It smelled dry, stale, and shut away like paper and dust and old air conditioning vents. My footsteps echoed too much. The hallway walls were lined with faded posters showing city skylines and beach resorts. Most had curled at the corners. A row of clocks over a security desk had all stopped at different times. He gave me a ring of keys, a flashlight, and a radio. "The radio only works in some parts," he said. "Cell service is bad inside, especially in the concourse." He showed me the break room, the utility closet, and the little office where I was supposed to spend the quieter parts of the night. There was a desk, an old computer that no longer connected to anything, a logbook, a vending machine with darkened rows, and a narrow cot against the wall. "You can rest if you want," he said, "but do your rounds." "How often?" "Every hour on the hour." He took me through Terminal C. The check-in area was empty, except for ropes still clipped between stanchions and old counters with dead screens. Dust coated everything. Farther in were the security lanes, silent X-ray machines, gray plastic tubs stacked like fossils. Beyond that, the concourse opened into a long hall, lined with shuttered snack kiosks, locked gift shops, and rows of seats bolted to the floor. The windows facing the tarmac were surprisingly clean. Beyond them, the runway shimmered under the heat. A few small planes still sat far off near the hangars, stripped of logos and engines, left there to weather. Then we reached the gates. There were 12 of them on that side, C1 through C12. Every gate desk was empty. The carpets were faded where thousands of feet must once have walked. Some displays hung black from the ceiling. Some still showed frozen flight numbers from years before. A child sock lay under one seat. Someone had left behind a magazine with a movie star on the cover. There were places where it looked as if people had stood up one day and never come back. At the far end of the concourse was Gate C12. Its display was on. Not bright, not fresh. The letters glowed in that old amber color, the kind of airport display boards used before newer screens replaced them. Above the counter, the sign simply said, "Boarding." I stopped walking. Mr. Harlan saw me looking. "That one stays on sometimes," he said. "Why?" "No one knows. Old fault in the system." "It says boarding." "Yes." I stared past the glass doors at the jet bridge. It connected to nothing now. The outer part had been removed years ago, according to what I had read online. All that remained was a sealed stub ending above open concrete, as if it still expected an airplane to arrive. "Can I turn it off?" I asked. "No." "Why not?" He looked at me for a few seconds before saying, "Because it comes back." He left after sunset. I remember standing by the office window and watching the white pickup cross the service road and disappear through the gate. Then it was just me and the airport. At first, it was not frightening. It was almost peaceful. There is a strange comfort in empty public places at night. They still feel built for people, so your mind fills in what is missing. The dark glass reflects your shape, and for half a second it looks like someone else. Air moves through vents and sounds like distant whispering. Lights hum, doors settle, huge buildings make their own small weather. I did my first round at 8. Everything was normal. I walked from C1 to C12, checked locks, checked windows, shined my flashlight down side halls, and returned to the office. I wrote in the logbook, 2000, all secure, no visible issues. At 9, I did the same. At gate C12, the display still said boarding. I stood under it longer this time. There was no gate agent, no line, no plane outside. The amber letters gave off a weak glow that made the counter below look sickly and old. I noticed then that the little scanner where passengers once showed tickets still had power too. A tiny green light blinked at steady intervals. I told myself I would not let one dead sign get into my head. At 10, I heard the first sound. It came while I was in the office pouring coffee from an old machine Mr. Harlan had left plugged in. It was faint, so faint I almost missed it. A rolling, uneven rattle like hard wheels passing over tile. A suitcase. I held still and listened. The sound came again from somewhere out in the concourse. Roll, pause, as if someone were dragging luggage and stopping every few steps. I took the flashlight and radio and stepped into the hall. The concourse lights had dimmed to their night setting, leaving pools of yellow on the carpet. Far ahead, the gate displays made small islands of light in the dark. Everything else was still. Then I heard it once more. Roll, pause. It seemed to come from beyond gate C8. "Hello?" I called. My own voice bounced back from the windows. No answer. I walked toward the sound, keeping the flashlight low. The beam moved across empty seats, a newspaper stand, a darkened coffee kiosk, and a row of vending machines with nothing inside but dust and one crooked bottle of water. When I reached gate C8, I stopped. No one. At C9, nothing. At C10, I thought I saw movement in the glass at the end of the hall, but it was only my reflection catching up with me. Then I reached C12. The display said, boarding. The green scanner light blinked, and from the jet bridge door, which should have been locked and dead, I heard a soft chime. Not mechanical, not loud, just a gentle electronic tone, like the kind that plays when a boarding pass is accepted. I moved closer. The door was shut. The small window in it looked into the short-sealed remains of the jet bridge. My flashlight shone through dusty glass and showed nothing but a narrow passage ending in metal wall. Then the scanner chimed again. I backed away and told myself it had to be some power surge, some crossed circuit, some leftover part of the system failing in stages. I returned to the office and wrote none of that in the logbook. At 11, the airport made another sound. This time, it was an overhead announcement. The speakers crackled to life so suddenly that I nearly spilled my coffee. A swell of static moved through the ceiling above me, followed by a woman's voice. It was warped by age and bad speakers, but still clear enough to understand. Attention passengers for Flight 702 to Blackwater. Boarding will begin at Gate C12. The message ended in a burst of hiss. I stood in office doorway with my heart hitting harder than it should have. Blackwater was not a city I knew. I thought maybe I had heard it wrong. Maybe Bridgewater, Clearwater, something else. I waited for the message to repeat. It did not. Instead, after almost a minute of silence, I heard a distant sound from the concourse. Footsteps, many of them. Soft at first, then stronger, as if several people were walking across carpet and tile at once. The strange thing was not the sound itself. Airports are built to carry sound in odd ways. A loose panel can click and echo like a shoe. Pipes can thump like a person. What frightened me was the rhythm. It was not random. It sounded organized, almost patient. A line of people moving forward. I stepped into the concourse and shined my flashlight down the long hall. Empty. The footsteps stopped at once. I swept the beam over every gate and seat. Nothing moved. Then the scanner at gate C12 chimed again. I did not go to it that time. I sat in the office until midnight, trying to tell myself that old systems were turning on and off because of damaged wiring. The human brain wants patterns. Once you think you hear something, you hear it everywhere. That was what I told myself. I said it enough times that I almost believed it. At midnight, I forced myself to do another round. The concourse felt colder. I do not know if it really was or if fear was finally getting under my skin. The lights seemed dimmer, too. Out on the tarmac, fog had started to gather low along the concrete, though the night had been clear when I arrived. I passed C1, C2, C3. At C4, one of the seats had changed. I stopped and stared. A black duffel bag was resting on the middle seat in the second row by the windows. I had walked that stretch of concourse 4 times already. I was sure it had not been there before. It was old-fashioned canvas with silver zippers and a cracked shoulder strap. No airline tag, no label. It looked like something a traveler would carry on a short trip. I shined my flashlight around the area. No one. I touched the bag with 2 fingers. Cold. I should have taken it back to the office. I should have opened it. Instead, I left it there because every part of me suddenly felt certain that if I unzipped it, I would find something I did not want to see. I kept walking. At gate C12, the display still said, boarding. But now, there was something under it. A man's shoe. Just one. Brown leather, worn at the toe, sitting by itself in front of the counter as if someone had stepped out of it and walked on. I looked around wildly then, certain someone had to be hiding nearby, playing a trick, trying to scare the new night guard. I even called out that this was private property and I was contacting the police. The only answer was the soft chime of the scanner. I went back to the office and locked the door. At 12:17 a.m. the radio crackled. I grabbed it so fast I almost dropped it. There was only static at first. Then under the static, a voice. I could not tell if it was male or female. It sounded weak and far away, chopped into pieces by interference. Now boarding. Final call. Please. Then a long burst of noise. Left behind. The radio went dead. I stared at it in my hands. My first thought was to call Mr. Harlan, but I looked at the clock and imagined waking him just to say the old airport was making old airport sounds. I knew how that would come across. So I waited, listening, telling myself that if I heard one more thing, I would leave and call him from the parking lot. At 1 a.m., I heard someone cough outside the office. Not a fake cough, not a pipe or vent or settling metal, a human cough, close, dry, tired. I froze. It came from just beyond the office door. I did not breathe. I did not move. I watched the narrow gap beneath the door, expecting to see shoes, a shadow. anything. Nothing passed. Then came the sound of fingers brushing lightly over the door window. Not knocking, just brushing. Slow, testing the glass. I backed away until my legs hit the cot. The brushing stopped. A few seconds later, footsteps moved off down the hall. I waited a long time before stepping close enough to look through the little wire-reinforced window in the door. The hall was empty, but in the center of the floor, right outside, sat a hard-shell carry-on suitcase, dark blue, upright, handle extended. It had not been there before. I left it there until dawn. Nothing else happened in the last hours of that shift, unless you count the feeling that someone was standing just outside the office wall, listening to me breathe. Every few minutes I thought I heard a sigh or the rustle of clothing. Once I heard the rolling bag again, moving slowly away. When sunlight finally began to pale the windows, I almost cried from relief. Mr. Harlan arrived at 6:30. He found me already standing at the employee entrance with my backpack on. "You're early," he said. "I'm leaving." He looked at my face and seemed less surprised than I wanted him to be. "What happened?" I told him almost everything. The announcement, the scanner, the footsteps, the luggage, the cough outside the office, the display at C12. I noticed that, as I spoke, he did not interrupt. He did not ask me to slow down. He did not tell me I had imagined things. When I finished, he just nodded once. "Were the bag and suitcase still there?" he asked. I blinked. "What?" "The duffel at C4. The carry-on outside the office." "I didn't check this morning." He exhaled through his nose. "Come with me." We went back inside together. In daylight, the terminal seemed less threatening, but the stale smell and hush still pressed in around us. At C4, the seat was empty. No duffel bag. Outside the office, no suitcase. "You see?" I said quickly. "Somebody's doing this. Somebody got in." He did not answer. We walked to C12. The amber display still said, "Boarding." The shoe was gone. I turned to him. "What is this place?" He rested one hand on the gate counter. "You asked for night work?" he said softly. "That's not an answer." "No." We stood in silence. Then he said, "Come to the records room." The records room was in a sealed administrative wing behind the old ticketing area. He unlocked 3 doors to get there. The farther in we went, the less maintained the airport looked. Water stains spread across ceiling tiles. Entire hallways were dark. We passed an abandoned conference room where dead plants still sat on the table in brittle pots. We passed a framed newspaper front page announcing the airport's grand opening in 1974. The records room smelled like cardboard and dry paper. Metal shelves held labeled boxes, binders, maintenance logs, and old route maps. Mr. Harlan went straight to a filing cabinet and pulled out a thick folder. He set it on a table between us. Inside were news clippings, incident reports, and printed emails. Some pages were so old they had yellowed. Others were newer, copied from digital archives. "At first," he said, "it was just small things. Luggage appearing in locked areas, public address systems turning on with no source, passengers reported by workers after closure, then more." I looked at the first clipping. It was about a winter storm almost 9 years earlier. A commuter flight had been diverted and landed at Calder Regional because of low visibility and engine trouble. The article mentioned 63 passengers and 4 crew members. It named the aircraft model a small regional jet. It described delays, confusion, and weather conditions worsening as the plane sat on the tarmac. Then the article ended with a note that all passengers had been later transported by bus after overnight disruption. "That doesn't seem unusual," I said. "Read the rest." The next documents did not match the article. There had been internal reports, staff statements, security logs, a maintenance supervisor's handwritten note. They all told pieces of a different story. The plane that diverted to Calder had taxied to Terminal C in the middle of the storm. Power failures hit parts of the airport. Communication with the tower became unreliable. Buses sent to pick up the stranded passengers were delayed by road closures. Around 1 a.m., after hours of waiting, airline staff began boarding the passengers again because there was supposedly a break in the weather and the jet had been cleared to depart. But according to later reports, that clearance never came. Somewhere in the confusion, in the dark, under failing systems and overlapping orders, passengers were moved through Gate C12 and into the jet bridge. Then something happened. The file did not say exactly what. Some pages were missing, others were blacked out. I kept reading. A ground crewman claimed the aircraft had already been declared unsafe to fly. A gate worker swore she had never opened boarding. A cleaner said he saw passengers lining up in the concourse when no agent stood at the desk. Another report said the plane was found empty 30 minutes later. Power off. Doors sealed. No one on board. No passengers in the jet bridge. No passengers in the terminal. No one leaving through any recorded exit. The official explanation in later papers was evacuation and accounting irregularities during weather emergency. But buried in a folder were handwritten lists of names. 63 passengers, 4 crew, missing for 11 hours, then found, not all alive. I looked up at Mr. Harlan. "Found where?" He hesitated. "In the sealed service tunnel under the East Concourse." My skin went cold. "How did they get there?" "No one proved it." I stared at him. "The tunnel access was locked from this side," he said. "The outer access had collapsed years before. There should have been no way in or out. The survivors could not explain much. Exposure, shock, injuries. Some said they were told to board. Some said they followed other passengers through a hallway that did not seem wrong until it was too late. Some said they never saw a plane at all." I looked back down at the papers. One copied statement from a survivor was so shaky it was hard to read. We were in line. There was a woman at the desk. I could not see her face clearly. Everyone was tired. The lights kept cutting. I thought we were boarding. Then the bridge seemed longer than before. Someone behind me said we had stopped moving, but people were still stepping forward. Then there was no window on my left anymore. Then no sound from outside. Then people started saying this was not the bridge. Another statement read, "The sign said boarding. We all saw it." I closed the folder. "Why is the airport still running power to that gate?" "Because when they shut the whole system down," Mr. Harlan said, "things got worse." I said nothing. He gave a small, humorless smile. "I know how that sounds." "Tell me anyway." "For a few months after closure, no one stayed nights. Then local police responding to break-ins started reporting occupied waiting areas, hearing announcements, seeing movement in the windows. One officer claimed he watched a line of people through the glass at C12 at 3 in the morning. By the time he entered, no one was there. Another found a child's suitcase under the gate desk with fresh frost on it in the middle of summer. Why isn't this public? Because most people don't want an answer if the answer is impossible. He took the folder from me and returned it to the cabinet. "Do you still want the job?" he asked. It was such a simple question that I almost laughed. "No." He nodded as if he had expected that too. Then he said, "If you don't come back, I understand. But if you do, don't follow any voice that tells you to board. Don't touch any luggage that appears after midnight. And if you hear the final call, stay in the office until dawn." I left and spent the entire day telling myself I was done. I slept badly for 3 hours. When I woke, the shadows in my apartment looked wrong. I kept hearing the airport announcement in my head. "Attention passengers for Flight 702 to Blackwater. Boarding will begin at Gate C12. I searched online for Calder Regional Airport and found only scraps. A few local news stories about redevelopment plans, old photographs, airline histories, a forum thread where people talked about urban legends, including one post that said, if you stood outside the airport fence at 1 in the morning, you could sometimes see a plane taxi into a gate that no longer existed. Most replies called it nonsense. I searched for Blackwater and found no route, no city on any old airport schedule, no airline records that matched. By evening, I had almost convinced myself not to return. Then I looked at my bank account. I went back. The second night started worse because I knew what I was walking into. Mr. Harlan was not there to meet me. He had left the keys in a lockbox and a note in short block letters. "Storm moving in. System may act up. Stay clear of C12 if possible." That note sat in my pocket all night. Outside, low clouds had rolled in, flattening the sunset into dirty gray bands. Wind moved through the grass by the fences. Somewhere far off, thunder muttered. Inside, Terminal C felt more awake than the night before. The lights flickered twice while I made coffee. The speakers gave short breaths of static now and then. The scanner at C12 was already lit before full dark. I did my rounds anyway. At 8, nothing. At 9, I found a folded boarding pass on the floor near C6. My name was not on it. No name was. The paper was blank except for one line. Flight 702, Gate C12, Zone 3. I tore it in half and dropped it in a trash can. 10 minutes later, back in the office, I found the same boarding pass lying on the desk. I did not touch it again. At 10, rain began slapping the windows. The runway vanished behind moving sheets of water. Thunder shook the glass now and then. At 10:23, the overhead announcement returned. "Attention passengers for Flight 702 to Blackwater. Please proceed to Gate C12. The woman's voice was clearer than before, still old, still distorted, but clearer. A second voice came after it, very faint, almost buried under static. A man's voice. "Do not!" The speakers cut out. I stood up so fast my chair tipped over behind me. The radio on the desk hissed. "If anyone hears this," the faint male voice said, "do not go to the gate." Then static swallowed him. The storm outside grew louder. Lights dimmed and steadied again. I should have left then, I know that. But fear has a strange way of tying you to a place. If you move, it becomes real. If you stay, maybe it stays in the realm of waiting. At 11, someone knocked on the office door. 3 slow knocks. I stared at the door. Then a woman's voice, soft and tired, said, "Excuse me?" My mouth went dry. "Is this the line for connecting flights?" The voice was close, just beyond the glass. I did not answer. A pause. Then the same voice again, weaker this time. "I think we've been sent the wrong way." My whole body wanted to open the door. There is something deep in people that hates to ignore a lost traveler asking for help. It made the fear worse because the part of me that was still reasonable kept saying maybe someone really had gotten in. Maybe a homeless woman had found shelter. Maybe she needed help. Then the woman coughed. The same dry, tired cough I had heard the night before. That was enough. I backed farther into the room and stayed silent. After a while, the footsteps moved away. A few minutes later, the scanner at C12 began chiming over and over, one accepted pass after another. Beep, 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 slow, patient, rhythmic. A line was moving. I pressed my hands over my ears and still heard it. At midnight, the storm caused a power drop. Everything went black for maybe 3 seconds. When the emergency lights came on, I saw movement through the office window. Shapes. People passing by in the concourse. Not one, not two, many. They moved from left to right, heading toward the far end. Some rolled luggage. Some carried coats over their arms. One small shape held an adult hand. They were dark against the red emergency lights, not clear enough to see faces. I ran to the window and looked out fully. The concourse was empty, but I heard them. Soft footfalls, fabric rustling, distant wheels rattling over tile, all moving toward gate C12. I should not have gone after them. I know that now. I knew it then, too. But hearing them and not seeing them was worse than seeing them. It felt like being left behind by something you did not understand. And somewhere under the fear was another feeling, one I hate admitting. Curiosity. I opened the office door and stepped into the hall. The air was much colder than before. My breath showed white for a second in the flashlight beam. At the far end of the concourse, C12 glowed brighter than anything else in the terminal. The amber display no longer only said, "Boarding." Now another line had appeared under it. Final call. I walked toward it slowly, passing seats that no longer looked empty. In the corners of my eyes, I kept seeing forms sitting there, shoulders bent, heads turned toward me. Every time I shined the flashlight directly at them, there was only upholstery and shadow. At C9, a suitcase stood upright by the window. At C10, there were 2. At C11, a little pink backpack rested on the floor, one strap twisted. I reached C12 and stopped. The gate area was no longer empty, not fully. The first thing I saw clearly was the line. It was not solid at first, more like layers of moving shadow gathered in the space where passengers would wait. The edges of people came and went, depending on where I looked. Shoulders, hair, coat sleeves, a man turning his head, a child rubbing one eye, an old woman gripping a handbag to her chest. I could not see faces. Their features seemed blurred, like rain running down glass. Yet they felt terribly real. The scanner kept chiming, though no visible hand passed over it. Beyond them, the jet bridge door was open. That was impossible. The door had been shut, and the bridge ended at a sealed wall. Now the opening beyond it looked long and dimly lit, stretching much farther than it should, with narrow windows along one side showing nothing but darkness outside. A gate agent stood behind a desk. At least, I think it was a gate agent. The shape wore a dark uniform jacket. Its posture was straight and calm. A small scarf or tie moved lightly at the throat as if stirred by a breeze, but the face was wrong. It was there and not there, too pale one second, shadowed the next, features shifting like something seen through heat. I could not hold them in focus. It lifted one arm toward me. "Zone 3, it said. The voice came from the speakers, the desk, and inside my own head all at once. My legs moved just one step, maybe two. Then the radio at my belt exploded with static so loud I flinched. A male voice shouted through it, urgent and broken. "Don't look at the desk. Turn around." I snapped out of it hard enough to stagger. The line of passengers did not turn toward me, but I felt that they had noticed. The air pressure changed like before a storm. The gate agent's head tilted too far to one side. "Final call," it said. Then a child in the line looked back. I saw her face clearly. Not torn, not monstrous, not anything dramatic. Just a little girl of maybe 7 with pale skin and wet hair stuck to her cheeks, wearing a striped sweater and holding a stuffed rabbit by one ear. Her eyes were normal. That was the worst part. They looked tired and confused, and they fixed on me with such helplessness that I nearly walked forward again. Then I noticed the rabbit. One button eye was missing, and the fabric was stained dark around its stomach as if it had soaked through with muddy water. The girl raised her free hand slightly like she wanted me to come with her. Behind her, the line began to move into the jet bridge. One by one, the blurred travelers stepped through the open door and vanished into that impossible corridor. I backed away. The gate agent's arm remained extended. "Boarding complete," it said, and suddenly every shadow in the waiting area turned toward me at once. I ran. I am not proud of how fast I ran. I did not look left or right. I did not care what I knocked over. My flashlight flew from my hand somewhere near C7. Behind me, I heard no chasing footsteps, only the scanner chiming faster and faster, then the overhead announcement repeating in a voice stretched by static. "Final call for Flight 702 to Blackwater. Final call, final call, final call." I slammed into the office, locked the door, and pushed the desk against it with shaking arms. Then all sound stopped. The silence after that was worse than the noise. I stood there in darkness except for emergency lights from the hall. Rain hammered the windows. My chest hurt. The radio hissed softly at my belt. After maybe a minute, the male voice came through again. Quieter now. "You saw them, didn't you?" I grabbed the radio. "Who are you?" There was a long crackle. "I don't know if this is happening now," he said. "I don't know if you're hearing this when I send it." "Who are you?" "I worked maintenance, East Concourse, the night of the storm." His voice broke in and out like he was speaking from underwater. I found the tunnel door open. I heard people inside. They were walking deeper, like they couldn't hear me. I kept shouting there was no exit that way, but the hallway wasn't right anymore. I sat down hard on the cot. "What are you talking about?" "The bridge connected to it somehow," he said, "or made it look like itself. I don't know. People were following the sign. That display kept changing on its own. The agent at the desk was already gone by then. She was found later in baggage claim, and she'd never left her post, according to her own statement. It doesn't make sense. None of it. Static cut him off. The radio went silent. I spoke into it anyway. Hello? Nothing. I stayed in the office until dawn. Sometime around 3, the normal power returned. I did not move the desk from the door. Around 4, I heard soft knocking again, then a man's voice asking if this was gate C12. Around 5, I heard luggage wheels stop just outside the door and remain there for nearly 20 minutes. I never checked. At sunrise, the storm passed. Mr. Harlan arrived looking older than before. He saw the desk shoved against the door and did not ask why. "You went to the gate," he said. "Yes." He rubbed one hand over his mouth. "Did they speak to you?" "The gate agent did." "Did you follow?" "No." He nodded and looked away, almost relieved. "I heard a man on the radio," I said. "Maintenance. He said the bridge connected to the tunnel." Mr. Harlan's expression changed. "Did he give a name?" "No." He stared at me for a moment. "There was a maintenance worker," he said. "Eli Mercer. He died in the tunnel with the passengers." I felt something in my stomach drop. "He was trying to lead them back," Mr. Harlan continued. "At least that was the belief. We went to C12 together. The display was dark, not broken, just dark, blank, dead, as if no power had touched it in years. The scanner light was off. The jet bridge door was shut and locked. I almost felt anger then. Anger at the normal door, the blank screen, the clean daylight pouring through the windows. They made me feel foolish, which in a way was more frightening than what I had seen. "Open it," I said. Mr. Harlan frowned. "There's no reason." "Open it." After a moment, he unlocked the jet bridge door. The short remains of the bridge lay beyond, just as on the first night. 10 feet of passage ending at a sealed metal wall where the outer section had been removed. Dust covered the floor. Cobwebs hung in the corners. No footprints except our own. "There," he said softly. I stepped inside anyway. It smelled colder in there, metallic and stale. At the sealed end wall, something was lying on the floor. A stuffed rabbit. Gray once, now faded almost white with age. One button eye missing. I could not move. Mr. Harlan saw it and went completely still behind me. Neither of us spoke for several seconds. Then he said very quietly, "Come out of there." I bent and picked the rabbit up. It was dry, light. The fabric was stiff with old dirt. One ear was torn. There are moments when fear stops feeling sharp and becomes heavy instead. Holding that toy, I felt a deep, exhausted dread settle into me. It was a kind that says, "This thing has been here before you, and it will remain after you." I took the rabbit home that day. I do not know why. Maybe because leaving it there felt cruel. Maybe because I wanted proof that what I saw was not a lack of sleep and old wiring. Maybe because part of me felt the little girl had looked at me not to lure me, but because she wanted someone to carry out something that belonged to her. For 2 days, nothing happened. I called in sick for my warehouse shift and barely left my apartment. I kept the rabbit in a grocery bag on my kitchen table, not wanting it in the bedroom. In daylight, it looked like any old toy recovered from a storage box. I even found myself almost laughing at my own fear once or twice. Then, on the 3rd night, I woke to the sound of a rolling suitcase in my hallway. My apartment is small. Bedroom, living room, kitchen, bathroom. No hallway long enough for any luggage to roll more than 3 feet. yet I heard it clearly. Roll pause, roll pause. I sat up in bed, every muscle locked. The sound moved across the living room carpet, then stopped outside my bedroom door. Silence, then a soft electronic chime, like a boarding pass being scanned. I turned on the lamp with a shaking hand and stayed where I was until morning. When I finally opened the bedroom door, the grocery bag on the kitchen table was empty. The rabbit was gone. I went back to the airport that evening without even being called. I drove there before sunset and found Mr. Harlan in the parking lot smoking beside his truck. He looked annoyed to see me, but not surprised. "I didn't ask you in tonight," he said. "I know." "You should have left it there." I stared at him. "How do you know what I took?" He crushed the cigarette under his shoe. "Things they lose there tend to be wanted back." I hated how calmly he said it. "I had the rabbit in my apartment," I said. "Now it's gone." He looked tired, not frightened, tired in the way of someone who has spent too long living beside a thing he cannot stop. "Then don't bring anything else home," he said. "What is it, Mr. Harlan?" He opened the employee door and gestured for me to follow. "I don't know. A place can hold what happened in it. Maybe some places hold it harder than others. That's not enough. It's all I have." Inside, Terminal C was already lit for night. The air felt wrong from the moment we entered. Not active, waiting. "I'm staying with you," I said. He sighed. "That may not help." But he let me. We sat in the office until dark. He made weak coffee and told me bits of what he had seen over the years. A woman standing at gate C3 with no feet under her skirt, wet handprints on the inside of sealed windows, a baggage carousel in the lower claim area turning by itself with old suitcases riding around on it. Once, he had heard a full boarding announcement in a language he did not know. Another time, he found every gate monitor in the terminal displaying the same destination. Blackwater. "No airline code, no route records, nothing," he said. "Whatever it is, it was never a real destination." "Then what is it?" He shook his head. "Maybe where they thought they were going. Maybe where they ended up." At 11:40 p.m., the overhead lights dimmed on their own. Mr. Harlan stood immediately. "We're leaving the office," he said. "That seems backward. Trust me." He led me not toward the employee entrance, but toward a maintenance corridor behind the gate desks. It was narrow, concrete-walled, and colder than the concourse. We walked past electrical panels and old service carts until we reached a locked steel door marked "Authorized Personnel Only." He unlocked it and brought me into a stairwell. "Why here?" "Because if the gate opens fully, you don't want to be where it can see you." The words made no sense, but his face said he meant them. We sat halfway down the stairs, listening. At midnight, the airport woke up around us. Announcements rolled through the walls, overlapping in bursts of static. I heard the woman's voice calling passengers to He-1-2. I heard the male voice from the radio trying to warn someone. I heard fragments of ordinary airport sounds from years ago. A baby crying, distant laughter, the squeal of a cartwheel, a boarding alarm, a cough, the flap of papers and wind. Then came a sound I had not heard before. Jet engines. Far away at first. My blood ran cold. No planes flew here anymore. The runway had cracks in it. Grass grew through parts of the outer taxiway. Yet the sound grew steadily louder, low and powerful, reverberating through the concrete and into my bones. Mr. Harlan closed his eyes. "Please, no," he whispered. Through the stairwell door's small window, I could see the concourse light turning brighter and whiter, as if something outside was flooding the windows. Then voices, so many voices, not panicked, not yet, just travel voices, tired, annoyed, ordinary, asking for overhead bin space, asking if this was the right line, asking where the restroom was. The terrible thing was how normal they sounded. The scanner started chiming rapidly, beep, 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 beep. Then a child began to cry. Mr. Harlan stood up suddenly. "Stay here." He went up the stairs before I could stop him. I followed anyway. By the time I opened the stairwell door, the concourse no longer looked like the dead airport I knew. It looked occupied. Not fully alive, not clean or bright like a normal operating terminal, but occupied in layers, as if the present building and an older night had been laid over each other. The lights were stronger. Reflections moved in the windows. Figures sat in seats, stood in line, leaned near charging stations that had no power in real life. A snack kiosk glowed with warm display lights even though it had been stripped years ago. Rain lashed the glass through the sky outside tonight had been clear. At gate C12, a sleek white regional jet was parked outside the restored jet bridge. Its nose and front windows were visible through the storm. No airline logo marked the body. The engines turned slowly, not loud now, but with a deep, waiting hum. My mouth opened, but no sound came. Passengers filled the gate area. They looked more solid than before, though still not fully right. Their clothes seemed from no exact year. Older jackets, newer phones, outdated carry-ons, everything mixed and blurred by the strange light. Faces drifted in and out of focus, normal 1 second and washed away the next. Some looked exhausted. Some looked irritated. A few looked scared. None looked at me for more than a blink, as if I were standing at the edge of something they did not quite see. Mr. Harlan was halfway across the concourse, shouting, "Don't board! Stay where you are!" No one answered him, or maybe they did, and I just could not hear over the airport noise. He reached the line and grabbed for a man's arm. His hand passed through the sleeve as if through smoke, but the man shivered and turned his head slightly, like he had felt a cold draft. The gate agent stood behind the desk. This time I saw more of it. It wore the shape of a woman in airline uniform, dark skirt, fitted jacket, neat scarf, hair pinned back. But the face was a blankness that changed every second, copying pieces from nearby passengers without ever holding one long enough to become a person. Eyes came and went. A smile appeared and slid sideways. Its skin had the pale color of paper left in water. It looked at me. "Passenger assistance required," it said. Several people in line slowly turned their heads. My legs went weak. Then from the windows, I saw something worse. There was no airport outside, no runway, no service road, no hangars. Beyond the jet, beyond the rain, there was only darkness, not sky, not night. A depthless black with no lights anywhere in it. The plane's cabin windows glowed warm and yellow against that emptiness. A mother near the front of the line adjusted the backpack on her little boy's shoulders. An old man folded his newspaper and tucked it under his arm. A teenager with headphones looked down at his phone screen, thumb moving over a dead device. They all behaved like travelers delayed too long, resigned to motion. Not one of them seemed to understand that no place waited outside. The gate agent lifted a hand. "Now boarding," it said. The line advanced. I ran to Mr. Harlan and grabbed his sleeve. "We can't stop them." He looked at me with wild, red-rimmed eyes. "I know." "Then what are we doing?" He glanced toward the desk. "I've thought for years maybe if someone answered the call the right way, it would end." "What does that mean?" But he was already moving toward the counter. The gate agent tilted its head. "Ticket, please." Mr. Harlan reached into his jacket and took out a folded paper. For a crazy second I thought he had a real boarding pass. Instead, he placed an old photograph on the counter. I saw what it was only when the strange light hit it. A picture of a younger Mr. Harlan standing beside a woman and a little girl on an airport concourse. The little girl was holding a stuffed rabbit. My stomach turned. Mr. Harlan's voice shook. My wife and daughter were on that diverted flight. I stared at him. He did not look at me. He looked at the blank-faced thing behind the desk. "I took this job to stay near them," he said. "At first I thought they were gone. Then I started hearing her cough. Seeing the rabbit, I thought maybe one night I could bring them back." The gate agent's shifting face smoothed into something almost gentle. "Family boarding," it said. The little girl from the line looked back at him. This time, I knew it was the same child from before because I saw the rabbit in her hand. She held it out toward him. Mr. Harlan took one step forward. I grabbed him hard. "No." His eyes filled suddenly, horribly, with the tired hope of a man who has spent years living beside a door he should never open. "That's my Claire," he whispered. "No, it isn't." He looked furious at me then, but only for a second. Then the little girl's face changed. Not dramatically, just enough. The skin around her eyes darkened, as if bruised by deep shadow. Water began to drip from the ends of her hair. The rabbit's missing button eye became a dark hole. And behind her, past the line and through the open jet bridge, I saw not an airplane cabin, but a descending corridor going far below the ground, lined with service lights and wet concrete walls. The East Tunnel. The passengers kept walking toward it, smiling faintly as if seeing something else. Mr. Harlan made a broken sound in his throat. The gate agent's face split into too many features at once. "Last call," it said. Then the scanner emitted one long, flat tone. Everything in the concourse stopped. Every passenger, every flicker of light. Even the rain outside seemed to freeze against the windows. The silence lasted only a breath. Then all of them turned to face us, not just C-12, every occupied seat, every standing figure, every half-seen traveler down the entire concourse. Hundreds! Their faces were not ruined. They were emptied, eyes dark, mouths slightly open, expression suspended between expectation and hunger. I dragged Mr. Harlan backward as they began to move. Not fast, not running, just stepping toward us together. He stumbled once, and I nearly lost my grip. We fell against the gate desk at C-11. A luggage cart appeared in front of us, where there had been nothing, and crashed sideways under my hand. The concourse lights began flashing. The overhead speakers screamed with layered announcements until no words could be separated. The crowd kept coming. Mr. Harlan pointed with a shaking hand. "The service hatch." I saw a low maintenance door in the wall near the floor, one I had never noticed before. Maybe it had always been there, maybe it had not. We dropped to our knees and yanked it open. Cold air poured out from a dark, narrow crawl space beyond. I shoved Mr. Harlan through first and followed, slamming the hatch behind me. The noise outside became muffled instantly. We were in a maintenance duct barely high enough to crouch in. Dust coated every surface. My breath roared in my ears. Mr. Harlan crawled ahead by the beam of a pen light from his pocket. The duct turned twice and opened into a cramped utility room filled with pipes. We stayed there in darkness while the airport raged above us. Footsteps crossed overhead for what felt like hours. At one point, I heard a child laughing softly somewhere inside the wall. Near dawn, the building finally quieted. When we emerged, the concourse was empty again. Completely empty. No plane outside, no line, no luggage, no gate agent. Only rows of old seats, dead kiosks, and Gate C-12's blank display hanging over a deserted desk. Mr. Harlan walked to that desk like an old man crossing a graveyard. He set the photograph down on the counter. Then he took out a lighter. I watched in silence as he burned the corner of the photo and held it until the flame spread. He dropped it into a metal ashtray and let it blacken into itself. "Why did you do that?" I asked. His voice was flat. "Because I finally saw it wasn't waiting to give them back." He left that morning without saying whether he would return. I thought I was done too, but abandoned places have a way of following you after you leave, not always with sounds or visions, sometimes with habits, sometimes with dreams, sometimes with the feeling that one piece of your life still exists somewhere else, still moving in another hallway under another set of lights. The airport was fenced more heavily after that. New signs went up. Demolition plans were announced again in the local paper. Mr. Harlan resigned. Another company was supposed to take over security, though I heard later that the contract fell through. For a while, nothing happened. Then 1 month later, I was driving home from a late shift at the warehouse when I took the road that passes the far side of the old runway. It was after midnight. Fog lay low across the fields. I should have kept driving. Instead, I slowed when I saw lights moving behind the fence. Not flashlight beams, taxi lights, blue and white points gliding slowly through the fog. I pulled over without thinking and got out of the car. The fence line was rusted and bent there. Beyond it, through grass and mist, the runway stretched pale in the moonlight. At the far end sat a plane, a regional jet, white, unmarked. Its windows glowed warm yellow. No engine sound reached me, yet it was moving, rolling slowly toward the old terminal. I stood frozen by the roadside. As it passed through a brighter patch of fog, I saw faces at the windows, rows of passengers. Some turned toward me. One small figure near the front pressed a hand to the glass. Then the plane continued into thicker fog and vanished. Not faded, vanished, as if it had crossed a line in the air that I could not see. I stayed there a long time, listening to the empty field. The next morning, I drove to Calder Regional in daylight. Bulldozers were parked outside the main terminal. Temporary fencing had been set up. A crew was beginning early demolition work on one of the parking structures. For a moment, I felt a great relief. Let them tear it down, I thought. Let concrete and glass become rubble. Let sunlight hit every hidden place. Let whatever memory was trapped there lose its shape. Then I saw one of the workers walking out of Terminal C carrying a hard-shell blue suitcase, the same kind I had found outside the office on my first night. He brought it to a dumpster, dropped it in, and went back inside. A minute later, he came out carrying another, then another, then a pink child's backpack. He lined them all by the dumpster with a confused look on his face, as if they kept appearing where he had already cleared. I did not get out of the car. I just watched. At last, one of the supervisors yelled something and waved everyone away from the entrance. There was a short argument. Then the workers started leaving the building in a hurry, not running, but close enough. One man looked pale as chalk. By noon, the equipment had been shut down. Within a week, the demolition was postponed. Officially, there were structural concerns. Unofficially, I heard from someone who knew one of the crew that every monitor inside Terminal C had turned on at once during the first teardown attempt. Every single screen had displayed the same message. Boarding. No flights have used Calder Regional since it closed. No airline lists Blackwater as a destination. There are no public records that explain why some luggage in Terminal C is always cold to the touch, even in summer. Mr. Harlan moved away. I never saw him again. As for me, I still dream about the concourse some nights. In the dreams, it is always almost dawn. The airport is quiet, washed in that gray-blue light that makes every public place feel lonelier. The display over gate C12 glows softly. The line is small then, only a few passengers waiting. They never look angry. They never rush. They only stand there with the tired patience of people who believe their ride is finally coming. And always at the end of the line, there is room for one more. Once in a while, when I wake before sunrise, I hear an overhead chime from somewhere in my apartment. I tell myself it is a phone notification from another room, a neighbor's television, the building pipes. But last winter, during a storm, I found something under my front door, a boarding pass, old paper, slightly damp, no name. Flight 702, Gate C12, Zone 3. On the back, in faint handwriting I do not recognize, were 4 words. You were almost late. I burned it in the kitchen sink. The paper curled black, then white, then ash. Still, for a moment before it fully disappeared, the printed letters changed. Not burned. Changed. Boarding. Some nights I think the airport is not haunted in the way people mean when they say that word. I think something there learned the shape of waiting crowds, learned the shape of delay and confusion and human trust. It learned the look of a gate display and the sound of a calm voice asking tired people to form a line. It learned that if a place looks official enough, most of us will follow it without question. Especially when we are cold. Especially when it is late. Especially when we only want to get home. And maybe that is why it feels so real. Because airports are built on faith. You stand where signs tell you. You go where doors open. You trust that the path in front of you leads where someone promised it would lead, even if the windows show only darkness, even if no city by that name exists, even if no planes fly there anymore. Last week, I drove past the fence again just before midnight. I do not know why. Curiosity, maybe. Or the stupid hope that if I looked long enough, I would finally see nothing at all and be free of it. The terminal was dark, except for one amber light at the far end. Gate C, 1-2. Even from the road I could make out the display through the old glass. It did not say boarding this time. It said delayed. And below it, after a few seconds, the letters clicked and changed. Now, boarding. Then from somewhere deep inside the dead airport, across all that locked concrete and glass, I heard the soft, familiar sound of a scanner accepting the first ticket of the night. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. The ATM in the abandoned bank dispensed cash with today's date. I did not mean to find the old bank. I was driving through a part of town people had stopped naming. It sat between the edge of the highway and a long, dead shopping strip where every sign had faded into pale blocks of color. The road there was cracked and soft at the edges, with weeds pushing up through it as if the ground wanted to swallow the place back. I had been on the road too long, tired in the way that makes your thoughts come loose and drift. My phone had no signal. The fuel light had started glowing 20 minutes earlier. It was late. The sky was already turning black, and the rain had begun in thin, cold lines that made the windshield shine. That was when I saw the bank. It stood alone at the end of a side street, bigger than any building around it. The front was stone, stained dark by years of weather. Tall windows lined the face of it, but most of the glass was either gone or covered from the inside by warped boards. The old sign above the doors had once been brass. Now it was green with age, with only a few letters still clear enough to read. Meridian Savings and Trust, the lot in front, was empty, except for one rusted shopping cart lying on its side near the curb. A dead streetlight leaned over the sidewalk. The chain-link fence around the side entrance had fallen open years ago. Someone had painted over the lower walls with layers of graffiti, but the rain had washed most of the color down into long, smeared tears. I should have kept driving, but I was low on fuel, exhausted, and trying to tell myself that seeing a building with a roof and at least some walls still standing felt better than staying on the road all night. I pulled over beneath the broken streetlight and cut the engine. The silence that followed felt heavy. I sat there for a while, staring at the bank through the wet windshield, listening to the ticking sounds from the cooling engine and the soft tap of rain on the hood. Then I noticed the light. It was faint, no more than a weak white glow, and it came from somewhere inside the lobby. At first I thought it was a reflection from my own car, but when I shifted in my seat, it stayed where it was. It was real. There was electricity in there somewhere, maybe a backup system, maybe stolen power, maybe a maintenance light that nobody had bothered to shut off in 10 or 20 years. Whatever it was, the idea of another human being inside that bank at this hour should have made me leave. Instead, it made me hopeful. I got out with my flashlight and backpack, crossed the wet lot, and stepped through the gap in the fence. The front doors were chained shut, but one of the side doors hung half open. The frame was bent, and there were old pry marks around the lock. Water dripped from the edge of the roof and down my neck as I squeezed through. Inside, the smell hit me first. Wet plaster, old paper, mildew, rotting wood, and under that, something stale and dry, like the inside of a sealed box that had been opened after many years. My flashlight beam moved over cracked marble tiles, toppled brochure stands, and a row of telewindows clouded by dust. The ceiling had fallen in near the back. Rainwater gathered in black puddles across the floor. A calendar from some year long gone still hung crooked behind the teller line. The weak light I had seen came from the far wall. An ATM had been built into the lobby itself, not the outer wall. It sat in a recessed space near the corner offices, and against every bit of common sense, it was on. The screen glowed pale blue in the darkness. The card slot had a green ring around it. The machine looked cleaner than anything else in the bank, as if dust refused to stay on it. I walked toward it slowly. The screen displayed a simple message. Welcome. Below, it was the date. It was that day's date. I stopped a few feet away and stared at it. I remember the exact feeling. Not fear yet, not even surprise in the strong sense. It was more like stepping down in the dark and finding the stair is not where you thought it would be. That small, sick lurch, a live machine in a dead bank. I moved the flashlight over the wall around it, expecting to see new conduit, repair work, some sign that the place had been accessed recently. I found nothing. The tiles around the ATM were cracked. The trim was rotten. A dead vine had grown through a split in the wall and curled behind the machine. The screen changed. Please insert card. I gave a quiet laugh that sounded wrong in the room. Too thin, too nervous. I did not have any reason to use it. I did not even think it would work. Part of me was curious in the way people always are when they should not be. Another part of me wanted to prove there was some simple reason for all of this. Maybe the machine had been left in test mode. Maybe a nearby building still fed power through old lines. Maybe some old maintenance program kept the date updated. I stepped closer. The machine hummed softly. That hum was steady and low, and it filled the empty lobby in a way that made the rest of the building seem even quieter. I reached out and touched the casing. It was warm, not room temperature, warm, like electronics after hours of use. I pulled my hand back. Something moved behind me. I turned at once, flashlight up, heartbeat kicking hard. The beam flashed across the teller windows, the fallen ceiling tiles, a row of gray waiting chairs with their vinyl split open. Nothing, only rain ticking somewhere far above and dripping through holes in the roof. I told myself it had been a rat. That was believable. The bank had enough dark corners for 100 rats. I set my bag down near the wall, found a relatively dry patch of floor beside an office door, and decided I would stay only until the rain eased or until I felt less tired. I was too worn down to drive safely. That was the truth, and I held on to it like it was a solid thing. I found an old wooden chair in one of the offices and dragged it out. The legs scraped on tile with a terrible sound that echoed deeper than it should have. It came back to me from somewhere in the building, softer and delayed, like another chair had been dragged in another room. I stopped moving. The echo faded. I waited. Nothing followed. I set the chair against the wall where I could see the side entrance and most of the lobby. The ATM's blue glow fell across the floor in a weak square of light. I sat down, wrapped my jacket tight, and tried not to think about how long it had been since anyone had worked there, walked there, spoken there. I must have dozed. When I opened my eyes, the rain had become heavier. The whole bank was full of water sounds, drips, taps, running somewhere inside the walls. The blue light of the ATM was brighter than before, or maybe the dark around it had deepened. I checked my watch. 11:47 p.m. I sat up and rubbed my face. For a second, I could not remember where I was, and then I saw the teller windows and felt the cold in my fingers. That was when the ATM made a sound, a cheerful electronic beep. The screen had changed. Processing request. I froze. No one stood near it. No card had been inserted. Yet the machine gave another beep, and I heard the distinct, rapid, mechanical chatter of movement inside. Rollers, counting arms, motors waking. It sounded exactly like the ATM in the grocery store near my apartment, the one I used once a month. Then cash began to slide out of the slot. A small stack of bills pushed forward and waited. I stayed in the chair and watched them like they might burn. The machine beeped again. "Please take your cash," the blue screen reflected faintly on the wet tile. I looked around the lobby again, certain some kind of prank was happening, but there was nobody there. No hidden laughter, no footsteps, no sound except the machine and the rain. I stood up slowly and moved toward it. The bills were real. They looked crisp and new. I could smell that sharp paper and ink smell as I got closer. My own reflection stared back at me in the ATM screen, blurred and pale. "Please take your cash." I picked up the money. $20 bills, 5 of them, $100. My first thought was that the machine had somehow glitched and dumped unclaimed cash from some old transaction. My second thought came when I looked down at the top note. The date printed in the corner was that day's date. Not the series year, not the design year. A black stamped line like a teller's mark or a counting mark sat near the edge of each bill, and on each one was that day's full date, month, day, year. My skin went cold. I turned the bills over in my hand. They felt normal. They looked normal except for that stamp. The ATM screen changed again. "Would you like another withdrawal?" The options appeared below. Yes, no touch marks on the glass. No visible buttons had lit up. Still, the cursor sat waiting beside yes. I backed away. A drop of water hit my shoulder from the ceiling above, then another. Then, from deeper in the bank, there came a soft thump. It was slow and heavy, as if something large had shifted on a wooden floor. There was a basement in old banks, vault rooms, storage, maybe a lower office level. I had seen the stairs near the manager's office when I first came in, but I had not gone down. Another thump, then silence. I should have left right then. I know that. The side door was 10 steps away. My car was in sight. But I looked at the money again, and a tired, foolish, practical part of me tried to make this into something ordinary. If I could explain the money, I could explain the machine. If I could explain the machine, I could settle my nerves and get through the night. I sat back down in the chair, but I did not sleep. A few minutes passed. Then the ATM beeped again. Processing request. I watched, feeling almost angry now, as another stack of bills slid out of the slot. Again, 5/20s. Again, today's date stamped on each one. This time the machine did not ask a question. It simply waited. The money stuck halfway out, the edges trembling slightly as the internal motor idled. I did not take it. After maybe 30 seconds, the ATM made a dull whirring sound and sucked the bills back inside. The thump came again from below, closer this time, or perhaps louder. I stood up and shined my flashlight toward the hall leading to the basement stairs. The beam reached only so far before darkness swallowed it. The light showed peeling green paint, a framed notice hanging crooked, and a trail of muddy prints on the floor. I had not seen those before. I moved toward them without thinking, one slow step after another. The prints crossed the hall from the basement stairwell toward the old records room. They were not shoe prints. They were too long, too narrow, and the front of each one ended in a spread, as if whatever had made them had long toes or fingers. I crouched near one. It was wet, fresh. A chill moved through me so strongly it felt like a physical hand on my spine. I swung the light toward the records room. Shelving was visible through the open doorway. Water-stained boxes sat collapsed on the floor. Nothing moved. Then from behind me, the ATM beeped again. I spun around. The records room remained dark and still. The hall behind me was empty. Yet I had the clear, hard feeling that while I had my back turned, something had crossed that hall, not with noise, not with speed, just a change in the air, the kind you sense when another person enters a room and stops. I went back to the lobby faster than I wanted to admit. The ATM screen now read, "Insufficient account history." I frowned at it. The message blinked away and was replaced by another, "Please wait until your account matures." The machine emitted a low grinding sound. Then the screen went black for 3 seconds. When it lit again, my reflection stared back at me more clearly than before. Only it was not exactly my reflection. The shape was mine. The face was mine. But the image was standing closer to the screen than I was. It filled more of the display. Its head was tilted slightly to one side. I jerked backward. The image flickered and became only my own dim reflection in blue glass. I told myself I was tired. I told myself the strange angle and low light had played a trick on me. Then the machine dispensed another $100. I left the bills where they were and went to the side door. I pushed it wider and looked out into the rain. My car was still there, so was the dead streetlight. The whole road beyond looked empty. I should have walked straight out. Instead, I heard, very clearly, a voice behind me. "Don't leave your balance." It was quiet and rough, like someone speaking through a dry throat. I turned so fast my flashlight beam shook. No one stood in the lobby. The cash still waited at the ATM. The voice had come from inside the bank. There was no doubt in my mind, not from the street, not from the rain, from the lobby itself. I said, "Who's there?" My own words broke apart in the empty room. No answer. I kept my flashlight raised and stepped backward to the threshold. Then I heard a second sound. Coins. A small metal spill somewhere behind the teller counter, as if a handful of change had been dropped on a hard surface. I could not see over this counter from where I stood. The flashlight beam showed the dark upper glass and a row of service windows. That was all. "Hello?" I called, louder this time. Silence. The side door creaked in the wind. Water blew across the threshold and touched the toe of my shoe. I should have gone. I knew I should have gone. But fear can be a strange thing. Sometimes, when the source of it hides, your mind pushes you toward it, because not knowing feels worse than knowing. I moved slowly toward the teller line. The bank had 6 windows. Each one had a brass number above it. The first 3 were boarded from the employee side. The 4th still had a sliding drawer. The 5th and 6th were open to the dark behind. I aimed my flashlight through the 5th opening. Desks, filing cabinets, a coffee mug lying on its side, fused to the wood by age and dirt. A bulletin board on the wall with dead curled papers. Nothing else. I passed the beam to the 6th. At first I thought I was looking at a coat hanging from a nail. Then the beam shook, and I saw it was a person standing very still in the back office doorway. I made a sound I did not know I could make. Something between a breath and a cry. The figure did not move. It was too far for details, but I could tell it wore dark clothes. One arm hung lower than the other. The head leaned slightly, just enough to make the posture wrong. I said, "Who are you?" Nothing. I climbed through the teller opening before I had time to think better of it. My feet hit the carpet behind the counter with a muffled thud. The smell back there was stronger, older, mold and dust and a faint scent like wet pennies. I walked forward, keeping the flashlight beam on the figure. At 10 feet away, I realized it was not a person. It was an old coat on a standing rack with a broken umbrella hanging from one sleeve. I laughed once, weakly, and my eyes filled with tired tears from the shock of it. I lowered the flashlight, angry at myself. Then I noticed the floor around the rack. More wet prints, the same long, narrow marks circling it, crossing over one another, leading the way into the records office and toward the hall that ran beside the vault. I stood very still. The prints had not been there when I first looked in. I know that with complete certainty. My breathing had become loud. I forced myself to calm it, listening around it for any sound that was not mine. For a while, there was only the rain and the electric hum from the ATM in the lobby. Then came a gentle tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It came from inside one of the offices to my left. Not random, not dripping water, knuckles on wood. I turned the light toward the frosted glass door of the manager's office. The name painted on the glass had almost faded away, but I could make out part of it. Maya Vernet. The tapping came again from within. 3 knocks, then a pause, then 2 more. I approached the door. The frosted glass let me see only a pale blur of the room beyond. No shape stood behind it, no movement. My hand shook as I reached for the knob. It turned easily. The office beyond was small, lined with shelves. A desk sat beneath the window, covered in swollen ledgers and damp paper. A coat stand leaned in the corner. Behind the desk was a large portrait frame lying face down on the floor. No person, no open window, no place to hide. Yet the sound had come from here. I moved the flashlight slowly around the room and saw that one of the desk drawers sat partly open. It shifted then very slightly, as if settling. I stared at it for a moment and then walked around the desk. Inside the drawer was a stack of deposit slips fused together, a dried-out pen, and a folded sheet of paper. The paper looked newer than everything else. That was what drew me. I picked it up and unfolded it. The handwriting was neat and old-fashioned, done in black ink. If the machine is still balancing accounts, do not use it after midnight. I read the line twice before the meaning fully landed. There was no signature, no date on the paper. The rest of the page was blank except for one line at the bottom. It does not know when a customer is dead. I heard the ATM dispense money again. From the lobby came the now familiar bright little beep, absurdly cheerful in the dark. My mouth had gone dry. I backed out of the office, the note still in my hand, and returned to the teller area. The blue glow from the lobby stretched across the floor like water. I could hear the bills fluttering in the slot as the machine waited to be emptied. Then I heard another sound, soft, close. A breath behind me. I turned so hard I hit the counter with my hip. Nothing there, but on the counter beside my hand sat 3 coins. They had not been there a second before. 3 old silver coins, tarnished black at the edges, arranged in a neat line. I stumbled back from them, every nerve in my body alive. "Stop!" I said, and hated how small my voice sounded. The breath came again, this time near my left ear. Then from the lobby, a voice spoke in the same dry, rough tone I had heard before. "Next in line." I nearly fell climbing back through the teller opening. I landed badly on the marble tile and scrambled backward on hands and heels until I hit the wall beneath a broken directory sign. The lobby was empty. The ATM screen displayed, "Please approach window 4, the 4th teller drawer," the one with the brass sliding tray, rolled open by itself with a metallic click. Inside the tray sat a stack of bills. I stayed where I was. The drawer waited. Then it rolled inward again with a scraping sound, as if an unseen hand had pulled it shut. At that exact moment, from somewhere below the floor, there came a deep mechanical groan. It was followed by a vibration through the tiles under me. Not strong, but enough to feel. Enough to know something large in the basement had powered on or moved after years of silence. The vault, I thought. I do not know why that word came first, but it did. The bank's main vault was not in the lobby. I had seen only the customer boxes near the offices. The real vault had to be downstairs or in the secure back corridor. Old banks were built around vaults the way houses are built around fireplaces. And whatever this thing was, whatever rule it followed, it felt tied to the bank's old habits. Transactions, windows, accounts, balances. I should have left, but fear had already passed into that awful state where your mind wants answers more than safety. I needed to know if another person was in the building. I needed to know if this was a trick, some hidden squatter game, some criminal setup so strange it became theatrical. I needed the world to still make sense. So I took the note from my pocket, put the stamped bills in my backpack, and headed toward the basement stairs. The stairwell door stood open. A weak emergency light still burned over it, adding a greenish cast to the walls. The stairs descended in a tight turn. Water dripped steadily somewhere below. The air that came up was colder than the lobby air and had a heavy mineral smell, like wet concrete and old metal. My flashlight beam showed rusted handrails, flaking paint, and a line of framed advertisements for savings plans and home loans, all tilted and stained. Halfway down, I found another note. It lay on the step, as if placed there recently, though the edges were yellowed with age. I bent and picked it up. This one was written in the same hand. If it asks for a pin, do not answer. If it says your name, do not correct it. If you hear counting, hide. I stood with this paper in my hand, listening. There was no counting, only the steady, slow drip of water, and farther down, a faint electrical buzz. I continued. The basement level had once been bright, I could tell. Pale tile walls, broad service hall, rolling metal carts. But now it looked like the lower deck of a sunken ship. Ceiling panels hung loose and sagging with moisture. The floor was covered in a thin skin of water that reflected my flashlight in broken silver. Doors lined both sides of the hall, each with frosted labels: file storage, break room, archive, cash processing. At the far end stood a steel security gate, open just enough for a person to slip through. Beyond it, I could see the round face of the vault door. It was open, not wide, only a narrow dark wedge between the edge of the door and the frame, but open enough. The buzz I had heard came from fluorescent tubes in the ceiling over that end of the hall. Two still worked, flickering weakly. Their white light barely reached me. I started walking. My steps made tiny splashes in the shallow water. Each splash felt too loud. Halfway to the gate, I passed the break room. Through the small glass panel in the door, I could see a table, a vending machine with its front kicked in, and a row of dented lockers. On the table was a birthday card standing open by itself. I do not know why I looked in. I wish I had not. The card was plain white with blue flowers on the front. Across the inside, someone had written in thick marker, "We never closed your account." Under it were signatures. Many signatures, so many they filled both inner pages and continued on to the back in different inks and different styles. Some old, some fresh and dark. One or two barely more than scratches. I moved away quickly. The water on the floor changed then. At first I thought it was only the reflection from the failing lights. But no. The thin layer of water around my shoes had started to ripple in evenly spaced circles, as if drops were falling into it all along the corridor. There were no drops. The ripples came anyway. Then I heard it, a voice from inside the vault, counting, not loud, barely above a whisper. 1, 2, 3, 4. It stopped. I remembered the note at once. If you hear counting, hide. I looked around wildly. The nearest room was cash processing, its door ajar. I slipped inside, trying not to splash. The room beyond held old counting machines, metal tables, and racks for wrapped coins. Everything was gray with dust except the nearest machine, whose feed rollers looked oddly clean. I crouched behind a wheeled cart and aimed my flashlight down at the floor so it would not show under the door. Outside, the counting resumed. 5, 6, 7. The voice was not moving as a human voice moves when a person walks and breathes. It seemed to come from the hall itself, from the walls and pipes and wet floor all at once. 8, 9. Then another voice joined it, and another. Thin, low, cracked voices, all counting together but not perfectly in time. Some lagged, some hurried, some repeated numbers, some whispered half a beat behind the others. 10, 11, 12. I pressed a hand over my mouth. The shallow water in the room had started to tremble. Through the gap beneath the door I saw shadows pass. Not feet, not legs. Just long, dark interruptions moving across the thin line of hallway light. 13, 14. A metal tray slid off a nearby table and hit the floor with a clatter. The counting stopped. I shut my eyes tight and wished I could vanish. Silence filled the room for 3 full seconds. Then every counting machine in the room turned on at once. The sound was violent in the quiet, a storm of whirring rollers and snapping belts. Red digital displays lit one by one. Empty feeders rattled like teeth. I stumbled backward and hit the wall. My flashlight flew from my hand and spun across the floor, beam swinging wildly over machines and tables and the open door. Something stood in the hall. It was only visible for a moment as the flashlight beam crossed it. A person, maybe. Tall and bent, in a dark teller's jacket. The face was too pale and too smooth, as if made from wax that had been pressed around a skull without enough detail. The mouth looked wrong, too wide, or perhaps only stretched by the angle. One arm held a bundle of bills tight against the chest. The other hung wet and long at its side. It turned its head toward the light. I threw myself across the room, grabbed the flashlight, and ran. I did not think, I only ran. My shoes hammered through the water as I burst into the hall and sprinted for the stairs. Behind me, I heard splashing, then many splashes, then the rapid click of something hard striking tile in fast, uneven patterns. Not footsteps exactly, more like fingers or knuckles. I glanced back once. Shapes were pouring from the vault corridor. Some wore the dark remains of office clothes. Some were only pale heads and shoulders in the flickering light. All moved with that same horrible, unfinished quality, as if they had been remembered poorly and forced into motion anyway. I hit the stairs and took them 3 at a time, slamming shoulder first into the wall on the turn. Behind me, the counting rose again, louder now, mixed with the squeal of old machine parts and a rain of coins scattering over tile. I reached the lobby and nearly slipped on the marble. The ATM was waiting. Its screen glowed bright enough now to light half the room. The message on it made me stop dead despite everything behind me. "Welcome back, Daniel." That was my name. I had never put in a card. I had never spoken my name aloud. The voice from the machine said very gently, "Please complete your withdrawal." I backed away from it until I felt the front doors at my spine. The counting on the stairs had reached the upper landing. The side exit was closer, but when I turned toward it, I saw someone standing in the doorway. A woman in an old bank uniform, soaked dark from head to toe, with hair plastered to her cheeks. She stood with her hands folded politely in front of her. Her eyes were open too wide. Water dripped from her sleeves and pooled around her shoes. "After-hour service is limited," she said. Her voice was flat, not cruel, not angry, merely informing. More shapes emerged from the stairwell hall. A man with no tie but a tie pin still fixed at his throat. A security guard whose cap was fused to the side of his head by something dark and shiny. A thin boy in a delivery jacket carrying wrapped coin rolls in both arms. Their faces looked almost human at first glance, but never all at once. Eyes too still, skin too smooth, mouths that moved before the words came. The woman in the doorway lifted one hand and pointed to the ATM. "Please complete your withdrawal." I looked to the front doors, chained shut. I looked to the broken windows, boarded too tight for a fast exit. The machine beeped. "Please enter." PIN numbers appeared on the screen. My breathing had become ragged. I remembered the note in my pocket. If it asks for a PIN, do not answer. The dry voice from before spoke again, this time from the teller windows, from the stairwell, from the hall, all around me. "Verify identity." One of the shapes took a step forward. then another. I said, "I don't have an account." Their movement stopped. For a second, the whole bank held still. The ATM screen flickered. Static rolled over it in white waves. Then my own reflection appeared again. Only this time, the reflection smiled. I was not smiling. The image on the screen leaned closer, as though trying to press through from the other side. The voice came through the speaker in a whisper. "Everyone has an account." The machine began dispensed money without stopping. Bills poured from the slot in a constant stream, spilling over the front of the ATM, scattering across the floor around it. 20s and 50s and hundreds, all stamped with that day's date. The shapes around me watched them fall. None looked at me now. Their heads tracked the bills, eyes fixed with hungry concentration. A thought came to me then, bright and sudden. Balance. The note had said the machine was balancing accounts. The things in the bank kept asking me to complete my withdrawal, to verify identity, to approach a window, to leave no balance. Maybe it was not the money they wanted. Maybe it was the transaction completed, the agreement, the acceptance. I reached into my backpack, pulled out the first 2 stacks of cash the machine had dispensed, and threw them hard across the lobby toward the broken waiting chairs. Every head snapped toward the flying bills. The reaction was immediate and terrible. The shapes surged after them all at once, not running upright like people, but lunging low and fast, colliding with chairs, clawing at the money where it landed. The sounds they made were wet and eager and almost childlike. Hands, too many hands, fought over the notes, snatching and pressing them flat as though trying to absorb them through the skin. I ran for the side door. The woman in the doorway turned too late. I drove my shoulder into her and felt something much softer than a body and much colder. She staggered sideways and I burst out into the rain. I hit the lot at full speed, slipped on the wet pavement, caught myself on the hood of my car, and fumbled for the keys. Behind me, from inside the bank, rose a furious noise of clattering drawers, ringing service bells, and voices all speaking over one another in business-like tones. "Line forms here. Incorrect amount. Please wait. Next customer. Balance due. Do not leave your balance." My hand shook so badly I dropped the keys twice. When I got the door open and threw myself inside, the car did not start on the first turn, or the second. On the third, the engine caught. As the headlights came on, they swept across the bank's front windows. For 1 second, I saw every window filled. Faces pressed to the broken glass and boards. Pale employees and customers and guards and things that no longer fit those words, all packed shoulder to shoulder in the dark, watching. Their mouths opened and closed silently. Some held bills flat against the glass, some knocked with knuckles that left wet marks. Then the headlights shifted and the windows were empty. I drove. I did not care how low the fuel was. I drove with both hands locked on the wheel until I reached the highway and a gas station with bright lights and a bored clerk eating crackers behind the counter. I parked under the awning and sat there so long the clerk finally came out and asked if I was all right. I told him I had gotten lost in the storm. He looked at me strangely and said there had been no storm, only light rain. I bought coffee I could not taste and filled the tank. In the bathroom mirror, I looked 20 years older than I had that morning. There was mud on my jacket sleeve, and a dark, wet streak across my shoulder where I had hit the woman in the doorway. It smelled not like mud, but like old coins. I threw the jacket away in the gas station trash. I should have thrown away the money too. Instead, I kept one bill. I do not fully know why. Proof, maybe, or the simple stupid urge to hold something impossible and be able to say later that it had happened. The bill was a 20, clean and dry, despite the rain and everything else. The black stamped date near the edge was still clear. I slept the next day in a motel near the state line with every light on. When I woke in the afternoon, the bill was on the table where I had left it, but the stamped date had changed. It was now the current day's date again. I stared at it for a long time. I told myself I had been more tired than I realized the night before, that I had mistaken the date, that there must be some kind of novelty stamp involved, some prank. Yet the certainty stayed with me. I knew what I had seen. I knew what that bill had looked like. I went online and searched for Meridian Savings and Trust. The building existed. Old photos appeared in local history forums and property listings. It had closed after a flood in the late 1980s. There had been an electrical fire in the basement during cleanup. After that, ownership disputes dragged on. The place sat abandoned for years. There were mentions of trespassers, urban explorers, rumors of hidden cash, old safety deposit boxes never claimed, the usual things. Then I found a newspaper archive, a short article from 1989. It said a night records clerk named Daniel Mercer had gone missing during inventory work after the flood damage. His co-workers believed he had left the building during the confusion and gotten caught in the rising water outside. His body was never recovered. I read the article 3 times. Same first name, different last name. Maybe that should not have meant much. Daniel is common enough. But once the thought was in my head, it stayed there like a hook. Over the next week, little things started happening. The $20 bill kept changing its stamped date every morning. Not the printed serial markings, not the treasury seals, only that black date stamp, always updating to the present day no matter where I locked it away. Desk drawer, book, envelope. It always showed the current date when I looked again. Twice I woke in the night to hear a mechanical hum from somewhere in my apartment. The first time it came from the kitchen, but by the time I reached the light switch, it was gone. The second time, it came from the hallway closet where I kept my shoes and winter coat. I opened the door expecting maybe a broken appliance in the neighboring unit making sounds through the wall. Instead, I found 3 coins on the floor in a straight line. Old silver coins, dark at the edges. I moved out 2 weeks later. I told myself it was because the lease was ending, because I wanted a fresh start after too much time on the road. But the truth is simpler. I did not want to stay in any place where the sounds could settle and learn the rooms. I rented a small house outside another town, quiet street, new wiring, no history I could find. For a while things were better. The hums stopped. No coins appeared. The bill remained in a locked box in the garage, and I checked it less often. Months passed. I almost began to believe distance had done what reason could not. Then one evening, in late autumn, I went to withdraw cash from an ATM outside a grocery store. It was a normal machine under a bright plastic awning, with shopping carts rattling nearby and people loading bags into cars. I inserted my card, entered my amount, and waited. The machine beeped. Then another line appeared under the usual prompts. "Welcome back, Daniel." My stomach dropped so hard I had to grab the side of the machine. The message vanished and was replaced by the standard processing screen. A second later, my cash came out as normal. I took it and backed away. There was no stamped date on it, no strange marks. No one around me looked unusual. Still, I drove home, shaken. That night, I opened the lockbox in the garage. The 20 was gone. In its place sat a printed receipt. The paper looked fresh and warm, as if just fed out by a machine. Across the top was a logo I knew too well, Meridian Savings and Trust. Below it were simple lines. Account status, open, last activity, today, balance remaining. One at the bottom, centered above a line of tiny meaningless numbers, was a message. Please return to complete your withdrawal. I burned the receipt in a metal tray outside. The paper burned badly. It blackened, curled, and gave off a bitter smell that made my eyes water. But even after the flames ate through most of it, one strip remained intact in the ash. Balance remaining. One, I buried the ashes at the back of the property. After that, sleep became difficult. I would wake around midnight with a feeling that I had heard someone clear their throat quietly in the corner of the room. Sometimes I would hear a beep, not loud, just enough to pull me from sleep. Once I woke sure that a pale blue light was moving under my bedroom door. By the time I reached it, there was only darkness in the hall. Another week passed, then another. I did not use ATMs. I paid in cash at stores and went inside the bank for anything else. I told no one. How do you tell a story like that without hearing how impossible it sounds while you speak it? One Friday, coming home late from work, I found an envelope propped against my front door. No stamp, no address. My name written in the same neat, old-fashioned hand as the notes in the bank. Inside was a deposit slip. The account number field was blank. The amount line read only, "One customer" at the bottom was a handwritten note. "We are holding after hours until your matter is settled." I did not sleep at all that night. By morning, I had made up my mind. There are things fear does to a person over time. It can wear you down until running feels more dangerous than turning around. I no longer wanted proof. I no longer wanted sense. I wanted an end. So I drove back. The town looked smaller in daylight, more tired than haunted. The road to the bank was lined with shuttered stores and empty lots where grass had taken over. The dead shopping strip still stood, the same cracked street, the same leaning lamp, the same bank at the end, broad and stained and quiet under a pale sky. In daylight, it almost looked foolish to be afraid of it. Almost. The lot was empty. No sign of anyone going in or out. The side fence still hung open. I stood for a while outside the building, breathing through the old fear rising in me. Then I went in. The lobby was exactly as I remembered it, only colder. The ATM was on. Welcome. The date on the screen was that day's date. I had expected that. What I had not expected was the smell. Not only mold and wet paper now, but a fresh metallic scent, sharp enough to taste. It led toward the basement hall. I took the side route behind the teller counter, note pages folded in my pocket, flashlight in hand, though it was daytime outside. The manager's office still held the turned-over portrait frame. On impulse, I picked it up. The glass cracked in my hand as I lifted it, but the picture inside remained whole enough to show a staff photograph. 12 employees arranged in 2 rows in front of the teller line. Men in suits, women in dark jackets, all smiling with stiff pride. One face made my blood run cold. In the back row, 3rd from the left, was a man with my face. Not exactly. The hair was parted differently. The tie was too wide, the glasses old-fashioned. But the shape of the face, the nose, the mouth, even the slight unevenness around one eye. It was like looking at myself dressed in another time. The name printed along the bottom edge beneath him read, D. Mercer, Records. I dropped the frame. It hit the floor and split open. The photograph slid partly free. On the back, in blue ink, someone had written, Year-End Balancing Team, 1988. I left it there and went to the basement. The lower hall was drier than before. That unsettled me more than standing water would have. The fluorescent tubes near the vault glowed steadily now, without flicker. The steel gate stood wide open, and the vault door was fully open. Inside was darkness so complete my flashlight beam seemed to weaken at the threshold. The metallic smell came from there. I stood just outside and listened. No counting, no voices, only a very faint mechanical hum deep inside. I entered. The vault was larger than I expected, with shelves lining the curved walls and steel cages standing open in rows. Most were empty. Some held collapsed cardboard boxes, strings of mold-eaten deposit bags, or the rusted remains of cash cards. At the far back, where the flashlight struggled to reach, another doorway opened into a smaller room. The hum came from beyond it. As I walked, my light passed over walls covered in marks. Not graffiti. Names, hundreds of names written in pen, pencil, chalk, marker, even scratched into the paint. Some were neat. Some trailed downward as if written by a shaking hand. Some had dates beside them. Many did not. I saw the same names repeated over and over. Customers from old notices, maybe. Employees. Strangers. Near shoulder height, written in black ink darker than the rest, was my own first name, Daniel. Below it, squeezed into the space as if added later, Balance 1. I reached the inner room. It held the source of the hum. An old counting machine sat on a desk under a hanging lamp that should not have had power. The lamp cast a yellow circle over the machine, a ledger book, and a neat stack of fresh $20 bills. The machine's rollers turned slowly by themselves, though no money fed through them. Beside the desk sat a small metal chair. On the ledger's open page was a line waiting to be filled. Account holder, Daniel. The surname had been left blank. Amount dispensed. As balance remaining, 1. There was also a pen. I understood then with a cold, simple certainty that the place wanted me to finish something. Something started long ago, or perhaps something it had mistaken for unfinished, because names repeat, faces repeat, systems repeat. The bank had its habits. It had its rules. It had not learned to stop. Behind me, from the larger vault, came the soft sound of people entering and taking their places. No footsteps, only the arrangement of presents. A room filling. I did not turn around. The dry voice spoke from just beyond the lamp's edge. Please be seated. I stayed standing. What is the one? I asked. For a moment, there was only the machine's hum. Then the voice answered, Witness. Simple as that. I felt then that if I sat in the chair, if I wrote my name, If I let the machine count a single bill under that lamp, I would join the system of the place, not die exactly, not in any clean human way, but become one more open account waiting in the dark, one more face at the window, one more patient voice asking others not to leave their balance. The thought sharpened me. I looked around the desk quickly. Metal chair, lamp, machine, ledger, bills. Then I yanked the lamp cord from the wall. The room went dark except for my flashlight. At once, the hum deepened into a rough, grinding noise. Behind me, the voices in the vault rose together in a long-drawn breath of surprise or anger. I grabbed the ledger and threw it onto the floor. Pages scattered. I kicked the counting machine off the desk. It struck concrete hard, cracked open, and spilled gears and springs across the floor. The reaction was immediate. The dark beyond the doorway rushed forward. Pale hands appeared first, clutching the frame. Faces followed. Too many, crowding to get in. Mouths opened in silent business-like complaint. My flashlight beam flashed over uniforms, wet hair, polished name pins, ruined suits, a child holding a deposit bag, an old man with blank white eyes, and behind them all the woman from the side door, still dripping as if she had never stopped. "Improper closure," she said. I snatched the stack of 20s from the desk and shoved them into the broken machine housing. Then I pulled the lighter from my pocket. I had brought it without fully knowing why. The bills caught fast. Flame ran through the dry paper into old grease and dust in the machine, then up the side of the desk, where varnish and time fed it eagerly. Heat burst against my hand. Smoke rolled toward the ceiling. The figures at the doorway recoiled as one body. Their reaction gave me room. I pushed past them shoulder to shoulder with cold, impossible flesh and ran through the vault. Voices snapped around me. "Stop payment!" "Fraud!" "Incomplete!" "Return to window!" Hands brushed my jacket and sleeve but did not fully catch. Behind me, the fire found old paper and dry wood hidden among the damp. It roared louder. I reached the hall and sprinted for the stairs. Alarms did not ring. Sprinklers did not start. The bank only groaned around me as if wakened from a long pinned-down sleep. At the top of the stairs, smoke began to curl into the lobby. The ATM screen flashed bright white. Transaction canceled, then another message replaced it. Outstanding balance transferred. The machine began spewing bills again, faster than before, until they piled knee-deep around the base. Some were burning already at the edges, though no flame touched them. I did not stop to understand. I ran for the side exit and threw myself into daylight. I made it to the lot before the first window broke. Glass burst outward from the front of the bank in sparkling sheets. Smoke poured after it, dark and thick. Through it, I heard voices layered over one another in calm, polite tones, all saying the same thing. "We are closed. We are closed. We are closed." The fire department came. So did police. They kept everyone back behind tape while water blasted through the open windows. Reporters arrived. People from nearby businesses gathered and traded stories about the old place, about kids who used to sneak in, about rumors of hidden vaults and squatters. I stood among them until a medic asked if I had been inside. I said I had seen smoke from the road and stopped to call it in. No one questioned me much. The building had been unstable for years. Old wiring, dry rot. Easy answer. By nightfall, the roof over the rear section had collapsed. By morning, most of the inside was gone. I went back a week later, when they finally allowed the public near the street again. The bank was a black shell. The side wall had fallen inward. The lot was covered in wet ash and broken masonry. Men in hard hats were taking photos and arguing over demolition schedules. The ATM was gone. So was the teller line. So was the vault door, according to a worker who complained loudly that the back foundation had given way and buried half the lower level beyond safe access. They would fill the whole thing, he said. Too dangerous to dig. That should have been the end. For a while I thought it was. Months passed without hums, without coins, without messages on screens. I slept. I worked. I started to believe the fire had broken whatever old pattern trapped in that place. Maybe the bank had needed its machines and ledgers and doors to hold itself together. Maybe destroying them had scattered it. Then this morning, I went to buy groceries. At the register, I paid in cash for my wallet, bills I had withdrawn inside a bright, clean bank branch the day before. The cashier, an older woman with red nails and tired eyes, counted them, paused, and looked up at me. "Do you want these back?" she asked. I frowned. "What?" She slid $1.20 across the counter. Stamped near the edge in black ink was today's date. I felt the whole store go distant around me. The carts, the scanner beeps, the music overhead, everything seemed to move farther away. "I'm sorry," she said. "It got mixed into your change somehow. We can't take marked bills." I picked it up. On the back, in tiny, neat handwriting I had not seen before, were 5 words. "Balance remaining. One good night story. I do not know what happens when the balance reaches 0. I only know that tonight, just before I sat down to write this, I heard a soft electronic beep from the dark hall outside my bedroom. Then a voice, gentle and patient, as if speaking to the last customer in line. "Please continue your transaction." That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. The drive-in speaker played a movie that was never released. I took the job because I was broke, tired, and out of places to go. That is the plain truth. I had been sleeping in my car for 9 nights by then. It was late fall, and the cold had started to get into everything. My blanket smelled like old coffee. My socks were never really dry. Every time I woke up, the windows were fogged white from my own breath, and for a few seconds I forgot where I was. Then the ache in my back would remind me. I found the job on a paper flyer taped crooked inside a laundromat. Night watchman, wanted old Sunset Drive-In, light maintenance, cash, weekly room, included. There was a phone number written by hand at the bottom. I called it from the payphone outside because my own phone had been cut off that morning. An old man answered after 6 rings. He sounded half asleep, and at first I thought he was going to hang up on me. Then I said I could start that same night, and he got quiet. He told me to meet him at the Sunset Drive-In at 6 o'clock. I got there early. The drive-in sat off a state road about 20 miles outside town. If you didn't know it was there, you would miss it. The sign was rusted so badly that the red letters looked brown. Half the bulbs were gone. Tall weeds grew through cracks in the entrance lane. The ticket booth leaned a little to one side, as if one hard wind might push it over. Beyond it was the lot. Rows and rows of empty parking spaces faced a giant white screen that was no longer white. Rain had stained it gray. There were dark streaks running down it like tears. The metal poles that once held the old window speakers stood in lines across the field, all of them bent a little, all of them looking tired. Some still had speakers hanging from them, but most had only wires or broken brackets. To the left stood the snack bar and projection building. Its windows were boarded up. Its roof line sagged in the middle. A faded mural on the wall showed a smiling cartoon hot dog wearing sunglasses. It should have looked silly. It didn't. It looked like something left behind too fast. The old man came in a pickup truck with one weak headlight. He got out slowly, carrying a ring of keys and a flashlight heavy enough to be used as a weapon. He introduced himself as Vernon Pike. He had worked there for years, he said, and now he owned what was left of the place after his brother died. He asked if I stole, if I drank on the job, and if I was the kind of person who scared easy. I said no to all three. The third answer was a lie, though I did not know that yet. He led me into the projection building. It smelled like wet wood, old grease, and something trapped in the walls long ago. The lobby floor was sticky even after all those years. Dust covered the candy counter. There were still faded signs for popcorn prices that looked almost sweet in the weak light. Behind the building was a narrow hall with peeling paint and a line of little rooms. He showed me one at the end. "This is yours if you stay," he said. It had a single bed, a dresser with no mirror, a sink with rusty water, and a window that looked toward the field. The door did not shut all the way unless you lifted it first. To me, it looked better than the back seat of my car. I told him I would take it. He nodded and gave me 3 rules. First, lock the front gate every night by 10. Second, call him if kids came around trying to break things. Third, if I heard sound from the lot after midnight, I was not to go chasing it around unless I saw actual people. He said that last part while looking down the hall instead of at me. I asked him what kind of sound. "Old wiring," he said too quickly. "Wind, animals. This place settles." Then he handed me a small battery lantern and 1 key on a red plastic tag. Before he left, he paused in the doorway of my room. "One more thing," he said. "There's one speaker on pole D9 that still works when it feels like it. Don't bring it inside. Don't throw it away. Leave it where it is." I asked why. He stood there a moment thinking. "Because every time I move it," he said, "it turns back up." Then he left. I watched his truck lights disappear through the entrance, and after that, I was alone with the Sunset Drive-In. It is strange how fast an abandoned place changes when night comes. In daylight, it had looked sad, worn out, almost harmless. At night, it became something else. The screen loomed above the field like a wall made to keep something in, not to show anything. The speaker poles cast thin black shadows under the moon. The wind moving through the weeds made soft rubbing sounds like hands on cloth. I locked the gate at 10 like Vernon told me to. I checked the snack bar doors. I walked the rows with the lantern and a flashlight I kept in my car. I saw rabbit tracks in the mud near the back fence. I found beer cans near the dumpster. One of the restroom doors banged gently on a broken hinge. Nothing more. By 11:30 I was in bed, fully dressed under the blanket, listening to the building groan around me. At first, I thought I would sleep well from sheer relief. I had a roof over me. I had a mattress. I had walls. But every little sound seemed sharper there. The hum of old power lines, the tap of a branch against the siding, somewhere in the hall a slow drip. Then, close to midnight, I heard a voice. It was faint, tinny, a man speaking through static. I sat up at once. The voice cut out. I held my breath. Then it came again, just a fragment, too distorted to make out. It sounded far away, but not that far. Not like from the road, more like from the lot itself. I remembered Vernon's words and felt annoyed as much as scared. Old wiring, I thought. Some loose connection. Maybe one speaker still had power from somewhere. Maybe a radio signal was crossing into it. The voice came back. This time, I heard 3 words. "She is waiting." Then silence. I stayed where I was for a full minute, staring at the window. I could see part of the field under the moon. The poles stood there in rows like thin people. I told myself not to be stupid. I put on my shoes, grabbed the flashlight, and went outside. The air was cold enough to bite my teeth. I stood on the back step and listened. For a while, there was only the wind and the creak of metal. Then, from somewhere out in the lot, came a hiss of static and another voice, louder now. "Roll camera." I walked toward it. The speaker poles had letters and numbers once painted in yellow on the bases. Most of the paint was gone. I swept the flashlight over them. C4, C5, D7. The sound came again from farther up. Then I found it. Pole D9. A gray speaker box hung crooked on its arm by a twisted cord. It looked no different from the dead ones around it, except for one small red bulb glowing under the grill. I stopped 2 steps away. The speaker cracked with static, and a woman laughed softly. It was not the laugh of someone hearing a joke. It was a nervous laugh, breathy and thin. After it came a man's voice I could not fully understand. Then silence. I looked around the lot. Empty. I almost reached up to take the speaker down. Vernon had told me not to. I had no reason to obey him, except the way he had said it. That alone made me pull my hand back. The red bulb went dark. I waited another minute. Nothing. I went back inside, shut my door, and told myself it was some weird electrical trick. Maybe the old thing had picked up CB radio. Maybe somebody nearby had old film equipment. Maybe I had misheard the words because I was half asleep. I slept badly. The next morning, I found Vernon standing by the snack bar with coffee in a paper cup. I had not heard his truck. "You hear anything?" he asked. His face gave nothing away. I said yes. One speaker, voices, static, that was all. He drank some coffee and looked out toward the lot. "Did you touch it?" "No." "Good." I waited for an explanation. He did not give one. Instead, he walked me around the property, showing me where the breakers were, where rain leaked through the roof, and where a section of chain-link fence had fallen near the woods. He explained how every Friday a man from town would bring an old riding mower for me to use, and how nobody had shown real interest in buying the land because the road out front flooded in spring. He acted like we had not talked about the speaker at all. By noon, my curiosity had worked itself into something stronger than fear. "What is D9?" I asked. He looked at me. "A speaker. You know what I mean." He rubbed at his chin. "Back when this place ran, there was a private preview one night, before my time running it. Studio people, local press, invited guests. Film never came out. That's what folks around here say. Why? Fire, death, money? Depends who tells it. He started to turn away. What film? I asked. I don't remember the title. He said that too fast. Then he left me with a list of chores and drove off. That afternoon, I checked the projection room upstairs. It was full of old reels, dusty cans, torn leader strips, and machine parts set aside years before. Most were labeled with movie titles I knew, or half knew, from old posters. Some labels had peeled off completely. Others were just dates. The room had two broken projectors facing square windows toward the screen, both covered in canvas tarps. Along one wall stood metal shelves stacked with film cans. Many were empty. Some rattled when I touched them. One high shelf held 6 large black cases with no labels at all. I noticed one of the cabinet drawers had a little brass plate on it. Preview material. Return immediately. The drawer was locked. I spent the rest of the day sweeping dead leaves from the entrance and pulling weeds around a ticket booth. All the while, I kept looking toward D9. The speaker hung there silent as bone. That night, I ate crackers and canned soup in my room, then sat by the window, waiting for midnight. At 11:47, the red bulb lit up. I was outside almost at once. This time, the speaker was already talking by the time I reached it. Not a live voice, a recording. I could hear room echo behind the words and a low mechanical hiss under everything. A man said, "Scene 52, take 3. Then there was a clapper sound. Then silence for 2, maybe 3 seconds. Then footsteps on gravel. Then a woman's voice, close, unsteady. "Why did you bring me here?" Another voice answered, male, deeper, calm in a way that did not sound calm at all. "Because no one comes back for what they leave." The woman said, "Turn the light on." He said, "You won't need it." The speaker clicked and went dead. I stood there with my hand around the cold metal pole. My skin had gone tight all over. It sounded like dialogue from a movie. It had to be. Vernon had said there had been a preview. Maybe this was audio from that film somehow trapped in old equipment, though even thinking that felt foolish. Electronics do not save ghost sounds for decades and play them back by themselves. I told myself there had to be a power source somewhere. Maybe somebody had hidden a transmitter on the property as a prank. Maybe Vernon was testing me. I spent almost an hour searching around D9 with my flashlight. I checked the pole base, the weeds, the nearby speakers, the buried cable line where it came from the ground. Nothing. No fresh batteries, no radio, no hidden wires running above ground. When I finally touched the speaker itself, it was warm. That bothered me more than the voices. The next day I went into town and used the library computer. Sunset Drive-In had almost no online history. There were a few old pictures from the 80s, one article about the place closing in the 90s, and a short local piece about storm damage years later. I searched for private preview, unreleased film, Sunset Drive-In, fire. That turned up more. Not much, just enough. There had been a one-night industry screening in 1978 for a film called Hollow Veil. That title came up in a scanned newspaper clipping from the county archive. The article was tiny, mostly gossip about a regional suspense picture shot partly in the state with a small cast and a director trying to move into bigger studio work. One line caught my eye. The producer promises audiences a final image they will never forget. Below the clipping, someone had uploaded a note years later saying the movie was never released after a fatal incident during a late test screening. No details, no source. I searched the title alone. Very little. A cast list without photos. One actress named Marjorie Vale. One actor named Daniel Cross. A director named Ellis Mercer. A producer named Leonard Voss. No trailer, no poster, except for one rough sketch that might not even be real. A woman standing before a field of empty speaker poles. I copied down everything. Back at the drive-in, I asked Vernon directly. "Hollow Vale," I said. His jaw tightened. "You found the name." "So tell me." He leaned against the soda machine in the lobby, looking older than before. "I was a teenager then," he said. "My brother ran Projectors. He said some city people came in with one print only. Told everyone not to touch the cans, not to smoke near the booth, not to let locals in after the gates closed. There was a screening. Something happened. My brother never liked talking about it. Said the film was wrong from the start." "Wrong how?" "He said the sound kept slipping. Dialogue where there should have been silence. Noise on the track that nobody remembered recording. He thought the print was damaged." "What happened at the screening?" He looked at the hall behind me again, same as on the first day. "A woman died in her car near Row D." I felt a cold line move across my shoulders. "How?" No one agreed. Heart attack, some said. Shock, said others. Then there was a fire in the booth after everyone left. Small one. Enough to ruin part of the equipment. The print disappeared before dawn. Disappeared? That is what my brother told me. And the speaker? He was quiet so long I thought he would not answer. "Row D was where they said her car had been," he said at last. "Ninth pole over." He pushed himself away from the machine. "That's enough for today. Do your rounds tonight. Don't stay listening if it starts up." Then he left again. That evening, rain came in thin, cold sheets. It drummed on the roof and ran off the screen in long silver lines. The lot turned slick and black. Water gathered in the low ruts between rows. I thought maybe the weather would keep the speaker quiet. At 12:06, the red bulb came on. I stood under an umbrella and listened from a few feet away. There was no clapper this time, no scene number, just breathing. Very soft at first, then clearer. A woman breathing quickly, like she was trying not to cry. Then another sound under it, a projector maybe, or an engine idling. Then the same male voice as before. "You said no one would see this." A second man answered farther from the microphone. "No one will. This is reference only." The first voice said, "Then why are the speakers on?" 3 seconds of tape hiss. Then a woman whispered, "There's someone in the field." The audio warped, dragged, and came back with a shriek of feedback so sharp I jerked backward. Then the speaker spoke in a voice I had not heard before. Not from a movie line, not from any clean recording. It was rough, weak, as if someone were speaking from very far away through a throat full of dust. "Don't let it finish." The red bulb went out. I did not sleep at all that night. Morning made everything worse, not better. In daylight, I could no longer tell myself I had dreamed it. I remembered the exact sound of that last voice. It did not sound acted. It sounded like warning. I spent the day searching the building for anything connected to Hollow Vale, Most of the office files downstairs had rotted into glued stacks. Old invoices, utility bills, posters, schedules, nothing. In the projection booth, I forced open the locked drawer under the preview material plate with a flat screwdriver and a hammer. Inside was a burned smell so strong it made me flinch. There were only 3 things in the drawer: a melted real core, a brass cigarette lighter with the initials EM, and a folded sheet of paper, browned at the edges. The paper was a screening program. The title at the top read, "Special Preview Presentation, Hollow Veil," for invited guests only. Below that were typed credits and a note asking viewers not to discuss details before release. At the bottom, in blue pen, someone had written one sentence: "If sound returns on line D, do not run reel 6. I read it 3 times. There was no signature. That should have been enough for me to quit. It should have been enough to walk out, drive somewhere else, and sleep in my car if I had to. But fear does not always send a person running. Sometimes it ties curiosity to your fear and drags you forward with both. That night, I took a lawn chair out to D9 and sat beside it with a thermos of coffee like an idiot waiting for a show. Midnight came and passed. Nothing. At 12:21, the speaker hissed alive. This time the sound was clearer than ever before. I heard orchestra tuning, faint and far away, then crowd murmur, then car doors slamming, a public screening atmosphere, the opening of a night. It sounded as if a microphone had been left on during the event itself. A woman near the mic said, laughing, "This is wonderful, Lynn. It feels like one of those old premieres." A man answered, "Small markets matter. Remember that?" Then another voice said, "Are these speakers all live?" Someone else laughed. Then came a click and a burst of dialogue from the film itself. I knew at once because the sound changed. It became cleaner, more shaped, the way movie sound does when it was made to be heard by an audience. A car driving on gravel. A woman saying, "This road was on the map." A man answering, "Maps forget places?" Then a low music cue, strings, and a dull drum beat. The woman again, "What is Hollow Vale?" The man, "A town that wanted to leave no graves." The line was so simple, and yet the way he said it made my stomach turn. The scene continued for maybe a minute. The couple in the car arrived at some dark place. The woman wanted to go back. The man insisted on seeing something first. Then the sound cut sharply to a new scene with children singing. Not happy singing, slow singing. A tune with too few notes repeated over and over. After that, there was a scraping noise and a voice very close to the microphone, whispering so low I nearly missed it. "Stop the projector." Then came panic. Real panic. A man shouting from far off, "Who patched this?" Someone else, "This isn't on the print list." A woman crying, "Turn it off." Then feedback, louder and louder, mixed with the children's song, until it became one ugly wall of sound. I covered my ears. The red bulb burst with a tiny pop and went dark. For a while, I just sat there in the weeds, breathing hard, hearing the rainwater drip from distant eaves. The next morning, Vernon did not come. He also did not answer the payphone when I called from town. I went to the county records office instead. The clerk there was an older woman with silver hair and the reading glasses low on her nose. I gave her the date of the preview and asked if she had any old newspaper archives on microfilm. She looked at me over the glasses. "Sunset Drive-In," she said. You doing a history project?" "Something like that." She took me into a back room and showed me the machine. The local paper from that week had a small article about the special screening. Nothing odd there. It named several guests and mentioned a positive early response. But the next day's paper had no follow-up. Neither did the day after that. 3 days later, there was a short item on page 6. County woman dies following late-night medical event at Sunset Drive-In. The woman's name was Helen Weller, age 34. She had attended a private screening as a guest of her employer, a radio advertiser. She was found unresponsive in her car and was pronounced dead before reaching the hospital. Authorities did not suspect foul play. A private family service would be held on Saturday. That was all. But tucked beside that article was another one even shorter. Minor booth fire causes limited damage, no injuries, no mention of hollow veil, no mention of the print. I asked the clerk if there were police reports available that old. She shrugged. Some, not all. After a long wait, she came back with a thin folder. Inside was a copy of an incident summary. Most names were blacked out in marker from some later archive rule. There had been audible disturbance during final reel. Several guests reported distressing material inconsistent with preview notes. Projection halted. Audience cleared. One medical emergency in row D. A small fire occurred in the booth, approximately 32 minutes after evacuation. Cause uncertain. Then one line near the bottom made my throat go dry. A speaker unit in row D continued audio output after booth power had been cut. Source not identified. I copied that too. On my way out, I asked the clerk one more question. "Do you know anyone who was there?" She thought for a moment. "Maybe Arthur Bell," she said. "He used to write ad copy for the radio station. If memory serves, he knew that Weller woman." She gave me an address on a scrap paper. Arthur Bell lived in a narrow house behind a tire shop with a porch that sagged under old flower pots. He was in his 80s, maybe older. He wore a cardigan and smelled faintly of peppermint. When I mentioned the drive-in, his face changed in a way I had already started to recognize in people connected to that place. A closing off, a look inward. "I don't talk much about that night," he said. "I only need to ask a few things." He studied me a long time, then let me in. His living room was crowded with books and framed radio photos. We sat with tea between us while a wall clock clicked too loudly. "You knew Helen Weller?" I asked. He nodded. "She sold local ad time. Smart woman, kind. She had no business being at that screening, really. None of us did. We were local filler for a studio man trying to create excitement." "Do you remember the film?" "I remember enough." "What happened?" He held his teacup with both hands. "The first part was ordinary enough. Dark roads, old family secrets, missing town, serious little picture. Better made than I expected. People were leaning in. Then, somewhere near the end, the tone shifted. Not all at once. It was more like a note in music going wrong and staying wrong. Characters began saying lines they had not set up, looking at the camera when they should not. A scene repeated with different words. The audience laughed at first, thought it was an editing mistake. He stopped and stared at the clock. Then Helen spoke, he said. "To who?" "To me, through the speaker, clipped to our car." I sat still. "What did she say?" His eyes watered, not from age but from memory. She was parked 3 rows ahead, a little left. I could see the top of her car. The film was playing some scene in a field. A woman walking between poles with speakers hanging from them. One speaker in our car crackled, and Helen's voice came through clear as day. Not actor's voice, her voice. She said, "Arthur, they turned mine on." The room felt colder. I called out. My wife told me to stop fooling around. Then the movie woman on screen turned and looked directly at camera. I know how foolish that sounds. She looked right at us and said, "If you hear yourself, go." After that, people started honking, opening doors, shouting for the projectionist. He drank a little tea with a shaking hand. We got out. Everyone was confused. Some thought this was some sick gimmick. The studio man kept saying to stay calm. Then Helen's horn began to sound. Just one long blast. We ran to her car. She was sitting upright behind the wheel, eyes open, dead, before we reached her. He fell silent. I waited. "The strange part," he whispered, "was the speaker in her window. It was still talking, not loudly, just under the horn, like someone speaking into a pillow. None of us could make out the words except one woman who swore it said, 'Do not let the last image show.'" He looked at me then, sharp and sudden. "Has something started again out there?" I lied and said no. He saw through it anyway. "Leave that place," he said. "Some things stay unfinished for a reason." When I returned to the drive-in at dusk, Vernon's truck was parked by the building. He was in the projection booth, standing before one of the old machines with the tarp pulled off. On the floor beside him were the 6 black cases I had noticed on the shelf. One lay open. Inside was a film reel. Even before I asked, I knew. "Hollow Veil," I said. He did not turn around. "My brother hid it after the fire," he said. "Took it from the booth before anyone came back for it." I stepped closer. "You said it disappeared." "To everyone else, yes." "Why keep it?" He gave a bitter laugh. "Do you think I wanted it? He hid it in my mother's crawl space. After he died, I found it with his things and brought it here because I did not know what else to do. I thought maybe this place should keep its own poison." I looked at the reel. The can was blackened on one side. On the label, half burned away, I could still make out the title and a handwritten mark. Reel 6, Final. Every hair on my arm stood up. "You ran it," I said. He turned then, angry. "No." "But the speaker started before I ever brought the print back. That shut me up." He rubbed his face hard like he was trying to wake from a headache. "I came tonight to get rid of it," he said. "Take it to the river, maybe, or cut it to ribbons. Would that stop it? I don't know." Outside, in the lot, a speaker crackled to life. Not just 1, 3, then 5, then more. The sound came in bursts across the field like a wave of weak radios all finding signal at once. Voices, music, static, little pieces of speech from different places. Vernon and I stared at each other, then ran to the booth window facing the screen. In the darkness below, small red bulbs were lighting row by row. Not all of them, but enough to turn the lot into a dotted grid of blood-colored points. "That hasn't happened before," Vernon said. The old projector behind us clicked. Neither of us had touched it. Its motor gave a dry, choking spin. Dust shook from the reels. Then, on the giant screen outside, a pale square appeared. No full image, just light. Vernon swore under his breath, and lunged for the projector switch. Nothing happened. The machine kept turning in ugly jerks, as if something inside it had remembered its job and was trying to do it with broken bones. I grabbed the power lever on the wall and threw it down. The booth lights died. The projector kept running. Out in the field, voices rose from the speakers in overlapping scraps. A camera, too? Get them back in their cars, but not on the script. Please stop. And under all of it, that same children's tune. The light on the screen sharpened. An image began to form. At first it was only grain and scratches. Then a road at night. Headlights moving through fog. Black trees on both sides. The picture shook as if seen from inside another car following close behind. I had the mad thought that the movie was beginning itself. Vernon snatched the reel can from the floor and looked around for something to smash. I saw his eyes land on the emergency axe mounted near the booth door. He yanked it free and raised it over the projector. Before he could swing, a woman screamed from the lot. Not from the film, from outside. A real scream. We ran downstairs and out into the field. The sound had come from row D. A car sat there with its headlights off. My first stupid thought was that I had somehow missed it before. But no, it had not been there. The gate was locked. The lot was empty when I came in. Yet there it stood now, an older sedan dark with rain, parked under D9 as if it had belonged there all along. The driver door was open. No one was inside. The speaker hung from the half-lowered window, glowing red. The scream came again, but this time from the speaker itself. Then a man's voice shouted, "Cut!" The scream stopped. I slowed several feet from a car, suddenly afraid to get closer. Vernon did not. He went straight to the open door and shined his flashlight inside. The seats were wet but not soaked, as if the car had only just arrived. The dashboard was cracked with age. The steering wheel had a horn ring. On the passenger seat lay a folded screening program exactly like the one from the drawer. Vernon picked it up with shaking fingers. "Impossible," he said. On the inside page was a handwritten name. Helen Weller, the same name from the article, the same woman who died. I heard a sound behind me and turned. The screen now showed a field of speaker poles under moonlight. Not this field. Another one. Maybe meant to be the same place in the film, but cleaner, newer, all the poles straight and shining. A woman in a pale dress moved between them with a flashlight. She kept turning as if hearing someone behind her. Her face came into the beam. I had seen a grainy newspaper photo of Helen Weller at the records office. It was her, not an actress who looked like her. Her. She was older in the newspaper photo, but it was her face. She looked straight out of the screen and said, "Arthur?" I stumbled backward so hard I nearly fell. Vernon grabbed my arm. "Don't look at it," he hissed. But of course I looked. On screen, Helen walked closer to camera through the line of poles. Her mouth moved again. This time, the speakers all around the lot carried the words. "They turned mine on." The children's tune returned under her voice, soft and sickly. Then another figure stepped into frame behind her, a tall man in a dark coat, his face hidden by shadow. Helen did not seem to hear him. She kept looking past camera, searching. I said, "Who is that?" Vernon did not answer. The figure lifted one hand. Every speaker bulb in row D flashed brighter. Then the image cut to a different scene, inside a projection booth. An actor, maybe the one listed as Daniel Cross, stood next to reels and equipment, arguing with someone off camera. "This was not in my pages," he said. "I'm not saying those lines." A voice off screen, calm and hard, answered, "You already did." The actor looked frightened now, not angry. "No." "Yes." Then the image jumped again, spliced badly, and showed a close shot of strips of film hanging like wet ribbon. On each strip, in tiny moving frames, people sat in cars at the drive-in. Real people, the audience from the screening. Their faces lit by the screen, some laughing, some bored, some turning to talk. One frame held Helen in her car, hand on the speaker, looking down at it. I heard Vernon make a sound like choking. The picture jumped again. Now it showed the audience from above, filmed from impossible height, all the rows spread below. One row was marked by a faint white circle. Row D, 9th pole. The camera drifted down toward Helen's car until the grain became huge and rough. Then the frame froze. Everything in the lot went silent, even the wind. The frozen image of Helen's car remained on the screen. The open door, the speaker hanging, dark shape at the window. I realized it was showing not the old night in 1978. It was showing right now. The open door was there because the real car below had its door open now. I turned slowly toward the actual car under D9. The passenger seat was empty. The driver's seat was not. A woman sat there, very still, facing front. I had not seen her get in. Rain dotted her hair and shoulders. Her face was pale, eyes open, fixed on the screen. Vernon whispered, "No, I do not remember deciding to move. I was just suddenly beside the car, shining my flashlight through the windshield." It was not Helen Weller. It was a young woman I had never seen before, maybe in her 20s, wearing a dark jacket and jeans, both damp with rain. She looked alive, but wrong, too still. Her lips barely parted. I knocked on the glass. "Hey, can you hear me?" Her eyes shifted toward me with painful slowness. Then she said, in a voice dry as paper, "Do not let the last image show." The horn blared. I jumped back. Vernon swore and reached through the open driver door to pull her out. The moment he touched her shoulder, all the speakers in the lot exploded with sound. Not music, not dialogue, car horns, dozens of them, layers of honking from different nights, different distances all at once. The giant screen flared white. Vernon dragged the woman from the car as she suddenly came to life, kicking and screaming like someone waking from a nightmare inside a burning house. We both pulled her away from the vehicle and into the weeds. She clung to my jacket so hard her nails cut my skin through the fabric. "Don't let him finish it," she gasped. "Who?" I shouted over the horns. "The man in the booth?" "There is no man in the booth." Her eyes rolled toward the projection building. The horn stopped. The screen went black. Then from the upstairs booth, a projector beam snapped on again. Something moved inside the square window. A silhouette, tall, thin, hatless. One arm lifted toward the machine. Vernon turned and ran for the building with the axe still in hand. I shouted after him, but he did not slow. The young woman was crying now, shaking all over. "I came in through the fence," she said. "I wanted to film the place for my channel. I heard a voice saying there was one more screening. I thought somebody was messing with me." That was all she got out before a deep male voice rolled across the lot from every speaker. "Please remain in your vehicles. We are about to resume." The words were so clear, so normal, that they cut worse than any scream. The woman buried her face against my shoulder. I half dragged, half carried her toward the building. Upstairs, something crashed in the booth. Then came Vernon's yell, short, sudden. I pushed the woman into the downstairs lobby and told her to stay low, though I do not know why I thought that would help. Then I grabbed the heavy flashlight and ran up the steps. The booth door was open. One projector was spinning at full speed. Film ribbon whipped loose from the top arm like black snakes. The other projector stood dead beside it. Vernon was on the floor near the window, groaning, the axe out of reach. And in front of the running machine stood no man, only a shape made by light and dust. That is the truest way I can say it. At first my mind tried to make it a person, a dark coat, shoulders, head, but it kept slipping. It was more like a standing hole in the beam, edged by moving grain from the screen. It blocked the light, while also being made of it. Inside that shape, little flashes moved, faces maybe, frames maybe, impossible to hold in sight. The machine rattled louder, the shape turned, no face, only shifting darkness full of tiny white scratches like damaged film. I should have run then. Instead, I lurched for the wall power and shoved it up and down with both hands. Nothing changed. I grabbed a metal reel from the shelf and hurled it at the projector. It hit the side with a bell-like clang, bounced off, and rolled under a table. The shape moved toward me without moving its feet, like a stain spreading over glass. Then Vernon, still on the floor, shouted one word. "Lens!" I understood. I snatched the thick canvas tarp from the dead projector and threw it over the running one. The beam vanished. The shape vanished with it. The room went dark, except for the weak emergency bulb by the stairs. For 2 seconds, there was only the thudding of the machine under the tarp. Then smoke rose. I tore the tarp away and saw film bunching and burning where it had jammed in the gate. Orange flame licked up fast, hungry and bright. Vernon crawled to the axe and brought it down on the machine once, twice, 3 times. Metal split. The motor screamed. I grabbed the fire extinguisher from the wall, yanked the pin, and blasted white foam over everything until my hands and face were coated. The projector died. Silence flooded in so hard it rang. Below us, from the lot, one speaker gave a final little pop of static, then nothing. Vernon sat against the wall, coughing. I went to the window. The screen outside was blank again. The rows were dark. The sedan in row D was gone, completely gone. Only the wet ground remained under D-9. I stayed there all night with Vernon and a young woman, whose name was Casey. None of us wanted to leave before dawn. We sat in the lobby with every flashlight we could find and a lantern between us. Casey told us she had slipped through the broken back fence around 11 because she made videos of abandoned places. She had heard a radio-like voice somewhere in the field saying there would be a lost premiere at midnight. She had followed it to D9 and then, after touching the speaker, remembered only pieces. Sitting in a car that should not have been there, a movie starting, and a man's voice asking if she wanted to be kept in the audience. At sunrise, Vernon looked 20 years older. "We burned the reel," he said. He drove to town for fuel. Casey left with a friend she called from my borrowed phone at a gas station down the road. Before she got in the friend's car, she caught my sleeve and said, "I know how this sounds, But when I was in that car, I saw people outside the windows, rows of them, standing where the audience should have been. They were all facing the screen. None of them had faces. Then she was gone. Vernon and I carried the black cases behind the screen to a bare patch of dirt and soaked the reels with gasoline. There were 6 reels in all, 1 through 6. On the 4th can, I saw a faded grease pencil note. Alt audio hold. That made me sick. Vernon struck the match. He looked at me once, maybe to make sure I agreed, maybe to make sure there would be a witness. Then he dropped it. The fire rose quick and hot. Film does not burn like wood. It curls, shrinks, spits black smoke, and gives off a sweet, nasty chemical smell that claws your throat. We stood back with our sleeves over our noses and watched the reels twist into lumps. When reel 6 cracked open in the heat, a strip flapped free before catching fire. For one instant, the sunlight hit the tiny frames. I saw a close-up image repeated over and over, a row of parked cars, one empty space among them, then a figure standing in that empty space looking up. I looked away before the strip burned through. "You think it's over?" I asked. Vernon did not answer for a while. At last he said, "My brother once told me some films are made from pictures, some are made from sound, and once in a great while one is made from looking. If enough people look at the wrong thing, maybe it learns to look back." I did not know what to say to that. The fire burned down. For 3 nights after that, the speaker stayed silent. On the 4th night, Vernon did not come, and I figured maybe he had washed his hands of the place at last. I did my rounds, locked the gate, and sat in my room listening to ordinary sounds. Wind, drip, distant truck on the road. Around midnight, I almost smiled at myself for being tense over nothing. Then there came a knock at my door. 3 slow taps. I froze. No one should have been in the building. I had checked every room. The gate was locked. My car was the only one out front. The knock came again. I stood, took the flashlight, and opened the door. The hall was empty. At the far end, near the lobby, a faint red light blinked once, then again. I followed it, with my heart hammering so hard my ears hurt. The light was coming from the old office, a room I had not used except for storage. Its door stood half open. Inside on the desk sat one drive-in speaker. Gray box, curled cord, red bulb glowing under the grill, D-9 painted on its side in faded yellow. I knew with a sinking certainty that this was the same speaker Vernon had warned me about. He had not moved it. Neither had I. Yet here it was in the office, like it had always belonged on the desk. The speaker hissed. A woman's voice came through, clear, calm, not frightened at all. "Tonight's final image has been changed," she said. I stood rooted to the doorway. A man answered her, somewhere farther back on the recording. Too late. Then came the dry voice I had heard before, the one that felt more like a warning than part of any script. "Not if no one watches." I crossed the room in 3 steps and yanked the speaker cord from where it vanished behind the desk. It came free at once, not attached to anything, yet the red bulb stayed on. The speaker crackled. Then my own voice came through it, thin, tinny, small with distance. "Hey, can you hear me?" It was exactly what I had said to Casey in the car. Cold went through me from scalp to heel. The speaker answered in Casey's dry voice, "Do not let the last image show." Then there was a sound I recognized with sick certainty, a horn, blaring. I dropped the speaker. It hit the floor, bounced once, and kept talking. Now I heard Vernon shouting, me shouting, feet on stairs, the projector starting. It was replaying the night from the speaker's point of view, collecting us the way it had collected the others. I kicked it hard under the desk and backed out of the room, but the voice followed. Please remain in your vehicles. We are about to resume. The words came not just from the office now, from the hall, from the lobby, from outside. I ran to the back door and looked through the glass. The lot was full. Cars stood in rows where there had been empty gravel moments before. Old sedans, station wagons, pickups, all shapes from different years and decades, parked nose to screen, headlights dark, windshields reflecting moonlight. In each one sat people, no movement, just silhouettes. The giant screen glowed white. I could not breathe. A shape moved in one car nearest the building. The driver door opened. A man got out wearing a cardigan. Arthur Bell, older just as I had seen him the day before, but washed pale and flat in the screen light. He turned and looked directly at me across the lot. Then he slowly lifted one hand and pointed toward row D. Not a command, a plea. I backed away from the glass. My knees felt weak. The office speaker was still replaying the night. I heard the line about the final image changed, then tape hiss, then silence, then a click, then a voice I had never heard before, a young man laughing nervously. If this works, nobody will know where the splice begins. Another man answered, maybe the producer, maybe the director. Good, leave the live line in. I want the audience to feel it. The young man said, but what if it bleeds onto the lot? Then we have something no one has seen before. That was followed by a sound like pages turning. Then the same first voice, lower now. We shouldn't use that accident footage. The second man, it isn't footage, it's texture. The first, it's people. The second, it's ownership. I stood there listening, sick and shaking. At last I understood at least one piece of it. Somewhere during the making or editing of Hollow Veil, someone had threaded real material into the film. Maybe test footage from the drive-in, maybe recordings from live speaker lines, maybe something else, something done carelessly or on purpose by a man who thought audiences were just one more raw material. And somehow, in a way I still cannot explain, the film had not only shown people, it had taken hold of them, kept a copy, a residue, a trapped last look. Maybe that sounds insane. It is the best language I have. Outside, engines began to start one by one, not with life, but with the dry, turning cough of old motors long dead. The whole lot filled with that sound. The screen flickered. Grain swam across it. The movie was going to begin again, with me there to watch. I ran upstairs to the booth. The ruined projector still sat broken under dried extinguisher foam. But the second machine remained. Older, simpler, maybe still usable. I knew nothing about running film except what I had seen Vernon do by accident and age. But beside the machine lay something impossible. A fresh reel, not burned, not blackened, labeled in neat block letters, Final Image, Revised. I stared at it, horrified. The booth window framed the lot below, all those cars waiting, all those still heads turned to the screen. I remembered the voice. Not if no one watches. Maybe that was the key. Maybe not. Maybe by then there was no key left, only choices between bad and worse. If the film ran, something finished. If it did not run, maybe it kept building nights until someone watched anyway. I did the only thing that came to me. I climbed onto the booth platform, took the reel in both hands, and smashed it against the edge of the metal table again and again until the can bent open. Film spilled out in glittering coils over my arms and the floor. I dragged the ribbon to the broken projector and wrapped it through gears, rollers, spindles, anything it could catch on. Below, horns sounded all at once. I found the emergency crank on the working machine and forced the motor on. It whined alive. Not because I had threaded the film correctly. I had not. I had made a knot of it through both projectors and around the housings. That was the point. The machine pulled. The film tightened. For half a second, the screen below flashed a dark shape in a field of poles. Then the tangled reel seized, metal screamed, film snapped. The screen went black. Every car horn in the lot hit once together, a sound so huge it shook dust from the rafters. Then silence. No fade, no last image. Silence. I waited for the projector shape to return in the beam. There was no beam, only darkness. My own rough breathing, and one weak drip somewhere in the hall. After a long time, I looked from the booth window. The lot was empty again. No cars, no people, only rows of weeds, speaker poles, and the moonlit screen. D9 stood there alone. Its red bulb was dark. I quit the next morning. Vernon did not argue. He looked relieved, if anything. He paid me in cash and told me he was putting the property up for demolition. Though his voice made it clear he did not believe the place would come down easily. I moved into a cheap motel near the highway and found warehouse work 2 weeks later. For a while I slept badly, but normally. Nightmares fade when you force yourself through enough daylight. I almost started to believe the whole thing was passing behind me. Then one evening, I was in my room flipping the channels on the TV when I landed on a local station running old commercials between programs. Grainy car dealership spots, old furniture ads, local jingles, the kind of thing nobody under 40 watches. A black screen appeared for a second. Then a voice said, cheerful and clear, "Please remain in your vehicles." The picture came up on an empty field of speaker poles at night. No title card, no station logo, just the field. A woman in a pale dress crossed between the poles holding a flashlight. She stopped and turned toward camera. Even before her face lifted into view, I knew it would be Helen. The commercial cut away before I saw for sure. In its place came an ad for discount carpet. I called the station. They said no such clip had aired. I called again the next day and got a different person who told me they had no archived material under that description. I stopped asking. 3 months later, I was driving home after a late shift and took the state road by accident. I had meant to stay on the highway, but I was tired and my mind slipped into old routes before I noticed. By the time I saw the rusted sign for the Sunset Drive-In up ahead, I was already slowing. The gate was chained. The screen was still up. The buildings were still standing. Moonlight lay over the lot like pale water. I could have kept going. I know that. I think about that all the time. But I pulled onto the shoulder and sat there with the engine idling, looking through the fence. At first, I saw only the empty rows. Then, very faintly, from somewhere deep in the lot, came one thin hiss of static. A red bulb blinked once in row D. Then another blink farther back. Then another. Not one speaker. A line of them, as if a road of little red lights was being lit through the dark, leading toward the screen. My radio, which had been off, clicked on by itself. Under the static, a man's voice said, almost politely, "We've changed the ending again." I drove away so fast my tires spat gravel across the road. I have never gone back. But some nights, when I am half asleep and the room around me is quiet, in that heavy way only deep night can make it, I hear a small metal voice under the house sounds, under the pipes, under the heater, tinny, patient, waiting for the lot to fill, waiting for the movie to begin where it stopped. And every time I close my eyes, I see that blank screen in the moonlight and think of all the faces turned toward it, still hoping no last image ever comes. The elevator in the ruined hotel only stops at floor 13. Now, I've found the Harrison Grand Hotel the way people find most bad decisions, through desperation and a lack of better options. I had been driving for 14 hours straight, fleeing a life that had collapsed around me like a poorly constructed building. My wife had left 3 months ago, taking our savings and most of my dignity. My job had evaporated 2 weeks later, when the restaurant closed, without warning. The apartment followed, the landlord changing the locks while I was at an interview for a position I didn't get. By the time I saw the faded sign for the Harrison Grand, I had been sleeping in my car for 8 nights. My back ached from the seats that didn't recline properly. My neck was stiff from trying to rest against the door frame. I smelled like fast food wrappers and gas station bathrooms, and I had reached that point of exhaustion where the road seemed to breathe, where the yellow lines wriggled like snakes and the distant lights promised warmth that never materialized. The sign was ancient, the kind with individual plastic letters that had yellowed and cracked over decades. It advertised clean rooms and weekly rates and cable TV, though I doubted any of those claims had been true since the 1980s. The hotel itself rose against the night sky like a rotten tooth. 12 stories of concrete and glass that had once been ambitious, but were now merely sad. Most of the windows were dark, but a few showed yellow light behind curtains that hadn't been opened in years. I pulled into the parking lot, gravel crunching under my tires. The lot was empty, except for a single pickup truck that looked older than I was, its bed filled with scrap metal and empty bottles. A neon sign in the office window buzzed "Vacancy" in red letters that flickered with a rhythm that suggested a heartbeat more than an electrical fault. The office smelled of mold and old tobacco. Behind the counter, a man sat in a chair that had been good furniture 30 years ago. He might have been 60, or he might have been 90. His face had that quality of extreme age, where it becomes difficult to determine exactly how long someone has been waiting. "Need a room," I said, my voice rough from disuse. He looked at me with eyes that were surprisingly clear, pale blue and focused. "Nightly or weekly?" "Weekly," I said, though I only had enough money for 3 nights if I was careful. The weekly rate would be cheaper per night, and I needed time to figure out my next move. $70 for the week, he said. Cash only, no refunds, no visitors after 10, no loud noises. I counted out the bills, watching them disappear into a drawer that contained nothing else but a revolver and a bottle of pills. He handed me a key attached to a plastic diamond with the number 812 stamped into it. "8th floor," he said. "Elevator's broken. Stairs are at the end of the hall." "The sign said you have cable," I mentioned, already regretting this decision. "Sign's old," he replied. "We got what we got. Take it or leave it." I took it. I had nowhere else to go. The lobby beyond the office was a cavern of shadows and dust. What had once been a grand space with chandeliers and marble floors and potted plants was now a ruin. The chandeliers were missing most of their crystals, the marble was cracked and stained, and the plants had died so long ago that only their pots remained, filled with soil that had turned to dust. A grand staircase swept up to a mezzanine that had probably hosted cocktail parties in 1965. But now the carpet was worn through to the wood beneath, and the railing wobbled when I touched it. I found the stairs at the end of the hall, just as the old man had said. The stairwell was concrete and institutional, lit by bulbs that were either dead or dying. I climbed 8 flights, my legs burning, my breath coming in gasps that echoed off the walls. The doors on each floor were metal, painted in colors that had faded to uniform gray, marked with numbers that had lost their gold plating. Floor 8 looked like all the others, a long corridor stretching in both directions, doors every 20 feet, carpet that might have been red once but was now the color of dried blood. The lights here were fluorescent tubes that buzzed and flickered, casting everything in a sickly pallor that made the walls seem to sweat. Room 812 was at the far end of the east wing. The key turned stiffly into lock, and I had to throw my shoulder against the door to make it open. The room beyond was small, maybe 10 feet by 12, with a single window that looked out over the parking lot and the highway beyond. The bed was a metal frame with a mattress that had compressed into something resembling wood, a small dresser with a cracked mirror, a bathroom with a shower stall and a toilet that ran constantly. But it was a room. It had 4 walls and a door that locked. It was $70 for a week of not sleeping in my car. I dropped my bag on the floor and sat on the bed. The springs protested but held. I lay back and stared at the ceiling, which was water-stained in patterns that suggested continents, or faces, or monsters. The light fixture was missing its cover, exposing wires that I tried not to think about. I should have slept. I was exhausted enough to sleep for days, but something kept me awake. Some tension in the air that made my skin prickle. The hotel was too quiet. Not the quiet of emptiness, but the quiet of holding breath, the quiet of waiting. I got up and went to the window. The parking lot was empty now, even the old pickup gone. The highway was a distant whisper of occasional headlights. Beyond that, nothing but darkness and the shapes of other abandoned buildings, other failed enterprises, other monuments to optimism that had curdled into regret. I noticed the elevator then. I hadn't seen it on my way up, but from my window I could look across the central shaft that ran through the building. The Harrison Grand had been built around an open core, with glass elevators that had once given guests a view of the lobby as they ascended. Now the glass was gone, replaced by plywood and caution tape, and the elevators themselves were rusted cages that hung in the darkness like empty coffins. Except one wasn't empty. I pressed my face against the glass, trying to see more clearly. The elevator on the north side of the shaft was moving. I could see the cable vibrating, could hear the distant whine of machinery that shouldn't have functioned. The car was ascending slowly, passing floor after floor until it reached the top. Floor 13. I counted again, carefully. The hotel had 12 floors. I had climbed 8 of them. The roof was above 12, accessible by a maintenance ladder. There was no 13th floor. The building wasn't tall enough. But the elevator had stopped at a level that shouldn't exist. And as I watched, frozen in place, the doors opened. Light came from within. Not the yellow light of the functioning floors, but something else. Something that had no color I could name. It spilled out into the elevator shaft, illuminating the rust and decay, and for a moment I saw shapes moving in that light. Figures that were wrong in their proportions, that moved with a fluidity that suggested they weren't entirely solid. Then the doors closed, and the elevator descended again, passing my floor, passing all the floors, until it disappeared into the darkness below. I told myself it was a trick of exhaustion. I told myself the hotel had a mechanical floor, a service level, something that explained what I had seen. I told myself I would investigate in the morning, when the sun was up and the world made sense again. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the chair by the window, watching the elevator shaft, but it remained dark and still. When dawn finally came, gray and cold, I went down to the office to ask about what I had seen. The old man wasn't there. A woman sat in his place, younger but not young, with hair that had been dyed black and skin that had seen too much sun. She looked up from a crossword puzzle when I entered, and her eyes were the same pale blue as the old man's. "Help you?" she asked. "I wanted to ask about the elevator," I said. "The one on the north side. I saw it moving last night." She didn't blink. "Elevators are broken. Have been for years." "I saw it," I insisted. "It went up to the 13th floor." Now she did blink, slowly, like a lizard. "Hotel has 12 floors." "I know, but I saw—" "You saw wrong," she interrupted. "Exhaustion plays tricks. The road plays tricks. You want breakfast? Vending machine in the lobby? $1.50 for coffee." I didn't want coffee. I wanted answers. But she had returned to a crossword, and her pen scratched loudly in the silence. And I knew I would get nothing more from her. I spent the day exploring the hotel, not the occupied floors, which seemed limited to the 8th and 9th, but the others, the empty ones, the abandoned ones. The stairwell gave me access to all of them, and I climbed with a flashlight I had found in my car, burning batteries I couldn't afford to replace. Floor 1 through 7 were identical to 8. Corridors of doors, most locked, some open to reveal rooms that had been stripped of everything valuable. Mattresses gone, fixtures gone, even the copper wire pulled from the walls in places. These were the floors of squatters and scavengers, of people who had passed through and taken what they could carry. Floor 10 and 11 were worse. Water damage had collapsed ceilings in places, and I walked through rooms where mushrooms grew from the carpet and the walls were soft with rot. The air was thick with spores that made me cough, and I didn't stay long. Floor 12 was different. It had been the penthouse level where the best rooms had offered views of the city that no longer existed in any meaningful way. The corridor here was wider, the doors farther apart, the remnants of luxury still visible in the fixtures and the layout. But it was empty, like the others, abandoned like the others, and I found nothing that explained what I had seen. I tried to reach the roof, but the maintenance ladder was rusted and missing rungs, and I didn't trust it to hold my weight. I contented myself with looking up at the elevator machinery, the massive wheels and cables that had once moved thousands of people and now hung motionless in the darkness. There was no 13th floor. The roof was the end. The elevator shaft terminated in a concrete cap that showed water damage, but no openings, no secret levels, no hidden spaces. I returned to my room as the sun began to set, more confused than when I had started. I had seen what I had seen. The elevator moving, stopping at a floor that didn't exist, opening to reveal light and shapes that shouldn't have been there. But the building refused to confirm my experience. It sat solid and real and 12 stories tall, and it dared me to doubt my own eyes. That night, I waited by the window again. I had moved the chair to give me the best view of the north elevator shaft, and I sat with my flashlight off, watching the darkness for any movement. At 11:47 p.m., the elevator moved. I heard it before I saw it. The whine of machinery, the vibration of cables, sounds that had no source in a building where the power was supposed to be cut to the elevators. Then the car appeared in the shaft, rising from below, and I could see that it wasn't empty. There were people inside. I couldn't make out details at first, just shapes that suggested human forms, standing close together in the confined space. As the elevator rose, passing my floor, passing all the floors, I saw them more clearly. They were wearing clothes from different eras. A woman in a dress that might have been fashionable in 1970, a man in a suit that belonged to the 1980s, a teenager in jeans and a t-shirt that looked recent. They stood without moving, without speaking, staring at the elevator doors as if waiting for them to open. The elevator reached the top of the shaft, the point where the concrete cap should have stopped it. But it didn't stop. It continued rising, passing through the concrete as if it weren't there, ascending to a level that I couldn't see, that the building denied existed. Floor 13. I watched until my eyes burned, but the elevator didn't return. The shaft was empty again, dark again, silent again, and I was left with the certainty that I had seen something impossible, something that violated the basic rules of space and structure and sanity. I didn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. I paced my small room, trying to think of explanations that didn't involve the supernatural, the paranormal, the impossible. Mass hypnosis, shared hallucination, gas leak causing visual disturbances, anything but the truth that my eyes insisted upon. In the morning, I went to the office again. The old man was back, sitting in his chair as if he had never left. "The elevator goes to the 13th floor," I said without greeting or preamble. He looked at me with those clear eyes, and for a moment I saw something in them that might have been pity. "You saw it, then?" "I saw it, twice. People inside, going up to a floor that doesn't exist." "Floor 13 exists," he said quietly. "It just doesn't exist for everyone, only for those who need it, only for those who are ready." "Ready for what?" He didn't answer. He opened his drawer and took out a bottle of pills, shaking one into his palm and swallowing it dry. You want to see it again? I want to understand it. Understanding isn't always possible. Sometimes you just have to see. He looked at me, really looked at me, and I felt like he was seeing more than my face, more than my exhaustion and my fear. He was seeing my choices, my failures, my slow slide toward a future that held nothing but more of the same. The elevator stops at floor 13 for people who are lost, he said. People who can't find their way back. People who need a different kind of room. What kind? He smiled, and it was the saddest expression I had ever seen. The kind where you don't check out. The kind where the stay is permanent, but comfortable, peaceful. No more driving, no more searching, no more trying to make sense of a world that stopped making sense a long time ago. I thought of the people I had seen in the elevator, the woman in the 1970s dress, the man in the 1980s suit, the teenager in modern clothes. They hadn't looked peaceful. They had looked empty, waiting. I don't want that, I said. Then don't get on the elevator. He returned to his crossword, or pretended to. But you'll see it again, every night. Now that you've seen it once, it knows you. It waits for you. And eventually, you'll be tired enough, desperate enough, ready enough. That's when the doors will open for you. I left the office and went back to my room. I should have packed my bag and driven away, should have slept in my car in a different parking lot, a different town, a different state. But something held me there. Curiosity, or fatalism, or the simple practical fact that I had paid for a week and had nowhere else to go. That night, I didn't wait by the window. I lay on my terrible bed and stared at the ceiling and tried to convince myself that the old man was crazy, that I had imagined everything, that the world was solid and explainable and safe. At 11:47 p.m., I heard the elevator. The sound was different this time. Not just the machinery, but something else, a tone that resonated in my chest, in my teeth, in the marrow of my bones. It was calling me. I knew it was calling me. I got up and went to the window. The elevator was rising, as it had before, and I could see that there were people inside again. But this time, one of them was looking up, looking at me. It was the teenager from the night before, or someone who looked like him. He was wearing the same clothes, the same blank expression. But as the elevator passed my floor, he raised his hand and waved, a slow, deliberate gesture that might have been greeting or might have been warning. The elevator continued to floor 13. The doors opened, the lights spilled out, and this time I could see what was beyond. It was a corridor, like the corridors on every other floor, but pristine. The carpet was red and plush, unmarked by time or traffic. The walls were painted a warm cream color, and the lights were fixtures that I recognized from magazines, modern and expensive and impossible in this ruined building. Doors lined the corridor, each with a polished brass number, and at the far end I could see a window that looked out not on the highway or the dead fields, but on a cityscape that glowed with life, with movement, with purpose. The people in the elevator stepped out. They moved down the corridor, each stopping at a different door, each entering a room that was waiting for them. The teenager was the last to leave. He paused at the threshold of his door and looked back, not at the elevator, but upward, toward the shaft, toward me. Then he smiled, and it was the first expression I had seen on any of their faces, and it was terrible, in its happiness, its relief, its absolute surrender. The doors closed, the elevator descended, and I was alone again with my ruined hotel and my impossible choices. I spent the next 3 days in a fog of exhaustion and indecision. I ate from the vending machine and slept in fits and starts, always waking before 11:47 p.m., always hearing the elevator, always watching it pass with its cargo of the lost and the ready. I saw more people, an elderly couple holding hands, a woman with a child that didn't move, a man in a uniform that might have been military. They all went to floor 13. They all stepped out into that impossible corridor. They all found their rooms. On the 4th night, I went to the stairs. I climbed to the top, to floor 12, and I walked to the end of the corridor where the elevator shaft should have been sealed by concrete. But the concrete was gone. In its place was a door, a normal door with a brass handle, and beyond it I could hear the elevator machinery, could feel the vibration of the cables. I opened the door. The elevator was there, waiting, its doors open, its interior lit with the same unnameable light I had seen from my window. The buttons on the control panel were worn but legible, lobby through 12, and above them, in a different color, a different style, 13. I stepped inside. The doors closed. The elevator began to rise, not with the mechanical efficiency I expected, but with a slow, deliberate pace that felt almost respectful, like it was giving me time to change my mind, to press the button for a lower floor to escape back to the world of broken elevators and weekly rates and lives that didn't work. I didn't press any button. I stood with my hands at my sides and watched the floors pass. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The elevator slowed, stopped. The doors opened. Floor 13. The corridor was exactly as I had seen it from my window. Perfect, pristine, alive in a way that the rest of the hotel had never been. The carpet swallowed my footsteps. The air smelled of flowers and fresh linen and something else, something that might have been hope. I walked down the corridor, passing doors that were closed but not locked, hearing sounds from within, television laughter, running water, voices engaged in comfortable conversation. At the end of the corridor was the window I had seen, the one that looked out on the living city. I approached it, expecting to see something impossible, some vision of heaven or hell or alternate reality. But when I looked through the glass, I saw only what was there. The parking lot, the highway, the dead fields, the same view from my room on floor 8, but clearer somehow, more real, as if the window on floor 13 showed the truth while the others showed only shadows. I turned away from the window. The corridor stretched behind me, longer than it had been when I entered, the doors more numerous, the light softer and more inviting. I understood then what this place was. Not heaven, not hell, not any kind of afterlife. It was a stopping place, a waiting room, a hotel in the truest sense, a place for people who couldn't go forward and couldn't go back, who needed to rest, to pause, to gather themselves before whatever came next. The room I found was at the end of the corridor, past all the others, in a corner that caught light from 2 directions. The door was open, and inside was everything I had lost or never had. A bed that looked comfortable, a desk with paper and pens, a chair by a window that showed not the parking lot, but a view of mountains that I had never seen in my life, but recognized somehow, as if they were part of a memory I hadn't made yet. I sat on the bed. It was comfortable, more than comfortable. It was right, in a way that nothing had been right for years. I lay back and closed my eyes and felt the tension drain from my body, the fear drain from my mind, the desperate need to understand drain from my soul. I don't know how long I slept. When I woke, the light in the room was different, softer, and there was a tray on the desk with food that smelled like my mother's kitchen, like Sunday dinners and birthday celebrations and all the good moments that had been buried under the bad. I ate. I wrote in the journal I found in the desk drawer, filling pages with my story, my reasons, my final thoughts. And when I was done, I went to the window and looked out at the mountains that weren't there and the life that might have been. The elevator came when I called it, silent and immediate. The doors opened to show an empty car, and I understood that I was alone now, that the others had gone on to whatever came next, that my time in this waiting room was ending. I stepped inside. The buttons were different now, not floors but destinations, not numbers but names that I didn't recognize but somehow understood. I chose one at random, or maybe it chose me, and the elevator began to descend. It passed through floor 12, floor 11, all the floors I had explored, all the ruins and rot and decay. But it didn't stop. It continued down below the lobby, below the foundation, into depths that the building didn't have in any architectural drawing. The doors opened, I stepped out, and I was somewhere else, somewhere new, with new choices to make and new mistakes to avoid and new possibilities that hadn't existed in the life I left behind. I don't know if I'm dead or alive or something in between. I don't know if the Harrison Grand Hotel is a real place or a dream or a metaphor for the choices we make when we have nothing left to lose. I only know that I'm still here, still existing, still capable of hope and fear and all the other emotions that make us human. Sometimes, when I'm in a new city, in a new hotel that isn't the Harrison Grand but feels like it could be, I wake at 11:47 p.m. and hear an elevator moving. I go to the window and look out, and sometimes I see it. The north elevator rising through the shaft, carrying its cargo of the lost and the ready to a floor that doesn't exist. And sometimes, rarely, I see someone looking out from one of the windows on floor 8. Someone tired and desperate and searching for something they can't name. Someone who needs to know that there's a place for them, that they haven't been forgotten, that the fire never dies but sometimes transforms into light, that guides rather than consumes. I want to wave to them, to warn them or welcome them, I'm not sure which. But the elevator never stops when I'm watching. It only stops for those who are alone, who are ready, who have reached the end of their ability to keep moving forward in a world that has no place for them. So I watch and I wait, and I remember the feel of that perfect bed and the smell of that impossible food and the sight of those mountains that weren't there. And I hope that whoever sees the elevator next will make the right choice for them, whatever that choice might be. The Harrison Grand Hotel is still there, I assume. Still sitting by the highway, still offering weekly rates to people with nowhere else to go. The old man is probably still in the office, still giving keys to room 812, still warning those who see too much that the elevator only stops at floor 13 for those who are ready. I hope he finds peace eventually. I hope they all do. The woman in the 1970s dress, the man in the 1980s suit, the teenager who waved at me from the rising car. I hope they reached their destinations, found their rooms, rested their weary souls. And I hope that someday, when I'm truly ready, the elevator will stop for me again. Not to take me back to floor 13, but to take me forward to whatever comes after the waiting, after the rest, after the long night of uncertainty finally ends. Until then, I keep moving, I keep searching, I keep remembering that even in the most ruined places, in the most lost locations, there are doors that open to unexpected corridors, windows that show impossible views, and elevators that rise to floors we didn't know existed. The fire never dies, but sometimes, if we're lucky, it becomes light. And light, even the strange light of floor 13, is better than the dark. The end. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The factory conveyor belt moved products without any power. I rented the room because it was cheap and because I had stopped asking too many questions in life. The man who owned the place met me in the parking lot with a flashlight and a ring of keys. It was already dark, and the old factory behind him looked less like a building and more like a cliff made of brick and broken glass. The town around it had once been busy, he said. There had been trucks, workers, smoke, and noise all day and all night. Now there were only empty streets, a gas station with boards over the windows, and a diner that opened 3 mornings a week when the owner felt like it. My room was not inside the factory itself. It was in the office annex attached to the north side, a squat concrete section with 6 small rooms that had once been used for supervisors and late workers. The roof leaked in one hall. The heating pipes knocked in the walls. The windows were old and thin, but there was a bed, a sink, a working lock, and a space heater that hummed so loudly it almost sounded alive. "It's dry enough," the owner told me, "and if you hear anything from the main building, he is just settling." He said it too fast. I looked past him at the factory, 5 stories high in the middle, lower on the sides, with faded painted letters no one could fully read anymore. The loading bay doors were closed with chains and rusted locks. Most of the windows were broken or blacked out. A dead security light hung over the side door. What did they make here? I asked. Packaged food, later on machine parts, changed hands too many times. He handed me my key. Power's only on in the annex and the front office. Main building's dead, been dead for years. That sentence should have been enough to make me sleep somewhere else, but I had 1 bag, not much cash, and nowhere else I wanted to be. So I took the room. The first night, I unpacked almost nothing. A change of clothes, a toothbrush, a paperback I had already read twice. The bed springs creaked when I sat down. The wallpaper had little flowers on it, faded until they looked like bruises. I ate crackers and canned soup and listened to the place around me. Old buildings are never quiet. They click, they breathe, they tap. Pipes complain, wood shifts, wind finds cracks, mice work behind walls. Around midnight, with rain starting outside, I heard a sound that did not belong to any of those things. A slow, steady, mechanical whine. It rose from somewhere deep inside the factory. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then it stopped. I sat on the bed, staring at the wall. Nothing followed. I told myself it was the storm, a loose sheet of metal, a sign outside, maybe a truck on the highway a mile away. The sound carried wrong through the wet air. Then, after another minute, I heard it again. Whine, rattle, a low rolling clack, 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 not random, rhythmic, like a machine starting up. I stood and crossed to the window. My room faced the narrow lane between the annex and the main building. Rain streaked the glass. The brick wall across from me looked black and slick. No lights, no movement. The sound went on for maybe 20 seconds, then stopped so suddenly that the silence after it felt heavier than the noise had. I did not sleep much. In the morning, I found the owner in the front office drinking coffee from a paper cup and sorting through unopened mail. "I heard something in the factory last night," I said. He did not look surprised enough. "Probably water in the old pipes." "You said the power was off." "It is." "What kind of pipes sound like a motor?" He shrugged. "Place is old." That was all. I should say now that I am not brave. I have never been brave. I am curious in the wrong way, which people often mistake for bravery until something truly bad happens. Then they see the truth. That day I found work unloading feed sacks at a farm store on the edge of town. It paid enough for meals and the room. The owner there, a broad man named Rick, asked where I was staying. When I told him, he paused with a box cutter in his hand. "In the old Bellum plant?" "I guess that's what it's called." "You staying alone?" "There's an owner." Rick cut the tape on a box very carefully. "Don't go in the factory." I laughed a little. "Why?" He did not laugh. "Because kids used to dare each other to go in there. Some came out sick. Some came out cut up. A few came out talking nonsense. One boy swore he saw the packing line running. This was years after the town shut power to half that block." "What happened to him?" Rick folded the cardboard flat. "He moved away." That answer stayed with me because it sounded too neat, like the truth had been trimmed down before it reached me. That night, I ate at the diner. The waitress there was old enough to have seen the town when it was alive. She kept calling everyone Han and pouring coffee whether they asked or not. When I mentioned the factory, she pressed her lips together. "They should tear that place down," she said. "Why don't they?" "Money, paperwork, ownership fights, the usual." "Was there an accident there?" She looked past me toward the dark window. "There were a few accidents. Factories have accidents. But that place had one after closing that people still talk about. Trucks were showing up at the loading docks at night when nobody worked there anymore. Men in town heard the belts running. One watchman called the sheriff and said sealed packages were coming down the conveyor by themselves. "What kind of packages?" She shook her head. "Depends who tells it. Food boxes, metal parts, blank cartons, the story changes." "Did anyone check?" "Oh, they checked. They found nothing moving, nothing plugged in, no power, but people kept hearing it." She set down the coffee pot and leaned closer. "The watchman quit the next day. He wouldn't even go back for his coat. I asked her what his name was, but she only said she could not remember. That was my second warning in one day, and still I went back. Rain had stopped. The night was cold and windless. The annex hall smelled of dust and wet plaster. I locked my room, lay down fully dressed, and kept the lamp on. At 12:17, the sound started again. Not far this time, not vague. A clear grinding hum. then the chain rattle of linked rollers turning under weight. I sat up with my heart hammering. Then came another sound, a soft, repeated thump, something dropping onto moving belt sections. Then a drag, then another thump. I stood for a long time with my hand on the doorknob, telling myself not to open it. But curiosity is a slow poison. Once it gets into you, it keeps working. I opened the door. The hall outside was dim, lit only by a weak bulb at the far end. The annex connected to the factory through a fire door that should have been locked. When I reached it, I found it slightly open. A line of colder air slipped through the crack. The smell hit me first. Not rot. Not exactly. Old grease, wet cardboard, rust. And under it all, a sour, sweet smell like spoiled syrup trapped in concrete for years. I pushed the door wider. Beyond it was a metal stair landing descending into darkness. My phone flashlight showed thick pipes overhead, peeling paint, and a concrete floor below streaked with old black marks. The sound of machinery echoed from somewhere deeper in the building. I went down 3 steps and stopped. That should have been where I turned back. Instead, I kept going. At the bottom, I found myself in a narrow service corridor running parallel to the factory floor. Wire mesh windows were set into the wall on my left. Through them, I could see the vast inside space in fragments, support columns, hanging chains, a forest of dead machines, and conveyor lines crossing the floor like dark frozen rivers. The roof disappeared high above. My light could not reach it. The sound was stronger here. It came from the far packing area beyond rows of silent equipment. Clack, clack, clack. Whine, clack, clack. I moved down the corridor, shining my light through each mesh window. Nothing moved. At the 4th window, I stopped breathing for a moment. The nearest conveyor belt was running. It was an old roller conveyor, waist high, built of metal frames and linked sections. The rollers were turning smoothly, carrying a line of small cardboard cartons through the dark. My mind rejected the sight first, then tried to force logic onto it. Backup power, a hidden generator, someone inside. But there were no lights anywhere. No control panels glowed. No warning lamps blinked. The machine's motor housing was dark and dusty. I could see one broken cable hanging loose beneath it. And still the rollers turned. Slowly, steadily. One after another, the cartons moved along the belt into darkness. I looked around for a person, a prank, anything. Nothing. The only moving things in that giant room were the conveyor and the little boxes riding on it. I found a door at the end of the corridor and eased it open. The factory floor swallowed sound in a strange way. The machine noise was loud, but my own steps seemed too soft, as if the room ate them. My flashlight beam shook over old assembly stations, steel tables, abandoned pallet jacks, and a forklift with no battery in it. Dust lay everywhere except on the moving conveyor. That belt was clean, not polished clean, but wiped by use. I approached it slowly. The cartons were plain brown, each about the size of a shoebox. No labels, no markings. The cardboard looked new, not like something that had sat here for years. They traveled in a neat line from a shadowed chute near the wall, over a transfer section, around a slow bend, and toward the loading area. I reached out. Every part of me said not to touch one. I touched it anyway. The cardboard was cold and slightly damp, The box was heavier than I expected. When I tried to lift it off the belt, I felt resistance, as if the belt wanted it back. I almost dropped it. The line behind it kept moving, another carton nudging against my wrist. I stepped away with the box in my hands and set it on a nearby steel table. The conveyor did not stop. The next carton slid into the empty space and continued on. I looked for an opening flap. There was none. The box was taped shut with yellowed packing tape that should have cracked from age, but it looked fresh. I peeled one edge back. The smell came out first, wet metal. Then I opened the top. Inside there was not a product, not food, not parts. Just a mass of gray packing paper wrapped around something long and narrow. My flashlight shook in my hand so badly that shadows jumped across the walls. I pulled back the paper. It was a human hand, not fresh, not skeletal either, dried, darkened. The skin pulled tight over bone, fingers curled inward, a wedding band sunk halfway into the flesh. I made a noise I had never heard from myself before and stumbled backward into another table, knocking over a rusted tray. The sound rang through the floor. The conveyor kept moving. Another carton passed, then another. For a second, I had the sick thought that every one of them held a part. I dropped the paper over the hand, turned, and ran back the way I had come. I did not stop until I reached the annex hall. I slammed the fire door behind me, locked my room, shoved the dresser against the door, and sat on the bed shaking until morning. At first light, I went to the front office. The owner was not there. His desk sat empty, coffee cup cold, keys gone. I called the number on the lease paper. No answer. I called again an hour later. Nothing. I should have gone to the police then. Maybe I would have, if fear had not mixed with another feeling I hate admitting, doubt. Not about what I had seen, about how I would sound saying it. There is a dead hand in a box in the abandoned factory, and the powerless conveyor is carrying more. It sounded crazy even in my own head. So I went back to Rick at the farm store. He took one look at me and said, "You went inside." I told him everything except how badly I had panicked. He listened without interrupting, his thick hands resting on the counter. When I finished, he said, "Come back after closing." That evening, he arrived at the annex in his truck with bolt cutters, 2 flashlights, and an expression that made him look older than he had the day before. "Sheriff won't do much without seeing something," he said, "and if we call first, half the town hears before they do. Let's look." "You believe me?" He glanced at the factory. "I believe people have been hearing that line for years." We entered through the same fire door. This time, the machinery was silent. The corridor was still. The mesh windows showed only darkness and dead equipment. We reached the factory floor and crossed to the steel table where I'd opened the carton. It was gone. The table was empty, except for dust and my shoe prints from the night before. "The box was here," I said. "I opened it right here." Rick shined his light over the floor. "Show me the conveyor." We followed the line to the chute where the cartons had appeared. It was part of a larger packing machine that had once folded and sealed boxes. The hopper above it was rusted through. The control cabinet hung open, its wires cut. Rick crouched beside the conveyor motor. "No power," he muttered. "No cables live. Hell, no cables at all." He stood and aimed his flashlight down the full length of the line. It ran to a loading section where the rollers ended near a dead overhead door. "Look," he said. Something lay beside the end of the belt. We approached slowly. It was a box, the same size as the others, plain brown cardboard. I felt my mouth go dry. Rick glanced at me. "Open it." I stared at him. "You open it." He blew air through his nose, then bent and cut the tape with his pocket knife. Inside was a stack of old metal brackets wrapped in oily paper. Nothing else. Rick looked disappointed, which somehow frightened me more. "Could have been left from years ago," he said, though the tape looked new even to him. "You sure about the hand?" "Yes." He studied my face in the flashlight beam long enough to see that I was not lying. Then he said, "Maybe it doesn't do it every night." That was a strange thing to say, and because it was so strange, I believed he meant it. We searched for almost an hour. We found animal droppings, broken windows, old paperwork soaked into mush, and graffiti in the loading bay. We found no hidden generator, no squatters, no body, no boxes full of anything human. When we reached the far south wall, Rick stopped near a caged office overlooking the floor. "My uncle worked here," he said quietly. "Final year before they shut most of it down." I had not expected a confession. He was a line mechanic, real careful man, never drank, never hurried. One night he stayed late because they had trouble with the transfer belt throwing cartons off the rollers. Around 1 in the morning, he called my aunt from the floor phone and said the line had started feeding by itself. He swept his light over the dead conveyors around us. She told him to stop joking. He said he wasn't. Said boxes kept coming out of an empty chute. Said he had opened one. I looked at him. "What was in it?" Rick swallowed once. He wouldn't say. He just said, "It's from before." Then the line went dead. He came home white as flour and never told the full story. 3 weeks later, he drove his truck into the river. The factory seemed colder after that. We returned to the annex without another word. At the door, Rick said, "Don't stay another night." Where am I supposed to go? My brother's got a spare sofa. It's not pretty, but it's not this. I almost agreed. I should have. But there was a mean little part of me now, a part that felt hooked. I wanted to know, not because I thought I could fix anything, because once you see something impossible, it sits in your mind like a thorn. You keep pressing on it. "I'll leave tomorrow," I said. Rick looked at me for a long moment, then shook his head. Tomorrow comes fast in that place. That night, I locked my room and turned off the lamp. I sat in darkness with only my phone in my hand. I wanted to hear the building clearly. Wind moved over the roof around 11. A pipe banged twice in the wall. Somewhere a drop fell again and again into a metal pan. At 12:03, the conveyor started. This time, it was louder than before, as if it had begun closer to the annex. The whine rose, then the linked rollers caught and turned in a chain of hard metallic clicks. There was no mistaking it now. I opened my door before I could lose my nerve. The fire door at the end of the hall was already wide open. Cold air poured through. I could see darkness beyond, and faintly, a pale moving shape sliding past the opening, low to the ground. A carton. The line nearest the annex was running. I went to the door and looked down the stairs. No one. The sound drew me. By the time I reached the floor, my fear had turned strange and numb. I moved like a person in a dream, every sense sharp and dull at once. The nearest conveyor fed from a machine I had not checked before, one tucked under a mezzanine. Boxes emerged from a shadowed folding arm, settled onto the rollers, and traveled away. There was no source material, no stack of flat cardboard, no tape machine working. The boxes simply came out sealed, one every 12 seconds. I followed them. The line crossed the room and merged with the main conveyor I had seen on the first night. There, the cartons formed a longer train moving toward the loading bay. As they passed under my flashlight, I saw that some were wet, not from rain. Dark patches soaked through the bottoms and left glistening marks on the rollers. My throat tightened. A carton bumped another and tipped slightly. Something inside shifted with a dense, soft weight. I told myself not to open another. Still, I reached down and took one from the line. This time, the resistance was stronger. The box almost tugged from my hands as if the conveyor still claimed it. I carried it to the floor and knelt. The tape peeled back easily. Inside was not a hand. It was a child's shoe, small, leather, old-fashioned, with a buckle green from age. Beneath it lay curled paper labels spotted brown, and beneath those, wrapped in wax paper, gone translucent, a few tiny bones no bigger than chicken pieces. I shut the box and stood too quickly. The room tipped sideways. For a second I thought I would faint. Then, from somewhere near the loading docks, I heard another sound. Footsteps. Slow. Heavy. I snapped my light toward them. Nothing at first. Then a shape moved behind stacked pallets. Tall, broad-shouldered, wearing what looked like an old work coat and cap. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice cracking. "Who's there?" The footsteps stopped. The conveyor kept moving. The figure did not come closer. It stood half-hidden, too still. Then my flashlight flickered. When it steadied, the figure was gone. I did not hear it leave. I backed away, not taking my eyes off the loading area. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but there was a detail in that brief sight that snagged me. The coat, not just old, uniform old, factory issue. I followed the moving line toward the docks, despite every pulse of fear in me. The bay doors loomed high and chained. Moonlight came through broken upper panes, silvering the dust. At the end of the conveyor, cartons slid onto a dead gravity roller and bumped gently against a stopper gate. But there were already too many there. Boxes piled against one another, then pressed harder as more arrived, though the end had nowhere left to send them. Cardboard, crumpled, damp patches spread. One carton split open on the corner of the stopper. Something pale protruded through the tear. A forehead. Human skin, pinched and waxy. I stumbled back and hit a steel post. From the darkness beyond the loading bay came the footsteps again, closer, 1, 2, 3, like boots on concrete. I swung my flashlight. The man stood between two truck bays now, fully visible. At least I thought it was a man. He wore dark coveralls with reflective piping faded almost white. One side of his face was crushed inward as if something heavy had struck it years ago and left it that way. His cap sat low. His eyes looked wrong, not glowing, not empty, just fixed with a concentration too hard and too patient to belong to a living person. In his right hand, he carried a clipboard. He looked not at me first. He looked at the jammed conveyor. His broken face tightened with irritation. Then his head turned toward me. I have never known fear so pure. There was no confusion in it, no room for thought. It filled every part of me at once. The figure took one step forward. The conveyor stopped. Silence slammed down so suddenly that I heard my own blood in my ears. Then, from all around the huge dark building, other sounds began. A box folding closed, tape being pulled, rollers turning in distant lines, a thud on an upper floor, another below, as if the whole dead factory had woken. I ran. I did not care where. A way was enough. My flashlight jerked wildly over machines and columns. Behind me, the boot steps did not hurry. That made it worse. They came at the same steady pace, certain and unchanging. I darted between two assembly tables, cut through a row of pallet racks, and nearly collided with a hanging chain. Somewhere to my left, another conveyor started, then another. The room filled with overlapping mechanical noise, impossible and relentless. I found a stairwell and sprinted up to the mezzanine. The upper level overlooked the floor through rusted safety rails. Here, old offices and inspection booths lined a catwalk. Most doors hung open. Papers lay everywhere, damp and fused together. I ran along the catwalk while the belts below clattered and whined. Halfway down, I glanced over the rail. Boxes were moving on at least 5 different lines now. Dozens of them, flowing from chutes, joining transfer belts, rolling toward the loading docks as if the plant had returned to full operation in the dark. And down below, the man in the coveralls walked after me without looking up, as if he already knew where I would go. I reached an enclosed office with cracked glass walls and ducked inside, slamming the door behind me. It had once belonged to a line supervisor. A metal desk stood against the window. Filing cabinets leaned open. On the wall hung a production board with dates from 15 years earlier. I backed into the desk and tried to quiet my breathing. The footsteps below stopped. For several seconds, there was only the chorus of belts. Then, from somewhere just outside the office, a pen scratched on paper, slowly, methodically. I stared at the door, scratch, pause, scratch, like someone writing notes on a clipboard. My gaze drifted to the desk. Under old moldy binders lay a stack of forms sealed together by damp. I pulled the top sheets apart. They were incident reports. Most were unreadable. One, near the middle, had remained dry enough to make out. Date, October 14th. Shift, night area, packaging line 3. Reporting supervisor, HVEL incident. Type, product variants / foreign material. Most of the handwriting below had bled away, but one sentence remained. Repeated appearance of unauthorized contents in sealed cartons after line shutdown. I read it 3 times. Then another page slipped loose. This one was typed, crisp despite its age, because it had been trapped between others. Notice of termination. Employee Harold Vell. Reason, falsification of reports, interference with investigation, failure to follow shutdown procedure, unauthorized access to sealed records. At the bottom, in pen, someone had written, refuses to stop line, says shipments must finish. Outside the office, the scratching sound stopped. I looked up. A shadow darkened the frosted lower pane of the door. It stood there a moment. Then the handle moved down slowly. The latch clicked, but the swollen old door stuck. The handle moved again, harder this time. Wood creaked. Without thinking, I grabbed the metal desk and shoved it across the floor in front of the door. The legs screamed on concrete. At once the belts below accelerated. The whole factory seemed to answer the sound. Rollers hammered, chains rattled, somewhere glass shattered. The door shuddered under a heavy hit from outside. Then another. I looked around wildly for another way out and found a narrow service hatch in the rear wall, half hidden by a cabinet. It led to a ladder, fixed in a shaft between walls. I yanked it open, squeezed through, and climbed. The shaft smelled of old insulation and mouse nests. Above me was a roof access panel. I pushed it and felt cold night air on my face. The panel gave way with a rusty groan, and I crawled onto the flat tar roof of the factory. The town beyond lay dark and still under low clouds. For one moment, up there in the open air, I thought I had escaped it. Then I heard the roof door behind me bang open. I scrambled to my feet and ran across the roof, slipping on wet grit. Vents and broken skylights rose around me like black stones. The annex was lower, across a narrow gap, bridged by an old maintenance walkway made of steel grating. I headed for it. Halfway there I looked back. Harold Vell, if that was what remained of him, had climbed onto the roof. He moved with the same measured pace as before, not fast, not slow. His clipboard still hung in one hand, his crushed face tilted toward me. Wind tugged at his coveralls, but the fabric did not flap right. It clung to him as if wet. I reached the walkway and crossed, the steel rattling under my shoes. Below me yawned the lane between factory and annex. If I fell, I would break something at best. When I reached the annex roof, I almost cried with relief. Then I heard a new sound under the old one, not machinery. Children crying, very faint. Coming from inside the building below me, I froze. The crying rose through the roof vents in broken little bursts, mixed with distant belt noise and the low murmur of voices speaking too softly to make out. More than one voice. Many. I turned toward the factory again. Vell had stopped at the midpoint of the walkway. He did not cross onto the annex roof. He stood there, staring, as if some line had been reached. Then he slowly raised the clipboard and tapped it once with his pen. From below, inside the annex, something heavy struck my room door. A deep, solid thud. Then another. I backed away from the roof access. Whatever had come through from the factory, it was now inside the annex. The crying below changed to a ragged scraping and then stopped. I made for the fire escape on the west side, climbing down as fast as I could without missing the rusted rungs. I dropped the last 6 feet into weeds and ran across the parking lot to the road. I did not stop until I reached the diner, though it was closed and dark. I sat on the front step until dawn. When the waitress arrived and found me there, she did not ask many questions. She unlocked the door, put on coffee, and listened as I told her enough to make my own hands shake again. When I mentioned Harold Vell, she stared at me over the rim of her cup. "So that's the name?" she said. "You know it?" "Not much. Just the last name. He was one of the last supervisors in that place. There was a quiet scandal before the final shutdown. Missing inventory, missing records. A state inspection that never got finished because a storage room flood destroyed half the paperwork. Then there were rumors about old shipments from before the place switched from food to machine parts." "What kind of shipments?" Her voice dropped. "Town children went missing in the flood years. Not many. 3 over 7 years. One drifter woman, 2. People blamed the river, bad fathers, men passing through. Back then, if poor people disappeared, folks looked away. My stomach turned cold. And the factory? She spread her hands helplessly. Factory had contracts. Factory had lawyers. Factory kept the town alive. Nobody wanted ugly stories. Around 8 in the morning, Rick arrived, called by the waitress before I had finished my second cup. He took me to his brother's house and made me sleep for a few hours. When I woke, he was sitting at the kitchen table with a cardboard box full of old papers. "Got these from my aunt's attic," he said. "My uncle kept clippings." Inside were newspaper scraps, photocopies, and handwritten notes. Most were about the Bellum plant, labor disputes, equipment changes, tax problems. But among them were also reports of disappearances. A 9-year-old girl last seen walking by the rail spur near the factory, a stock boy from the grocer who cut through the loading district after dark, a widow who rented a room nearby and was never found after a storm. None of the articles connected to cases. One yellow clipping did mention an internal contamination event at the plant and a late-night halt on packaging line 3. It named Supervisor Harold Vale and stated that several sealed cartons had been found containing non-conforming organic material. The article ended by saying no danger to the public existed. No danger to the public. I looked up at Rick. "Did your uncle ever say what was in the boxes?" Rick was silent so long that I thought he would refuse. Then he said, "He told my aunt one thing on the last night before he died. He said they kept opening cartons and finding parts of people from different years. Fresh ones, old ones. Some with clothing from the 30s, some newer. He said the line wasn't making products, it was packing the dead." Neither of us spoke for a while after that. By evening, I wanted to leave town and never look back. But another thought had lodged in me. If the line only packed them, where did it take them? The loading docks. Shipments must finish. I asked Rick if there had ever been trucks. He rubbed his face. Stories. Any records of deliveries after shutdown? Not that I know. What if something is still being taken away? He stared at me as if deciding whether I had gone mad or had simply gone too far to stop. Finally he said, "If we do anything, we call the sheriff this time." So we did. The sheriff was a tired man with a good mustache and the expression of someone who had spent 20 years sorting drunks and loose cattle. He listened politely until I got to the moving conveyor. Then the polite look hardened into careful distance. But Rick had family in town and a known name, and the old clipping helped. So by full dark, the sheriff agreed to come inspect the place with us and one deputy. That was the worst decision of all. We entered through the front office this time. The sheriff carried a shotgun and a flashlight bigger than a baton. The deputy had a camera. The owner of the annex still could not be reached. The building felt different the moment we stepped in. Waiting. I know how that sounds. I do not care. The sheriff checked the breaker panels in the office. Most were tagged dead. The main feeds to the factory had indeed been disconnected years ago. He took photos. Then we went through the fire door. The corridors were quiet. No machinery, no voices. We reached the main floor and spread out enough to search with our lights. The conveyor, where I had first seen the boxes, sat still and dusty just as before. The sheriff glanced at me, but said nothing. Then the deputy, near the loading bay, called out, We found him standing over a fresh track on the floor. Rubber tire marks, not ancient, not faint. Fresh, clean-edged marks through dust. They began at the loading bay and ran to the end of the conveyor, then back out again. The sheriff crouched. Forklift? Rick shook his head. Truck dolly or pallet mover. But there's no way in, the deputy said. He was wrong. One overhead dock door on the far end stood open 6 inches, just enough to reveal darkness beyond. The chain that should have secured it had been cut. The sheriff motioned us back, then lifted the door with a grunt. Cold night air rolled in. Outside the dock was not the usual cracked loading yard. A truck was back to the bay, old, box style, white once, now gray with grime. No company name, no plates. Engine silent, cab dark. None of us had heard it arrive. The deputy whispered, "Was that there when we came in?" No one answered. The sheriff approached the trailer and shined his light inside. Pallets, stacked floor to ceiling with plain brown cartons. My knees weakened. The sheriff climbed one step into the trailer, cut open the nearest box with his pocket knife, and pulled back the tape. He went very still. Then he stepped backward so fast he almost fell off the dock plate. "What is it?" the deputy asked. The sheriff did not answer. He only raised the flashlight again with a hand that shook once and then stiffened. I moved before he could stop me and looked inside. The box held layers of butcher paper. Wrapped in the paper was a human head, a woman's, eyes sewn shut, hair damp and flattened to her skull. The cut at the neck was old, black, and dry, but the skin of the face looked almost fresh. The deputy vomited onto the dock. The sheriff finally found his voice. "Everybody out, now!" That should have been the end, but from deep in the trailer, somewhere behind all those stacked cartons, something thumped against the inside wall, once, then again, as if something alive had heard us. The sheriff chambered around and climbed into the trailer. "Sir!" the deputy croaked, wiping his mouth. "Sir, no." The thump came again, followed by a faint scraping. The sheriff moved between the pallets, light swinging. We saw him turn sideways to squeeze deeper in. Then the trailer door at the rear slammed shut all by itself. The sound cracked through the loading bay like a gunshot. The inside of the trailer went dark, except for the sheriff's flashlight, now a moving beam behind rows of boxes. "Open it!" the deputy shouted. He and Rick ran around the side toward the rear while I stayed frozen by the dock. Inside the trailer, the sheriff yelled something I could not make out. Then every conveyor in the building started at once. The floor trembled. From all directions came the roll and clatter of lines coming alive. Chutes coughed sealed cartons onto belts. Transfer arms jerked into motion. Old machines groaned as if waking from burial, and from inside the trailer came the sheriff's scream. Not one scream. Several broken by impacts. The deputy fired his sidearm at the rear latch. The shot echoed deafeningly. Rick grabbed a tire iron from the dock wall and slammed it against the locking bar. I ran to help without feeling my feet under me. Behind us, the main conveyor was already feeding the truck. Boxes came down the line and slid into the trailer one after another, though there was no one inside to stack them. The dock plate rattled under the weight. The deputy got the rear latch half free. The door burst outward 6 inches, then jammed against something inside. A hand appeared in the gap. the sheriff's hand, blood on the fingers. Then it jerked back violently as if pulled. We shouted his name. Rick and the deputy hauled on the door while I tried to widen the gap with the tire iron. Through the opening, I saw only pallets of cartons shifting in the dark and the wild beam of the sheriff's flashlight spinning crazily across the ceiling. Then that beam fixed on us for 1 second. I saw the sheriff on the trailer floor, buried to the waist in collapsed boxes, and behind him, rising between the stacks, were more figures in old work clothes. Not one, many, men and women in caps, aprons, coveralls, faces crushed, burned, cut, or hidden by shadow. Their hands moved with calm factory precision as they lifted cartons from the moving line and stacked them over him. He was being packed away. I fell back with a cry. The deputy saw enough in that same moment to lose all sense. He fired into the trailer again and again until the slide locked back empty. The figures did not flinch. One turned its head toward us. It was Harold Vell. His broken mouth opened. In the roar of the conveyors, I heard him clearly. "Shipment incomplete." Then the rear doors slammed shut from inside with enough force to throw the deputy onto the pavement. The engine of the truck started, no key, no driver visible through the cab. The whole trailer shuddered. "Move!" Rick yelled. We stumbled away as the truck pulled forward from the dock. The overhead door chain snapped and whipped the wall. The truck rolled into the loading yard, turned with impossible smoothness in too little space, and drove into the dark beyond the factory. Its tail lights never came on. We stood there in the freezing wind, listening as the conveyors behind us slowed, and stopped. The silence afterward felt like the world had ended. There was no sheriff, no body, no blood on the trailer floor except a few drops near the dock edge that ended abruptly, as if even they had been taken. The deputy quit 2 days later. Officially, the sheriff was listed missing while investigating suspicious activity at the Bellum plant. State officers came. They searched. They found a cut dock chain, the shell casings, and signs of disturbance. They found no truck, no boxes, no evidence that would make any normal person believe what happened. The annex owner reappeared long enough to tell them he had been visiting his sister in another county. He sold the whole property within the month to a holding company no one in town had heard of. Fencing went up around the lot. New locks were placed on every entry. That should have buried it. It did not. I left town for a while after giving my statement. No one accused me directly, but I could feel it in the questions. Had the sheriff left on his own? Was there some criminal operation using the factory? Was I making up stories to cover a fight, an accident, a theft? The deputy backed enough of it to keep me from being charged with anything, but he would never speak in detail again. 3 months later, I was in a different town, in a different room, trying to sleep when I heard a familiar sound from the alley below. Clack, clack, clack. A rolling chain of linked metal. I went to the window. A delivery truck sat by the curb under the broken street lamp. Plain white. No logo. The driver was not visible. For a long time, it did not move. Then it drove away. I told myself it was only a truck. I started telling myself that about many things after that. A year passed. Then another. I took jobs where I could. I moved often. I did not stay in old industrial neighborhoods. I avoided rail yards, warehouses, loading docks. If a place had conveyors, I left. If a motel room faced an alley where trucks backed in at night, I asked for another room or did not sleep. Sometimes months would pass with nothing. Then I would hear tape peeling somewhere in the dark, or the soft drop of a box settling onto rollers. Once, in a grocery store stockroom, I saw a plain brown carton on a pallet among branded goods. No label, no destination mark. New tape over old cardboard. I quit on the spot. Maybe that sounds foolish. I have learned that the line does not belong to one building. The factory was only one mouth of it. I know this because I started looking into Harold Vell. The farther back I went, the stranger it became. He had worked in 2 other plants before Bellum, both later abandoned after accidents and unexplained contamination complaints. One canning facility burned. One cold storage depot flooded. In each place, there were records of odd shipments, inventory mismatches, and sealed cartons with impossible contents. In one report from the depot, a supervisor had written, "Received package, addressed with no sender and no known order number. Contained child's coat, wet and folded around human teeth." The signature at the bottom was H. Vell. I found no record of his death. Just a final insurance dispute after a line accident at Bellum. Officially, he was injured, then terminated, then vanished before a hearing. Yet I had seen him, or something carrying his shape, still finishing shipments. I sometimes think the line keeps what it uses. Supervisors, mechanics, lost workers, people who stay too long, who open the wrong box, who make the mistake of noticing the pattern, people like the sheriff, people perhaps like me one day. 5 winters after I rented that cheap room, work took me back through that region. I should have gone around. Instead, I let the highway carry me near the old town. Snow lined the ditches. Bare trees stood against a pale afternoon sky. I told myself I only wanted to see whether the factory had finally been torn down. It had not. The fencing remained, though some sections had collapsed. The windows were more broken. The painted letters on the brick had almost vanished. The annex roof had caved in over 2 rooms, one of them mine. I parked on the opposite side of the road and sat gripping the wheel. No lights, no motion, just a dead place under winter sky. Then I noticed tracks in the snow. Fresh truck tracks going through the broken gate. I should have driven away then. Instead, I got out. The cold bit through my coat. The yard was silent, except for distant crows. The tracks led to the loading bay on the north side. Snow there had been churned and packed recently, then already dusted over again. I followed them to the bay door. It stood 6 inches open, exactly as before. Inside, darkness breathed cold and sour. I did not go in. I only listened. At first, nothing. Then from deep inside the factory came a single mechanical click. Another. Then the low gathering whine of a motor that could not be running because there was no power, because there had never been power, because dead things should stay dead and old shipments should remain unfinished forever. The conveyor began to move. I backed away, step by step, unable to turn. As I reached the yard, a box slid into view through the door gap and stopped at the end of the dock rollers as if placed there for pickup. Plain brown cardboard, no label, no mark, only one thing written on the top in black pen. My name. I ran to my car so fast I fell once on the ice and tore my hands open. I drove out with the tires fishtailing on snow, and in my mirror I saw the factory growing smaller behind me, but not still. At the loading bay, the overhead door was lifting. A white truck was backing in. I have not gone near that town again. I keep my address changing. I do not order deliveries after dark. If a package appears that I did not ask for, I leave it untouched and call until someone takes it away. I never, ever cut unknown tape. Still, some nights I wake to a sound in the walls, a slow roller turn, a soft bump, the dry drag of cardboard on metal, and once in a while, when sleep almost takes me, I hear a pen scratching on a clipboard in the hall outside my room, patient as a clock. I know what that means now. The shipment is not done. It is only waiting for the line to start again.